Talk Shoe.
Recorded live.
Welcome to the Lowdown, podcast number 39, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
Talking about episode 402, Confirmed Dead.
I confirm they're dead.
Yes, we can confirm they're dead.
They've been confirmed dead.
Dead for many years, I believe. So, pretty good episode, I think. I don't know what it is. You know, I didn't rewatch season 3 before this, so it's been a while since I'm not sure of this, but I feel like the sort of style of the show is different now. It could just be because we're in the middle of this, embroiled in this plot, but a lot feels different this season.
I totally agree. I enjoyed it. Like, it's keeping my interest. There's a lot more going on than there used to be.
Yeah.
If you go back and watch, like, The Glass Ballerina, the episode that corresponds to this one, way less happens. Than we got in. It was packed with stuff, like 4 new characters.
I feel like they're doing a good job of continuing the momentum from the finale of season 3.
Yeah.
You know, because that plot line is still going on. See, I guess that's part of the difference is, from season 2 to 3, it was like taking them back, taking Jack and the gang back to O-Town. And once they got there, they can relax and just tell the story.
Yeah.
But this one is, this transition was these people coming, and they're still here, and they're just really getting there. So.
Yeah. But I do think the tone has changed. There's something. Every season feels different to me, and this one already, like, I don't know. It has this odd quality that, like, I don't know what it is, but it doesn't feel like season 3 at all.
I
don't know. The show's going in a strange direction. That's part of, like, what makes it seem weird. Like, the focus and perspective of the show has just changed completely. Even more with this episode than in the last one. And, in general, like, for the last 3 seasons, it's just been all about, living with the people and dealing with the others and, whatever's on the island. Like, this kind of opened it up and brought in all this other shit that's going on in other places and, brought the outside world in a big way compared to, the single scene with Penny, at the end of season 2. So it's kind of monumental. But there was a lot going on. It was really, I don't know, it went by really fast for me, and I definitely liked it. It was good.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I liked it. Even the second time was, like, still entertaining and interesting, and but it's pretty plot heavy, so that always helps.
That's true. That's where Lost is most comfortable, I think.
Yeah.
When we get to just go on with the plot, it keeps your interest. When they
have to, like, sit around and talk, that's when it gets all like, all right, guys, I'm going to shoot somebody.
Yeah, I do think these shorter seasons are going to make the plots go faster. And we'll get. And
that's
more.
part of it too,
Yeah, they're compressing a little bit because I'm surprised we got 4. One episode with like 4 different characters, and I don't know.
That means 3 of them are dying very soon.
You think so?
No, I don't know.
I don't think so. I think some of them are listed with the main cast. Although I guess that doesn't mean they won't die.
Yeah. I saw Fisher Stevens listed, and maybe that's a spoiler because I haven't seen him in the show. But
listed where?
In the credits.
Oh, in the credits.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, you don't know Fisher Stevens?
Well, I think I've heard the name, but I don't.
You don't know?
I can't recall who that is.
Oh, well, it's sort of he's a character we've already met, but I feel like this is like on the verge of being a spoiler.
Oh.
Basically, this is maybe I shouldn't say anything.
What happened?
Well, it's
How can it be a spoiler if he's in the episode?
It spoils who someone is a little bit. Not really, though.
Wow. I don't know what I think about all this.
If I explain any more, you're going to be able to figure out what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Which is just the same as me just telling you what it is.
Will you tell me can we do it at the end of the podcast?
Actually, we're on TalkShoe, so I can tell you here.
What? Oh, via text.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great idea.
And then you can tell me if you think it's safe enough to take.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Oh, I see.
It's minor.
Yeah, that's not a big deal.
All right.
That wouldn't upset me. I just wanted to know.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, the people who want to know at home, you can look it up on IMDb.
Yeah, it's easy to look up.
Fisher Stevens, you can look him up, and you'll see what it is.
Yeah,
it's
relevant to something we talked about last week. Anyway.
And if I would have known that last week, I wouldn't have said what I said about something.
I see. Yeah. See, I was going to bring that up. I don't know how to bring that up anymore without giving away the spoiler, but...
bring it up later.
Well. Yeah, okay, that's what I'll do. Okay, so anything, I guess the title's pretty obvious.
Oh, we should mention that you're going to be doing the scene-by-scene recap.
Yeah.
So...
get ready to listen to me.
Okay, so confirmed dead, we know what that means, which is what my guess was.
It was totally what your guess was. I thought it was Naomi, but hey, I should have known it would be something a little more important.
She's confirmed dead.
Yeah. I thought that was a weird thing to write an episode title about, but hey, whatever.
Her sister comes back and like, I confirm her dead.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, that's a bad scene. Okay.
All right. So I guess
whenever
you're ready, we'll commence scene by scene.
Okay. Here we go. So we open up and we have the point of view of an ROV, or a remotely operated vehicle. It's exploring the bottom of the ocean, the Indian Ocean, I guess you find out later. And there's two of them, and the operators of the vehicles are talking to each other about what they're seeing, and we're just seeing, like, a little light in front of them, and they're just whatever, moving along. They say something about a magnometer, I think. I heard a magnometer. I thought that was a weird word. And
I think it studies. I think it picks up magnetic fields.
Yeah, I do too. There's just something about that word. It sounds fake. Yeah,
it does sound pretty fake.
I have a magnometer.
Yeah.
I don't know. Those kids and their.
I think it's pronounced magnometer.
Magnometer. Yeah, that sounds a lot better.
Actually, Wikipedia says the correct term is magnetometer.
Oh, maybe they said that. It sounded like magnometer, but it might have been magnetometer.
Magnetometer. That sounds pretty bad too.
Their voices are not 100% clear because they're talking to each other through. Although I don't really know what the context is, but
they should be in the same place.
Yeah, they should be in the same place, but you're hearing them like like they're communicating through something.
Like they're on the actual vehicle.
Yeah.
And it was weird when he was like, "Are you looking? Are you seeing this?" And it's like, why isn't he seeing this?
Yeah.
Like, is he just not looking at his screen, or like what? I'm like, I was expecting some gas when they first, when we first see the plane, and there's like, the guy's like, "Are you looking at this?" He's like, "What?"
Yeah. Yeah, so that's weird. I didn't really think about that. I don't know.
They didn't seem that surprised to me.
They did. I mean, they were mildly surprised.
Yeah, just like, hey, look at that.
It wasn't too big of a deal. So they go around the corner and discover the remains of Oceanic Flight 815. They know exactly what it is upon sight.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good call there, guys.
Yeah, I figured that that it was in the news a lot, and that and they may have seen some sort of insignia on the plane, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I guess if a plane disappeared, it probably would be news.
Yeah, if it really just disappeared and nobody knew, and they did a long search, it would be in the public mind.
'Cause I was just thinking a plane crash wouldn't be that big, but disappearing would make it weirder.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, we segue out of that into a news report about the discovery of the plane, and the news report mentions that the people who found it were scouring for the remains of sunken trading ships when they made the discovery.
Sure.
And, yeah, so that's I don't know. I think there's some Flying Day 15 stuff in there if you're interested. And then we see a new character watching the news report, Daniel Faraday, watching the report, and he's apparently quite upset by it. And a woman, possibly his wife or something, asks him why he's so upset, and he says that he doesn't know. And
I do not know.
That's that scene, and then we go straight into an action-packed, frenetic, crazy time on the helicopter, I guess, with the team that we're about to meet, and they're all sort of they seem to be having trouble, like you noted in the last Lowdown, and Dan, the character we just met, is thrown out of the helicopter, and then he parachutes to the ground. We kind of see it from his perspective. So he lands safely, and he kind of gets up, looks a bit nervous. He tucks a gun into the back of his pants, and then Jack and Kate run up to him in the scene from the last episode, and Dan and Jack sort of introduce themselves, and then Dan says, "I'm here to rescue you."
Oh, and lost.
Yeah.
You know,
that's the teaser.
yeah, that's the kind of line that could have ended the show too. You know.
Yeah.
Because I think they could have. I mean, maybe time-wise, but they could have added that little scene to the to the end of the finale, the end of the last episode.
Oh.
Yeah. And I'm here to rescue you, lost, know. But and did you notice that little moment when they try to make us get really suspenseful about what's coming through the jungle at them?
Oh yeah.
And it's like, oh, gotta get my gun. Oh, where's my? And it's like, we know it's Jack and Kate.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you forget, I guess you're like, oh, what is this? But it's just like, oh my God, he's got to get his gun. Oh, it's Jack.
They do that on Lost too much, where there's an apparent threat and it's not a threat.
Yeah, they do it again with the dog.
Yeah, they do. They did that a lot, just in general, overall this season. So I just love that.
They just oh, what's in the
yeah. Like, oh, it's just, whatever. Like, Locke popped up a few times like that. And, there was a scene with Sun and Jack that was like that in season 3. She gets scared again in her garden.
So what's going on with Sun's garden? I want to see her tend to some greenery, man. I want to get back to the garden. What's all this, all this detour?
I agree. We really haven't seen enough of the garden this season.
I demand more garden.
I do too.
Season 4 should be the garden season.
Yeah.
We need
to know everything.
I want to see, how productive that garden can be.
Yeah, no. All kinds of herbal remedies and hygiene products and
look, I grew a pregnancy test.
And surgical tools. Yeah, exactly.
You grew a pregnancy test? Oh, son.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's just a papaya. All right.
Oh.
Oh. She peed on my papaya. I could see Sawyer. And then Hurley, who peed on the fruit, man? Oh, son. You can't get pregnant twice. You're already pregnant.
Oh, God.
All right. So
anyway, yeah, I think they kind of wrung 2 teasers out of that scene by
they did. They really did. They split it in a place where they could just kind of do that.
Yeah. So then, he gives one more line. Okay. So
well,
anyway.
I got before we move on, I think there's something to talk about here.
Okay.
Actually, the first scene, which is how did they replicate the wreckage?
Yeah. Hey, isn't that a great question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they did show enough of the plane that we could see, it was it was all there.
Yeah,
so,
now, I mean, I get, with enough, with enough time and money, you can, you can replicate anything.
Is that what she said?
Pretty close. No, but maybe they got another. To me, I mean,
the
I guess
love
it's simple.
Of one woman with enough.
The love of one woman
to replicate a plane.
Not Penny's plane. Yeah. So I mean, I guess it's fairly easy to do if you have enough money and unscrupulous people. You just get another plane. You make it look like
Step
A-15.
1. 2.
Yeah, step 1. You get a whole bunch of corpses.
Nice. 3. That part might be a little trickier.
That part is definitely, I think, trickier in a different way. But definitely doable. Definitely doable.
Yeah. For these people.
And what else? So then you put the people on the plane, and then you sink it, and you're done.
And
1, 2, 3.
Look at that! Wow.
Cook at 350.
But that's so easy. This must cost a fortune.
But with the Ronco plane replication system, you can fake a mass casualty easily.
But I can't pay for that all at once. Do you have a payment plan?
Of course we have a payment plan. You pay 100% now and 0% every month for 0 months.
Wow, I can afford that.
0% a month is very affordable, ma'am. Just made you a woman.
Yeah, well.
It's always a woman. It's always a woman.
Yeah. Nancy.
It's always a Nancy, yeah. Nancy.
So, wait, what was your question?
Well, my question was how do they replicate the plane wreckage, and then I realized it's really not. For Lost, it's not that hard.
No, I mean, what would be amazing is if they somehow got identical bodies.
Yeah, and that's what it makes you seem like is going on, is that, okay, they know that those are the actual people. Because, see, what should happen is they should, I mean, maybe the wreckage might not be recoverable. Maybe that's what it is. The wreckage isn't recoverable. Because I was thinking that they should, try to, get the wreckage and get the bodies and make, do autopsies and, not that the cause of death is apparent, but
right.
Sunken to the bottom of the ocean. The
coroner's like, I don't get
to write that
Bill.
much.
I just don't get it.
Yeah, he's like, I don't get to write that one much. Sunken at the bottom of the ocean in a plane crash. Don't check that box too often, huh, Bill?
Yeah, I mean, the way Naomi told it, which, I mean, now that we know what Naomi was into, I don't know what to think about her anymore, but the way she told it sounded like it was really them there, their bodies for real. And I guess there's one scene later in the episode that makes me think they're not the right bodies. That they're
well, we know they're not the right bodies from what Frank says.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Oh, we haven't got there yet?
No.
Oh,
no,
okay.
that's quite a bit later in the episode. But whatever. Yeah, that's yeah, I think the how is sort of easily explainable, but relatively. I mean, for a secretive, scary entity.
Microsoft?
Yeah. Oh. Microsoft is neither scary nor secretive.
I don't know.
But I think for me, what I really want to know is why. I don't understand why, and maybe we should talk about it more later when some of these other scenes happen. But
oh, I know why.
Really?
I'll save it. We can save it.
Okay, you know why? That's great. Okay,
I have
there's
a good idea.
tease.
I have a lot of ideas why.
I know
I
why
have one
they
idea
faced
why.
the crash. Commercial.
Exactly. Why don't you ask Claude why? No, I have an idea. I have a very simple idea why.
Okay. All right. So you want to say it or you want to wait?
We can wait.
Okay.
Suspense.
Okay. Anything else about the teaser portion here?
The TP? No.
Okay. Okay. So we come back. This is the we're back with Dan and Jack and Kate. They're walking through the jungle. They ask Dan about his team, and Dan says he doesn't know what happened to the rest of them. He says that if he had his phone, he would just his
Verizon VCAS enabled phone?
And then yeah. And then Kate says, we have a phone, and they give Dan the phone that they have, and Dan uses the phone and calls Minkowski. And Dan tells Minkowski that the instruments were affected by the electrical storm, and that does that even make sense? Oh, yeah. Okay. And then he says that he's made contact with some of the survivors, I guess, meaning the 815 survivors. And then Minkowski, or George, asks if he's on the speaker. And I think Jack and Kate get a bit suspicious. Dan asks to go if he can sort of talk in private. He walks away to do that. And Kate reassures Jack that Naomi covered for them. Oh, Kate.
You're wrong. That's how you know it's when Kate or Locke are really sure about something. It might be the opposite.
Yeah. Don't worry, Jack. I'm sure that she covered for us.
Mhm.
So yeah, then Jack points out the gun that Dan is carrying, and expresses some doubt about that. And then we go back, or Dan comes back and tells Jack and Kate about the GPS devices that all the team members have, and says that they will eventually be able to track the other team members using the phone. And Jack agrees to help find the other team members, and then Dan asks about the other survivors. Serves as a segue. So that's that. Anything?
Mhm.
Okay. So
I don't think anything there.
Yeah. The only thing is Dan isn't Minkowski.
Dan is not Minkowski.
That was in the last episode. It wasn't clear, but I'm glad. The guy who sounds like Minkowski, I wouldn't expect to look like Dan. That was weird to me. So anyway, so we move over to Locke and his group, the people who went with him. Locke is standing in the rain, and he tells Hurley in a scene we reminiscent of a scene from season 1 that the rain's about to stop, and then it does. And
but it's a monsoon. Oh wait. Oh.
yeah. Oh, Hurley. But this rain will never stop. Oh.
Yeah, so I guess, I mean, does that mean Locke is back on his path or something? Or,
that's what it makes me think. Because when that happened originally, it seemed like he was 100% in tune with everything. And having him do it again is I think that's what they're trying to say. But it's weird because, I don't know. I'm not convinced he is. But that's what that seems to suggest. You know, especially with Hurley saying he's sorry he went with Locke. And I don't know. And Locke, just in general, I don't expect him to be doing the right thing. So, so I'm hesitant.
But he's got Walt guiding him.
Oh God, yeah. So, yeah. But he did predict the rain. So that's I don't know. Interesting. So Locke says, "Let's go," and then the group sets out. They leave. Sawyer asks Locke why he's headed in the wrong direction, not towards the barracks, which are apparently south. I don't know. We've talked about directions before, and I don't know if directions are ever going to make sense. But
he said they should be heading south.
Yeah, I said they should be heading south. Yeah, I don't know. The barracks I thought were north, but whatever. Maybe they're south of the radio tower somehow. I don't know. Anyway, Locke says that they have to make a detour. He says that there's a cabin he needs to go to. Wink, wink. Hurley says he thinks the cabin is in a different direction. And Locke questions him about that, and Hurley makes an excuse and says he means the plane cabin.
That was a pretty good save.
Yeah, it was. For Hurley especially.
It wasn't a good sell, but it was a good save.
Yeah.
He sold it well enough. But, yeah, so, well, that settles that about, those whole cabin thing.
It does, yeah.
Hurley saw a cabin that was not in the same spot where Locke saw the cabin.
Yeah.
Either it's a different cabin or it can move. So, I mean, it's interesting that he wants to go there. It's interesting that he's willing to take everyone there anyway.
It is.
Or even, why not? Well, I guess it's just a time thing for the writers, but it's like, why not take everyone to the, to O-Town and then go himself?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. I do find it odd that he wants to take him there.
But you know what's interesting? Maybe this is like this new Locke because he's been really honest about everything.
Yeah, that's true.
He asked him, why are you doing this? Walt told me. Like he's not hiding anything. He's not really being, what's the word?
Evasive?
Evasive, yeah. So, I don't know. So, that's interesting.
It is, yeah. Yeah. It didn't look like it was in the same place. And especially since we saw it sort of move, I think it is Jacob's cabin in some sense. Like maybe it can project itself or I don't know, but I guess there's like a home base or something, the place where Locke visited originally. I guess that's my guess.
Yeah, and it could be that ash. Maybe the ash keeps it from like it is the boundaries of where it can transport to, and maybe we'll find out that it got something, it got around it or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that ash thing. I don't know what they're doing with that. Weird.
We'll get a one-line answer about it someday.
Yeah, I guess so.
Here's my question about Walt, about Locke following Walt. What if Walt isn't to be trusted?
Yeah, I know. I agree.
Because just because some apparition is telling him to do stuff doesn't mean it's a good idea.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, just because it's an apparition doesn't mean it means well.
Mhm.
You know, I don't know. I mean, the Yimmy apparition pretty much led Echo into his death.
Mhm.
And I don't know. The Jacob apparition didn't seem particularly friendly.
No.
You know, he did say "help me." I don't know what that means, but it's true. Yeah, he just kind of inherently trusts like something that appears as Walt.
Mhm.
He thinks it's the Islander or something, I guess, and it doesn't necessarily.
I feel like he thinks it's Walt. Like, or I don't know. I mean, that's the question. Think about. Does he think it's just a projection of Walt coming from the island, or does he really think it's Walt?
Yeah, I don't. I assumed the latter because that's what I think it is. But
that it's Walt?
No, that it's a projection of the island appearing as Walt.
Oh, okay. To the latter, and I was thinking.
Was that what you said second? I mean, was that what you said first?
The first thing I said was the island projecting itself as Walt.
The former. The former.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought you said it second. I don't know. I got dyslexia of clauses, I guess.
Dysclausia, please.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't think it's Walt projecting himself. Although I guess that's within the realm of possibility.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it is Walt. Like it's really Walt somehow.
Do you think Walt would mean? I can't imagine Walt being malicious. I mean that'd be weird. But I don't know why Walt would say something like that. I mean, what would he know?
Hold on a second. What has he done that's malicious? I don't remember.
He hasn't done much that's malicious. I mean, the most malicious thing I can think of that he's done would be burn the raft.
Oh, well, why did you say that? You just said you don't think he's malicious.
Because
you're just saying in general of what we were talking about?
Yeah.
About to trust him or not. Yeah, I mean I guess that's where the topic diverges is if he is a projection of the island, then that question comes up of can you trust him? But if he is really Walt, I don't think that question really comes up.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know why Walt would say that. I don't know what his stake is or why he would know whatever he knows that would cause him to say that. But
you mean tell Locke what to do?
Yeah.
Well, I think if Walt is, obviously something's gone on with him, and I think he could have figured out something about what's going on the island. So, I think he could have reasons why he's trying to get Locke to do certain things. But it could just be Jacob, / Christian / whatever.
Yeah.
Projecting itself to get Locke to help him, as he said before.
Right. Yeah.
So we'll see.
We'll see. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing, but he said you have work to do. I don't know. My theory for now is that that's the island / Jacob, and that it's in his interest. Maybe it's not in the survivor's interest or Locke's interest, but I think that's what he wants.
Do you think when we saw Locke appear in season 1 and all that stuff, was that really Walt? Or do you think that was...
you said Locke. Okay. You mean Walt. And you're talking about season 2, right?
Yeah, season 2.
Okay. Wait, what was your question? God, I got lost.
Do you think when we saw him appear and stuff that was really him? Or was that...
It seemed like it was him.
So before we thought it was him, this time we see it's the island.
Yeah, it's kind of crappy, but yeah, I guess that's the line of.
So he has the power to make himself appear where he wants, but he's okay.
Yeah, but in this case, he's not. That sounds really bad, but I don't know what to do with those earlier appearances. I mean, he didn't say anything. He was like speaking backwards and wet, and it wasn't like this appearance. It was more like.
Well, I think his powers have grown now. I think that should be taken into account.
Yeah. Okay. It's a viable possibility, but things like that have appeared before in the form of other people and done similar things, and the line connects them with Christian in the Mobisode, and so I think there's good reason to think it might be the island also, but
yeah,
and that's just the way I'm leaning right now, like 60, 65, 35 or something like that. But
did he call Locke John?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
He did. That was. We noted that one in the podcast. He never called him that. And
Mr. Locke.
Yeah, yeah. He called him John, and he took an authoritative tone. He didn't sound like Walt used to sound.
Yeah.
It was like, yeah, I can't feel my leg. Yes, you can. Whatever. Put the gun down. You have work to do.
So here's a question.
Vaguely threatening.
If this Locke, God damn it, this Walt appearance.
Fucking Walt comes back, and now we have that problem again.
I know. I haven't had to deal with that all of last season, man. Oh man. Okay, so if this Walt is the island, oh God, I forgot my question. It was good too.
Oh damn.
Let me think. Let me see. I was thinking about, what was the last thing you just said?
Oh God. I don't know. What did I say? I was
thinking about Walt.
Yeah, I was talking about Walt, and I think the last thing I said was about.
Oh, he was taking an authoritative tone.
Was about how Walt behaved in the finale.
So he said he took an authoritative tone. Didn't. Oh, and I was thinking he was taller. Oh man, I was gonna tie something together. Oh geez. If this Walt is the island, then that's what I was gonna say. Then is Walt dead? Is the real Walt dead?
Oh.
or can the island just project whatever it wants?
It does seem to prefer to project dead people. Has it ever projected a non-dead person?
I think if it projected a non-dead person, we probably would have assumed it was that person. Unless it was really clear it wasn't.
Yeah. Trying to think. What else? Yeah, I can't. Well, who else was there?
Well, if you ask me, I think it's been projecting Vincent, who's alive.
Oh.
Let's just, my little bit.
Yeah, okay. I feel like it should be able to, unless it has some rule about why it has to only project dead people.
And then, of course...
But yeah, that is odd. And it is odd that he's appeared before.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's appeared before, and I think they might be doing something... Because the first time that we saw him appear was that... Because he appeared twice, right?
Yeah, he appeared twice.
The first
he appeared
time,
to Shannon.
And he didn't say anything the first time, right?
No. And
then the second time he was speaking backwards.
No, the first time he was speaking backwards, and the second time he just did the usual shh.
Okay.
And that was when Shannon got shot.
Shut up, you're going to get shot.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking they might be just doing something with, like I said earlier, that his powers have grown. So maybe before, when he was talking backwards and all that, that was a product of him not having enough power to, like, really communicate or something. But now he can, So now that's why he's talking normal now when we see him, if it's the same. But I don't know. I mean, I was going to also bring up that other idea we had that that maybe, somehow the apparitions are sort of those people who have died. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not just Jacob or Smokey, but like they're kind of those people. Because that's the thing, going back to the cabin thing, like, if that's, Christian's obviously in the cabin, and if Jacob's with them, like, that just, to me, they're not the same. Then,
yeah.
like,
I guess I thought, like, I guess I'm thinking the people are Smokey.
Mhm.
He's the turning into people person.
Yeah, and that could be true, but I'm just wondering. I'm thinking about that dog picture in the cabin. Like,
oh god,
they keep showing that? And it's just like, is Smokey supposed to be the dog? I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know why there's a dog.
Yeah, that picture. They have a good version of that picture on Lostpedia.
Oh yeah?
Where you can see it in full detail. It was created for the show. But I don't know
anyway,
what they're doing with that. It is weird that he's hanging out with Jacob. Like, there's just something like unsettling about that.
Yeah, I mean, what do they have to? They shouldn't be talking or discussing anything, or like, you guys shouldn't have conscious thought. Don't, no discourse, please.
No, no lively debates, please. No stimulating conversation. I don't want anything from you but scary shit.
Oh! I just had an idea of who might be in the cabin.
What?
And now that I look at the picture of the man, I kind of see it. What if it's Mikhail? Let me say Mikhail.
Which man? The one in the window? The one in the
chair?
One
in the window.
Oh, the one in the window.
Yeah, well, he's not Christian.
Yeah. Well, I guess it could be. I
was just kind of looking at that eye. I'm like, who does that look like? Mikhail. If I can find his thing, I can look him up.
I do think he's dead, so I guess he could show up like that.
I don't necessarily think he's dead, but I don't even know. I'm just like, he could be, but he's probably not because he never dies.
Yeah.
Maybe he's been dead from the beginning.
Oh God.
Maybe he's Brzezinski.
Oh no.
And he shot himself, but he just didn't stay dead.
Oh no. God, that seemed like such a good theory. There's a Russian guy in a Dharma station that we haven't seen yet.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta be Brzezinski, right?
Gotta be. And it would make sense if Brzezinski, ran away and went somewhere else, or.
Yeah.
But looking at this actor, it looks like that could be the eye. It could be the eye.
I've seen people say that the eye is Locke, and that the eye
It doesn't look like Locke to me.
Desmond.
No, yeah, it doesn't really look like Desmond either to me.
And I think that's it. I haven't seen the Mikhail theory yet. It wasn't. Did he have was this? Which eye was his patch on? It was the one. It was the right eye. It was the right one that he doesn't have the patch on, okay. which makes me think that's part of it. Yeah. It's sort of a clue. Here's the eye. Yeah. That's what I'm going to assume it is until further notice. Okay. That's my best guess. Anybody else is just like... I still think it's Jacob. You think it's Jacob? Yeah. I think
what we're going to find out. I think if Mikhail's the one in the window, then I'm going to say it's Jacob in the chair, and he just looks like Christian when he looks at him, but it's really Jacob in the chair.
I think Jacob should be in the chair, but
I think he should be in the chair, and I think that it doesn't necessarily mean Jacob can leave the cabin, but it might mean that he can sort of project himself as, whatever else outside of the cabin.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's gonna be my theory until further notice. Mikhail's in the window, Jacob's in the chair. He just looks like Christian.
Yeah. Yeah. All I have
theory.
is that I think Christian is Smokey, and I don't think Smokey's Jacob. It's Jacob's cabin, so Jacob ought to be there, and they use the eye and the man behind the curtain. That's all I got. To support what I think about it, but I don't know. I hopefully we'll find out somehow.
They use eyes a lot anyway. They love eyes.
Oh
man.
yeah, they do.
Whose eyes haven't we seen?
They do. They I don't think they've done those shots this season, but that was a tradition for a while. Especially in the first season, they started almost every episode with an eye shot. So, yeah, they do. But the fact that they pointed it out in the commentary, like, that's Jacob's eye, and the way it was presented was similar. So, I mean, it didn't appear in the window, obviously, because they were, like, inside. But
I just don't see Jacob, like looking through the window.
Yeah.
That's weird to me. That's just weird to, like... Because to me, who's ever sitting in the chair, I mean, the way, Christian was, like, in the chair was, like, he's the boss, And I feel like that should be Jacob.
Yeah.
He was, and we've seen Jacob in the rocking chair before, with it just rocking like that. Unless they're supposed to be the same. There's not really two people in there.
Okay, here's a crappy theory. What if Smokey and Jacob are, like, opposed to each other? And
they're meeting to solve the truth.
And when Jacob said, "Help me," he was referring to Smokey.
Help him what?
Like, maybe Smokey's, like, holding him hostage, or I don't know.
No, I don't. No, I won't buy that.
Don't worry.
I don't think
I don't
Smokey
actually really believe that, but whatever.
I don't think Smokey has the. I think we're missing something. I don't know, man. It just doesn't add up. If you look at everything Smokey has done in terms of being, as the smoke monster, and then try to, compare those things with the apparitions we've seen, it's like two different things, Because it seems like when he's the smoke monster, he's just, like, wild and unpredictable and a killing rampage, And when we see these apparitions, they're, most of the time helpful, at least instructional, at the very least, and, like, it just seems very different. So
they are instructional, but a lot of times they do take on that vaguely menacing tone, but even if what they're like, when Boone appeared to Locke, like he took on kind of a vaguely threatening, like, demeanor. It's this kind of quiet, like, menace. But in the end, I mean, he really did just give him information. So, despite the fact that he seemed threatening, So, yeah, most of the time, like, that's true. And it seems like most of the time, yeah, the apparitions aren't the problem. It's when Smokey appears as Smokey that it's a problem. And he just pretty much always just attacks when he's in Smokey form.
Well, what if you remember details more than I do? Think about this. What if all the apparitions are Jacob? What conflicts with that besides the Echo Yimmy thing?
Yeah. Well,
because we didn't see him turn into the smoke monster, but he came right after, right? Is that what happened?
Yeah, that's true. No, we didn't see it happen.
Maybe, I mean, the idea of Jacob versus Smokey, but maybe like it really was Jacob, Jacob/Gimme was really trying to get him to confess or whatever he wanted because he knew Smokey would be after him. And then when he didn't do it, and so right afterwards, Smokey came.
Yeah.
So maybe they're not the same.
Yeah, no, it's possible. It's very possible because they've never actually shown it happening. And really, I think everyone who thinks that that's what the apparitions are thinks it because of that episode. Because I don't think any of their episodes made it seem like that was Smokey. Because besides that, Smokey's activity has been as himself, just sort of wreaking havoc, knocking over trees, and doing strange things like sounding like a dinosaur.
Yeah, I'm gonna change my official stance on that whole thing. I'm gonna say Smokey is its own thing. Smokey is its own thing, and I guess I need to retract the Vincent thing So I'm retracting Vincent as Smokey.
Okay. Wow.
My official, I'm retracting
big moment.
It's a big moment. So this is my official stance. So
okay.
remind me in the future.
Yeah.
Smokey is completely separate from the apparitions.
Okay.
I think that the apparitions are Jacob or are caused by Jacob. Slight difference there. And what else?
Definitely.
I think all the times Vincent was being weird and stupid was from what we saw from the mobisodes, influenced by the apparition / Jacob. What else? I think that's it. I think that's all I have to really change.
Okay.
And I think, so basically I think Smokey is just, to me, some crazy security system. It's just some random loose thing that's just on the island, and maybe Ben doesn't even know what it is. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't.
There was a thing where it had all the images. I guess it can like scan people and.
Yeah, like scanned, like
see stuff.
Echo.
They're alive. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with that. I think that has to do with, the idea of good people, bad people.
Yeah.
And we saw later, when it killed him, presumably because of who he was or what he did or didn't do. So.
Yeah.
So I think that's what that's about.
But it seemed like Jacob, do you think Jacob was trying to protect him? Like if he had confessed, then Smokey wouldn't have killed him.
Yeah, I think that's what it would have been. If he would have confessed, Smokey wouldn't have killed him.
Okay.
Or it could just be he wanted him to confess before he died. I don't know. I don't know.
Just for
his
own
own
sake.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's
Because now that I think about it, when Locke and Echo, were going to the question mark, did they run into Smokey on the way?
No.
They didn't. Or even on the way back or anything?
No Smokey in that episode.
Okay. I was going to say, now that I think about it, I'm trying to think about maybe this whole past thing of Locke's is to help Jacob. Maybe that's what it's been about this whole time. Piece by piece to get him to realize the button isn't real and, or whatever, or even though, or maybe maybe he didn't want him to press the button. Maybe he wanted the failsafe to be activated because somehow that would, maybe that extended his influence past the ash or something. I don't know. Or somehow affected his power or something.
I
don't know. All right, well.
Yeah, that's the other thing. there's the whole sonic fence issue. I think the only other time Smokey appeared in season 3 besides in that Echo episode, and I guess besides like when you briefly hear him in the Nikki and Paulo episode, is in Left Behind with Kate and Juliet. He chases them, and then you find out that the fence like stops him. Which really, like, if Smokey is Jacob, I don't know, that's a little suspect to me. Makes it seem like he's whatever Smokey is, it's bound by something.
Yeah, it's something to do with its structure. Does not like high frequency, whatever the sonic fence does.
Yeah, it's because it's not like a magical line of ash. It's like, a piece of technology that's stopping it. And I don't know. It makes it seem like it's not so supernatural.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's nanobots.
Well, it could just be, I mean, it could be supernatural, but it's just bound by, physical laws, which sounds counterintuitive.
Yeah, I guess.
Bound by some physical laws? I don't know.
I see. Yeah.
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 It's like a vampire being, allergic to sunlight or something,
Yeah, okay. Yeah. No, it's possible. It just makes it seem more down to earth. It could very well.
Well, yeah. Well, when you see any of its like boundaries, yeah, it's like, okay, well, you're not that special.
Yeah. You can't just do anything.
Yeah.
In theory, all we have to do is get behind this fence.
Yeah.
And then you got nothing.
Matter of fact, if we build a big enough fence, we can just edge you out of the island.
Yeah. I don't
off.
understand why I can't fly over it, or I don't know. It's a weird thing, but
you can't fly over sound. Didn't you ever take a physics class?
You can't fly over sound?
Sound molecules go up too.
Oh.
And the up vertices.
I forgot
That's a technical term.
I forgot about the up law.
Yeah, the up law. Don't forget. Newton's law of up.
Sound only travels up.
Not only, but in addition.
I see. In a vacuum.
In a vacuum, sound will travel wherever there's a smoke monster.
Oh, God. It's a scary vacuum.
Yeah. The vacuum's
anyway,
the island.
Speaking of vacuum, where were we?
Is that what that sounds like? Yikes.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Sorry.
If you have more, are you ready to go back into the...
Yeah, let's go back. I've made my declaration. I think we've cleared up some things.
Yeah. That's a big shift for you.
It is a big shift, but you know what? I think I too am realizing that after watching season 3, that they really just aren't going to do a lot of crazy stuff. I think a lot of the stuff that seems weird and crazy will have really simple, relatively simple answers, and there won't be that many. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I think some of the stuff that seem like separate things won't be separate things. And I think, and I want to believe, things like, when we saw Walt appear those first 2 times, that does have a connection to him appearing now, that wasn't 2 separate things. Well, the first one was him, and the second one was Smokey. But, I don't want to believe that. I don't want to believe that they expect us to follow that, and then we're going to get some answer like, well, the first time I did it, it was me, but no, Mr. Locke, I didn't see you, in the grave. I don't want to go down that road.
That sounds like a scene that's coming.
Yeah, and I think, and I really think they're doing something with Christian in the chair. I think they're I think what that's about is that's telling us that Christian and Christian and Jacob have a connection, and then I want to believe that Mikhail is still alive, or we'll still see him somehow.
Throw that in there.
Mikhail.
Just pile it on.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's connected. So.
Fair enough. Yeah. Okay. There's enough wiggle room there for Smokey not to be the apparitions, but I'm gonna stick with it for now. Just I don't know, until further notice.
Mhm.
We'll see what they do, but that's I don't know. It could be like Kate as a Mole, where it just fizzles, but
Yeah. It's not the same. It's just I don't picture what Smokey is doing the things that the apparitions do.
Yeah, it does.
It just seems like a mindless kind of beast, and then like when it's in human form, it becomes this like, instructional entity, and it's just like that's just weird to me.
It is. It is pretty weird.
And I think, we thought they were similar. You got one crazy thing, and it's an amorphous blob of smoke. Why can't that change the form or something? You know. And we knew it scanned people, and we thought, oh, well, maybe it takes it from your mind or something.
Yeah.
But I think I think looking at the elements again, they seem more separate than similar in my mind. So that's why I'm going to change.
Okay. I think at this point that's perfectly reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay, so back to the story. Right. What was happening? God, I lost my place.
Something very interesting, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, Locke's gonna go to the cabin.
Yeah.
And
really on that part?
Yeah. Well, we got on a tangent. So.
Oh wow, it's only been an hour.
So right, Hurley said his thing about the cabin. Locke was, I don't know, he seemed a little suspicious about that.
Yeah, I don't think he believed him. I think he was, I don't know, he gave a little smirk. He gave a slight smirk, so I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't either.
I think he's like, all right, Hugo, something's going on with you.
Yeah. I mean, it's I don't know, it seemed like he should have to hide that. I mean, would Locke be pissed if he was like, I saw a cabin? I mean,
I don't think Hurley wants to explain that he saw like a cabin in one place and it disappeared, and he saw like scary stuff inside, and I don't think he wants to explain that to anybody.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think that's why he's hiding it. If he knew Locke knew, he would probably tell him.
I see. Okay.
Although, that's what's kind of weird if you think about it from Hurley's perspective is, you saw this scary cabin, and then Locke says he needs to go find it. And he just kind of tells, oh, it's this way, but oh no, I'm kidding, that's not what I mean. Mm-hmm. But it's like he should be concerned that Locke knows about it. I think a little bit.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if he, I don't know.
Like he should have said, like, what do you want? What's the cabin about? What do you want there?
And it's odd that he would want to lead him there.
Mhm.
Like, why would you want to point him to that place?
And you know what? Now I just realized the whole point of this line is just to tell us that the cabin disappeared. That's the whole point of that whole exchange.
Oh, lost.
Now, yeah, exactly. I'm gonna.
You got it again.
I'm gonna cut this one here. All right. Now we know that Locke knows that Hurley knows. You don't want to talk about it for another 20 minutes? No, I don't. No. Locke knows that Hurley knows about the cabin, and the audience knows that the cabin was in two different places. That's all we need to know.
But what did Hurley mean?
They're not going to get me on that one. I will happily, pontificate about other things, but
yeah.
But I'm just like this line has to mean. I'm just like, he should have said this. He should have said that. I'm like, he said what he said for a very specific reason.
Yeah, that's what they were doing. That's true. Because that was a thing. That was a thing, and I don't think they want us like thinking about that for too long.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Which. And real quick, I just want to say I am happy that they're still dealing with Jacob, you know.
Oh yeah.
Because we were concerned they might not even talk about him at all this season.
Yeah, I was looking forward to something like what happened with the Penny thing and the four-toed statue, where they talk about it in the finale and then spend the season without talking about it. So yeah, they really got to it pretty quickly, surprisingly quickly.
And they're still kind of dealing with it.
Yeah, and it hasn't just both episodes have explicit mentions. So I mean I don't know, something's going on with that, and I guess if they're actually heading to the cabin, that's got to happen here fairly soon. That they'll get there and something will happen, I guess. I don't know what he's going to do there, but
I think Ben and Locke are going to go to the cabin. I don't think everyone's going to go.
Oh, I agree. Yeah. I mean, they're going to be in the area, but no.
I think they're going to. But I mean, I think they're going to split up. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I agree.
No, what I'm saying is, I think he's going to tell them to go to the barracks without him.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I mean, I guess they could just get there and you guys wait here. We're going to go, but I feel like they're gonna split for some reason. That's just a feeling I have. I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway, where are we?
Okay. I was really just saying I feel like they were going to visit it shortly. Somewhat.
Yeah. No,
Locke
I know.
and whoever else, but I
just had that idea that they're gonna split up.
Yeah, it is weird to bring them all to the cabin. I mean, it's not like a field trip place to go, but
yeah, who wants to walk all that extra distance just because you want to go there, Locke?
Yeah,
Claire's got a baby.
Claire does.
You know,
have a baby.
like don't make her walk unnecessarily.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like he wants to bring them. I don't know.
Yeah, or maybe he does. Maybe. Well, see, that's different though. Yeah, if he would have said, I want to show you guys something, or but maybe he's being aloof. But he said what did he say? What was the line? He just needs to get something.
I think. What I wrote down, which may or may not exactly correspond to what he said, but what I wrote down was that he said they have to make a detour.
And he just said, and they said where or something, and then he said the cabin.
And
cabin.
He said there's a cabin. Oh, I think he said there's a cabin I need to go to.
Yeah. See, that's why I was thinking, like, if he wanted to, them there, he would have said, like, for some reason, like, if he wanted them to see Jacob or something,
Yeah. Yeah. So it seems like he wants to go there by himself.
Yeah.
Or maybe he'll bring Ben. But yeah, not all of them.
He'll probably make Ben wait. I could see him making Ben. I could see him not going in with Ben, or I could see Ben saying, you can't talk to him without me, and then he'll go in too.
Yeah. He'll want to try that. That's how he is.
Yeah, it depends on how much control he's trying to take, Locke, that is. Because sometimes he gets in those moods when he's like, okay, you do this, and I'm going to do this. But a lot of times it doesn't work, and he needs help.
He does, yeah. He's a bit of a bumbler sometimes.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Little Mr. Magoo.
He really, every time Locke is, like, so sure he's right, like, it's just, I don't know, alarms go off in my head.
Yeah.
When Locke, like, if I'm there and Locke's like, if you want to live, you'll come with me. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, that means everyone who wants to die goes with Locke.
No, that's I don't know. This is not reassuring. No offense, but you just don't have a good record on that front. As far as like all the things you've been really sure that you're supposed to do. But whatever.
That's his problem. He's too sure too much.
He does, yeah. He's like with times like he goes from like extreme skepticism to like fanatical devotion.
Yeah, he doesn't have any middle ground.
He really doesn't. He just can't seem to just like settle down and like not believe, do what he thinks is right, but not like believe in it too much. Where like it becomes some kind of awful like.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's his problem though. He's the whole thing with his dad and his whole life, he's just searching for something, and so whenever he finds, oh, this is it, he just gets all excited, but
yeah, and he just keeps getting let down, and just disappointment after disappointment for him, and I don't know.
Why he tried to kill himself?
Yeah, I guess so. God, that was. All right, I guess I'm done. Why bother do anything else?
Oh, what? They renewed our contract? Okay. Well, more seasons? All right, I guess I'm not dead.
Yeah. That would be a really crappy end for Locke.
Locke shooting himself
himself in a ditch.
Locke getting trumped by Ben and shooting himself in a ditch. Yeah, that's a pretty bad end for him.
Yeah, that would be really depressing. Because I want him to like come back and be good again, but it's hard. I don't know how he can be these days.
He's just got to not blow up everything in his path.
Yeah.
That's step number one.
Yeah, that'll definitely get him on the right track. Hopefully, he shouldn't be blowing up things. I don't know.
I think I until further notice, I think he's different now.
Yeah, I kind of do too.
He's got a sense of what he needs to do. Walt told him what to do, and he's a man on a mission right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't seem as haphazard and aimless as he was in season 2 and 3. Where it's just like whatever, like caught his attention at the moment, he would fuck up.
I wonder if they're going to do something really quintessentially Lost, I think, that, like, somehow, like, Jack and Juliet are going to be instrumental in, like, averting whatever goes on this season. And if they, and if Locke hadn't blown up the sub, they wouldn't be there to do that.
Oh, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Oh, no. That's so Lost. God. Oh, God. Especially considering, like, the scene that comes later where they pretty much do that thing. Where it's like, this thing that looked really bad and with no purpose, like, ended up being important, like, you thought Locke was just crazy, but everything he did was to protect everyone.
And he said it, and, they might make that true.
They really could. They really could. I mean, Jack's clearly, like, playing a big role in what's going on. And, I mean, if he weren't there, I do think it would be different. Like, his way of running things is the organizing principle around which the other group is formed.
Yeah.
So, but if they make that explicit, it's oh man. You see, Jack. If I hadn't blown up that sub, then you wouldn't have been able to do that. And oh God. All right. Well, anyway, Sawyer asks why they're headed to a shack, and
he gave the nickname. He gave the cabin a nickname.
He did. He can't
Sawyer.
help himself.
He can't.
He just doesn't like calling things what they are. They have to have a nickname.
Yeah, I think it's his little way of asserting power over whatever,
Yeah.
I'm going to call it what I want to call it.
It is, yeah. Yeah, he won't give it the respect of calling it whatever its proper name is. Yeah, Sawyer.
And speaking of names, is everyone calling him James this season?
Yeah, they kind of are. He's turned into James.
He's turned into James, and it's like, is this supposed to be like Sawyer, the bad guy, is gone, and now James, the kind of good guy, is here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it seems like.
Yeah,
he has
weird.
been fairly good for a while now.
Yeah, he's kind of got no reason to be bad, like.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't, it's just like, kind of like the whole point when they tried to soften him up was just like, you don't have to be mean. Like,
yeah.
And there's really no point anymore.
Yeah. Once he got over hoarding things and
he started reading a lot.
And yeah.
It seemed to really help his disposition. He was all, he was like, I just want to read a good book. I think that like calmed him down or something.
Yeah.
But that might be his thing. That like he part of the reason he doesn't want to leave is because maybe he sees a change in himself.
Yeah.
And he does. Ben kind of mentioned something about that. That he's just a low life criminal.
Mhm.
But so he maybe doesn't want to go back to that.
Yeah.
Which is why he went with Locke.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll buy that. I mean, he was pretty much okay in season 3 too. I think the last time like he was really bad Sawyer was the whole thing where he had Charlie kidnap Son and he took the guns and said he was a new sheriff in town. Like,
yeah, that was his last and worst.
It was really bad.
It's like, what? Like that doesn't make any that whole thing just never made any sense to me. It was very cumbersome.
It was.
Like you did what? Why? For what? And then like I'm the new sheriff in town, and then like Jack's back the next episode.
Yeah, everything was back to normal. It really.
Yeah.
That just never mattered. Because when it came down to it, when things started getting serious, like he helped out just like everybody else did.
Oh yeah.
He went and got the heroin.
He's just surviving like he always does.
Yeah. Oh God.
He's
he
a
had
survivor.
that like bonding thing with Jack, where he's like, "You're the closest thing to a friend I got on here," and all that.
Yeah, he left his friend behind.
Yeah, he sure did.
I guess if he can leave Kate, he can leave Jack.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, because him and Jack they're not really on good terms anymore. After the beginning of season 3, they're just not really. I don't know. It's not as bad as Locke, but they're not as friendly as they maybe could have been.
They need to get caught in the net together.
They really
Spend
do.
some quality time. Yeah.
That'd really help them. Anyway, God, man, this scene is going on forever.
Yeah, we're only in like 8 minutes of the episode, I think.
So.
Yeah, and it's like we've been recording for an hour and 17 minutes.
All right. So, right. Why they head to a shack? Locke says because we're supposed to, and then Sawyer asks if Locke was supposed to kill Naomi, throw the knife in her back. Also, Locke says, and then Sawyer asks Locke who he's getting his orders from, and Locke says he got them from Walt.
I love how every time, like, especially in these scenes with, well, particularly in this episode, but like several times in the episode, they always like, is that why Walt told you to kill Naomi? And they like cut to Claire. Like they always cut to her for like the emotional response, like, oh, it's so funny.
Yeah,
She's always clutching the baby,
Man, I'll never forget in season 1 when they outed Kate for being a fugitive and for trying to forge an ID. And like everyone's walking away from her. I'll never forget Claire like looking at her and like holding the baby and then like turning her back on her like don't even look at my baby.
Yeah, like I don't want you infecting my baby with your evil.
Yeah, exactly. It's just gonna rub off somehow. Your evil.
Like
gaze.
Don't look at her, Aaron. Don't look at her.
Yeah. It was just so ridiculous. It was like, come on. It's Kate.
Yeah, it's just Kate.
Calm down.
Yeah.
She means well. You don't know what she did.
You don't even know what she did.
But yeah, you're right. They totally go to her for the
Yeah, it's like, what does Claire think of that?
Yeah, exactly. We were all wondering what Claire thinks about all this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do with Claire. She's really, like, such a third wheel these days.
She is. She's a third, 3.5 wheel.
Because she has no, like, part in the story, really. She's just baggage.
Dude, she's going to get on that helicopter.
Yeah, she's got to get on that helicopter. Because, like, yeah, whatever they did with her that was interesting in the early days is over. And,
have Ethan kidnap her and try to that was what was interesting.
Yeah, and the thing with the psychic, where they made it seem like the baby was some kind of whatever, I don't know, important evil incarnate baby that...
I think the psychic was Jacob.
Yeah, okay. Oh, God. All that stuff.
Dude, so that reminds me of the thing with, that's the whole thing with Echo's little story with the girl who dies and comes back to life.
Mm-hmm.
That meant nothing, right?
No, not at all. Not a bit.
I haven't thought about that in a long time.
That was a good flashback, but it meant nothing.
It was just like, was that supposed to be about his faith or something?
I don't know what that was about. It was weird because it really didn't seem to connect with what was going on the island. But yeah, maybe that's what that was about, because he didn't believe it, like, the whole time. He never believed it. And then the psychic tells him, like, I'm a fraud and whatever. And he's like, yeah, okay, whatever. That's what I'll tell him. And when he's at the airport, the daughter, the one who supposedly came back to life, comes up, and and then she's like, oh, and I saw Yimmy, and he told me that you're a good man and you're a good priest and you're whatever, blah blah blah. So
God, that's weird.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing with that, but.
Because if they didn't have that scene, you could write it off. But
yeah, that was a scene where they changed it, because he didn't believe it the whole time, and then she comes back with information that she really shouldn't know, and then it just sort of ends on that note, like, there's
I wonder if she just pulled the tricks her dad uses.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem.
Yeah. But it's like, well, what's the point into tricking him to think that really happened?
Yeah.
Because it's not like the family wanted anything.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. She didn't seem to have any reason to do that if it wasn't true. Yeah,
that's so weird. And then there was the whole thing with the guy who did the autopsy, like, may not have done it right, or or he didn't, it could have been that he thought it was hypothermia or whatever.
Hypothermia, yeah. Yeah,
I remember that whole thing was really interesting.
Yeah, no, they played that tape, and he was sort of like flirting with the assistant, whatever person, and they made it seem like he was kind of incompetent, and he just fucked it up, and that was really the whole problem. But but I guess it wasn't. I don't know. The thing I liked about the flashbacks, it just seemed like a new show. It's
the Echo Mystery of the Week.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The Echo Detective show.
The priest detective. They get to look into, like, church-related supernatural mysteries. Like
Holy Clues.
Yeah.
It's got to have a title like that, like Father Knows Best.
Yeah. God.
Or like Divine Intervention.
There we go. That's pretty good.
Or Father Detective. Oh, that's weird. I don't know. It's got to be something
Father
stupid.
Detective. Yeah, that is weird. But yeah, I would. But in the long run, I have no idea what that. And even within the short run of that episode, I don't know. It added to the story of the psychic. It had a Libby cameo, and it filled in why Echo was going to L.A. besides that, I don't know. I don't know what they were doing. The other thing that I think's odd, speaking of Echo flashbacks, is in his final flashback, like it ends with him heading off to London. I still think that's odd. A weird note to end like his story on.
Mhm.
Like I'm going to London. That's it. End of story. I don't know. It seemed like they were setting something up, but.
Yeah, they did. And that actor wanted off the show, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. They probably would have done something with him and Charlie or something, or.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, but I think when they wrote it, they knew he wanted off the show.
Oh, really?
I think so. I don't know. It's hard to know because they say contradictory things, and sometimes like you don't know what to believe. But but it's I think they knew. But and I was thinking they would do something, even if they couldn't get the actor, like somehow they would use that. In some way where they don't have to show him, but whatever. Anyway.
All right.
Back to we're on another scene now, though.
That's good. One scene per hour, folks.
We're good like that. So anyway, back on the beach, we've got Saeed and Juliet sitting down and having a chat.
The dream team.
The dream team, yeah. Saeed, well, first they're talking about the boat, and then Saeed asks Juliet why Ben warned them about the boat people. And Juliet says, very truthfully, that he's either lying or he's telling the truth.
Yeah, I love that. It's either, the runway for the aliens.
Yeah.
Like, come on, Juliet.
I know.
But it's really true. Like, it was, as shitty as it is, it's a very true thing. It's like, because he's a liar, That's why he said it, because he's a liar and he never tells the truth. Or,
yeah.
Because that's the thing. He is most likely lying about everything he says, but at some point, there will have to be something he says that's true.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to always lie.
If only to, slip you up. So.
Yeah. And then she asked Saeed, how many guns do you have left?
Well, you want to start an army?
Which, yeah, oh God. No.
I think Juliet and Saeed should just go and start their own show. There's my, the two great characters who aren't getting used at all right now.
Yeah, no, they're they do need their own show. There's no room for them in this show.
Yeah, no, they're too industrious for what's going on right now.
Yeah.
They need to be doing something. Although, yeah,
the fact that she responded like that made me think I don't know. Maybe she's just hedging her bets, but it made me think she has her doubts that Ben is lying or fully lying. I mean, I do think he's lying to some extent, but I mean, he's at least right that they aren't there to rescue them. So, I'll give him that.
Yeah, and I think when he says they mean them harm, it's going to be harm in his interpretation of it.
Yeah. It is. Yeah.
I mean, so.
Yeah. I don't think they directly mean them harm, but whatever. Anyway. So in the next scene, we're back with Jack, Kate, and Dan. They discover.
I'm sorry. Can I ask a quick question?
Okay.
If this is something that because I'm just thinking the others never really tried to make the Losties leave the island. They were never well, not that they really could. But, I mean, at a certain point, they could have, if Ben wanted to, if he didn't want them on the island, he could have, put them on Michael's boat or whatever, and obviously they could be well, there's these people and they're, blah, 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 but And
he wanted Jack for the surgery.
And he, of course, wanted Jack for the surgery. He wouldn't let him go. But, I'm just thinking, that was never really a problem of, this is our island and, because...
No, the approach they took was, this is our island, so you stay over there.
Mm-hmm.
But not
Yeah, but
leave.
it's if no one can find the island, which, isn't true, But if no one can
Yeah.
find the island, God can't see this
God
island.
can't see this island.
Then he shouldn't have any fears about people coming to find them, although he apparently does.
Mhm. Yeah.
But that probably has something to do with the failsafe and all that.
Yeah, I think it does. I guess it does. Although
It should.
It should, but we'll see.
All right, so
We'll
I'm
see.
just thinking,
But yeah, I think I agree. Okay, so anyway, we're back with Jack, Kate, and Dan. They discover a metal case lying in the brush or whatever. Dan confirms that it's from the chopper. Jack goes over to open it, and he pulls out a gas mask and asks about it. And Dan says that he isn't in charge of packing. And
he's not the packing director. I love that. Like, I'm not in charge of packing. Something a little more formal, like supplies or organizational tools, or I'm not in charge of packing. So it's like because who's ever in charge of packing, you still could know what that stuff is for. Just because you're not in charge of packing doesn't mean you don't know what it's for.
Yeah, that's true. That's totally true. He's being evasive.
He is best he can.
Jack asks Dan why he brought the gun, and Dan says that it's a precaution. Jack says precaution against what? And then Dan admits that rescuing you people is not our primary objective.
Mhm.
And Jack then says, then what is? And there's a bit of an awkward pause, and then the phone starts beeping, indicating, I guess, another team member, Miles, and so they run off in his direction. I guess the crisis averted.
Postponed.
Yeah, postponed. I guess it does come back up. But this Dan character is strange. Like he's so like tentative. It really really threw me. I'm not used to characters like that on Lost, and because he's like when I pictured the boat people in my mind, I pictured people like
Naomi.
Not really like Naomi, but like I was thinking more like that guy, that other what was his name?
Ryan.
What?
I said Ryan.
Yeah. Who's Ryan?
Ryan was the guy who was in charge after Pickett was killed.
Yeah, okay. The guy who got his 10 best, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the kind of people I thought were going to show up.
Mm-hmm.
People with that disposition, I guess.
I
was really surprised at how like he's just so like I don't know, just like I'm not really here to Well,
yeah.
I don't know.
I think that's what's really interesting is that these four people are not the people we thought would be coming because they are not, paramilitary rescue. You know what I mean? Like they're not like Naomi was. Just
right.
And I mean when I said Naomi, I mean just in terms of her skills.
Right.
Her skills and not like her because she was crazy, but
in terms of her skills, I agree. Yeah, that's what I was expecting.
Yeah, so and that's what's interesting is you've got these people. When you see is it Dan? Dave or Dan? I don't remember.
Who?
Dan. Yeah, when you see Dan, and he's got the gun and he's all disheveled, and it's just like, you're not prepared for what's going on here. Like, you're not prepared to do. This isn't like a military rescue thing, So, it's interesting.
And like when he's dodging these questions, it doesn't come across as sinister. It just comes across as like he's muddling his way through, trying to like.
It comes across as he doesn't know.
Yeah.
I think that's part of it. And he doesn't have the training to like deal with this.
Yeah,
stuff.
like he doesn't know how to like properly sort of handle what he should say in this situation.
Like he picks up the call on speakerphone, and he's just talking eagerly, and it's like, oh shit, I'm on speakerphone.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. Yeah, he's just not. I don't know, not ready, and like. I don't know. I don't know. I appreciated that kind of character. It was just so weird to like see someone. I'm so used to everybody just kind of yelling at everybody and being very like, you know, sure of what they're doing, and you know, no, you're wrong. I know we have to do this, and he's just so like tentative, and I don't know.
Yeah, he's a scientist, and and I think well, obviously we got to talk about it. The big mystery is, what are these 4 people doing on the island?
Yeah.
Why were they chosen, for the mission? And I think that's really interesting that whatever reason they're there for is important enough for them to really go without having that training.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously Naomi was supposed to be there, picking up the slack on that end of it, but she got killed before they actually got there.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's interesting seeing that personality.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about it, but why do you think he was crying or upset when he saw the?
I have no idea. He didn't know.
Yeah, he didn't know.
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, I really don't know. Unless the best thing I can think of is he knew somebody. Offhand. That would be an obvious reason to cry.
And he just didn't say it?
Yeah, see, that's weird. If he knew somebody, he shouldn't say, I don't know. So that kind of messes up that theory. I don't know why he wouldn't say that.
Do you think he knew of the plane crash, or do you think this was like the first time he had heard about it?
I'm guessing, well, assuming I feel like it was news when it disappeared, so I would guess that he heard about it before if he's generally informed about things to an average level, which I would guess he is. I would say he had heard about it before. Heard about the fact that it disappeared.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird that he was upset about that, and I don't know if it's supposed to be like if he's upset that they found it, if he's upset that for some other reason that now that they found it that's going to lead to something. Is he having some precognitive emotion where he's sensing his own death or his own whatever that happens when he gets to the island? Like it's really weird to think about what's going on there.
His flashback is really short, and there's very little to go by. I mean, it's that tiny little scene, and you just don't really know anything about him. Like it's hard to guess. I mean, I don't know. The other people got longer flashbacks.
Yeah, they did.
So you get a better sense of what their life was like. He's just like sitting in the chair, and that's all you get. I don't know. I don't know. I assume we'll find out at a certain point, somehow, because that's just an odd thing to include. Then again, I still want to know why Locke was wet when he blew up the submarine. But we may never find that out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he just had to put the dynamite like on the sub on the outside. Or did we see him go in? We didn't see him go in, did we?
We saw him go inside the sub, yeah.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. I don't know why he was wet. Why was Walt wet?
Yeah, no. I don't know.
Why is anybody wet?
Nobody should be wet.
Stop being wet.
All right,
let's go.
Anyway, we're back. We go back over to Locke's group. Sawyer asks Locke about Walt. Locke says...
Locke about Walt.
Locke says that Walt was taller and that he told him he had to stop Naomi from bringing her people to the island. Which, like... I mean, that's pretty much... I mean, it seemed vaguely pretty much obvious, but it's at least a confirmation that that Walt did tell him to do that.
Mhm.
Because that was, I don't know, that was discussed. So anyway, where did I go? Locke says that he didn't ask any questions because he was shot, because Ben shot him and Walt saved his life. And so Locke trusted him. And Sawyer asked Locke how he could have been shot so recently and walking around fine now. And then Locke shows him the bullet wound and reveals that it went through him, and that his life was saved because he didn't have the kidney on that side, I guess.
Mhm.
So
the kidney his dad stole from him.
Kidney his dad stole from him, right? Right.
Which, you know, if his dad hadn't stolen his kidney, he'd be dead now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but wait, if his dad hadn't stolen his kidney, he never would have went to the island. Oh. All right, well, I guess it doesn't make it better.
Yeah, it's but he had to go to the island. But it's weird because it's like okay, his dad stole his kidney and like put him in a wheelchair, which is why like he wanted to go on the walkabout, and like he ended up on the island, which is like where he needed to like find himself. But the only reason he needed to do that is because his kidney was taken in the first place. Like that was the thing that sort of set off the problems.
Yeah.
You know, and because he was doing all right, like before he started talking to his dad. Like he didn't.
Yeah. He had a job at the toy store.
Yeah.
Got to play games all day.
Yeah, exactly. His favorite game, Mousetrap.
Mhm.
So yeah. Anyway, yeah. I mean, it seems like he wouldn't have had the need to go to an island and find his destiny if his kidney hadn't been stolen in the first place. So.
Mhm.
But yeah, whatever. Anyway, it's supposed to be all very great. That you know, the thing that seemed so bad was good in the end.
Here's another tangent on this note. Because I'm thinking of things, and I'm like, I don't remember how they ended. What happened with Locke and his dad?
Oh,
like he just turned him over to Sawyer, and that was it?
Yeah.
Did they have any like real closure though?
Who, Locke and his dad?
Yeah.
No.
Or like, why are you on the? How'd you get here? Oh, he gave that little story.
He gave his half-ass answer. Yeah. Yeah. The closure really went to Sawyer.
Yeah.
Locke didn't get closure.
Is that actually Locke's real dad?
You know, we talked about that. Like,
I just remembered. I'm like, how do we know that's really his dad?
Yeah, I know. That's what they made. Like once he started talking about, you know, he mentions that Anthony Cooper is an alias in that episode, and like I was actually listening to that podcast briefly, and we did bring up the idea that like maybe he really isn't his dad, and like it was just a con thing.
Mhm. The only problem with that
is he was a kidney match.
Yeah, the only problem with that is I would expect him to, if that's not his son, I would expect him to do some sort of information gathering to see what kind of blood type he was, to see if he'd be a match for the kidney. Because you don't want to go through all that and then it not be a match. And you know, it's like, shit, well, there's been all this time pretending to be this guy's dad and the kidney doesn't match. So that's the only thing that I would be like, well, you know, that he would have to do some pre-planning to make sure his con worked.
Yeah.
And I think there's more factors than just a blood type, but
and I do think it's supposed to be his dad. He does say that Locke is his kid in that episode. He tells Sawyer that. So
yeah.
So I do think it's true, but when he starts talking, like it really starts to seem like it's not.
Yeah, I believe it's true. Because I think if a guy like that who realizes he needs a kidney, he would just go to his son.
Yeah.
Go to find his real son and, you know, do that.
Yeah.
That makes more sense than just, oh, here's a random guy that, you know.
Yeah. No, I think he is. But as far as closure, it really just didn't happen. Like I guess, you know, Locke was satisfied by Sawyer killing him. Like Locke couldn't do it. Like Ben wanted Locke to do it for some reason, and he couldn't do it for whatever reason. He didn't hesitate to kill Naomi, but
well, Naomi didn't steal his kidney and paralyze him.
Oh, okay. So he wants to kill her
she
more?
was worse.
Okay.
No. Yeah. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I found it odd that, like, I mean, I wouldn't, in the situation, I wouldn't want to do it either, but still, I don't know. Once he was in private, I feel like he should have been able to do it.
Mhm.
I don't know. Slitting somebody's throat when they're tied to, like, a big, like, column, I don't know. I'm not sure I would want to do that, but
yeah.
something off-putting about that. With everybody, like, looking at you. And, I don't know. Something creepy about it. Anyway, whatever. No closure. All
right.
Or that's as much closure as there was. So, where am I? Right. Oh, so I got to the end of that scene. Okay, so we go back to Dan and Jack and Kate. They're now in the sort of rocky part of the island.
Who? Oh, Dan, Jack, and Kate.
Dan, Jack, and Kate. Yeah. They're in they look to be in an area similar to where Desmond killed Kelvin. That area reminiscent of that.
The flats, yeah, sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
The rocky.
I actually thought this was good. For a half a second, I thought Kelvin was they were gonna find his dead body lying there.
Oh,
I don't know why I thought that. That was a silly idea, but I saw that place and I'm like, wow, they're gonna find the body? No, they're not. Of course not.
No, Desmond ate that body a long time ago.
So yeah, when he was fixing the boat.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, they see Miles lying there, apparently injured, and
he's injured. Let's go have the doctor go look at him.
Yeah, so Jack goes to check on him, and as he's checking on him, he quickly discovers that it's actually a ruse. Miles pulls out a gun.
The old dead mongoose trick.
Yeah. Is that what they call that?
That's the dead mongoose.
The dead mongoose.
I don't know. There are animals that do that, though. They pretend they're dead. And
oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think a mongoose might try that.
Yeah, mongoose, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're pretty crafty. Anything that could defeat a cobra, I think, is worthy of respect.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't want to try to defeat a cobra.
Mm-mm.
Not with my bare hands, at least.
No.
So anyway, Miles pulls out a gun. Miles asks Kate where Naomi is.
Oh, wait, can I just quickly say that I hate that whole ruse, by the way?
Oh.
Because I'm like, because I get hung up on the logistics of things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if he had just landed or something, I'd be like, okay. But he was, a fair bit of, time away, I would imagine, at least a couple minutes. And it's just like, well, first of all, it was nighttime before, wasn't it? And then when they get there, it's daytime.
Yeah.
I think. Is it nighttime? Oh, no, it's daytime, because he talks about the light. Oh, no, what am I thinking?
That's
I'm
later.
confused. That is later.
The helicopter was at night, and then it turned into
helicopter's at night, but when they're walking, it's daytime.
When they're
walking,
it's daytime, yeah.
It's daytime by now. But I'm just like, did he just lay there until somebody found him, or like, how do you really pull that trick off unless you know when people are coming?
Well, if he has a phone, he can track them.
But did he have a phone?
I don't know.
That might make sense. Maybe he has a phone, and he
should have had a phone. Everybody else did.
Yeah, he should have had one.
I mean, it could have broken like what's his name did, but
Thanks.
But if he
okay, I'll buy that. That works for me. He's like, okay, they're coming, and he can do his whole trick, and
yeah, he doesn't have to lay there for an hour or whatever.
Yeah, I'm just like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's a bad plan.
Can it be fixed?
No.
Oh.
Well, if you have a phone, I guess.
Man, that came to nothing. That blast door map, man.
Yeah.
Man.
Sorry, blast door map. The map and the mural.
Mm-hmm.
The
mural with all the symbology.
Mm-hmm. It's Walt versus Aaron.
Yeah, exactly. Terror of the Titans.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Sorry, Blastor Map. You really seemed interesting for a while there. But yeah, I can't. I mean, it just, especially now, it just seems like useless. Like, so what? There's a bunch of like Dharma shit. Okay. What are we gonna do? Go visit every place?
Yeah.
I've seen most of them. So anyway, what happens here? So Miles asks where Naomi is, and that's the end of the scene. And then what?
Starts laughing.
Oh, okay, sorry. So then we go into a flashback. It's Miles' flashback. He arrives at a house.
In Inglewood.
In Inglewood, yeah. I forgot to mention Dan was in Essex, Massachusetts. So anyway, he arrives at a house in Inglewood. This is Miss Gardner's house. His name is Miles Strom. And anyway, she lets him in. He asks for money up front. I guess he's apparently raised the price because her grandson was murdered. She goes and gets the money out, and then Miles puts together a vacuum cleaner looking device and tells her not to come upstairs no matter what she hears. He turns the device. He goes up to the room. He plugs in, turns the device on. Then he sits on the bed and talks to the dead grandson. He asks the ghost to tell him where it is, and then he hears a noise. And when he investigates where the noise was, he discovers some drugs and some money. He takes the money, leaves the drugs, and turns off the vacuum. He then, as he leaves the room, he quickly says, "You can go now," and then he leaves the room. And so then he goes downstairs. Miss Gardner asks if it worked, and Miles says that it did work and that he is at peace now. And then he gives Miss Gardner a refund, and that's it.
Yeah, he gave her half her money back. He gave her the original price, basically.
Yeah, the 100 instead of the 200.
Yeah.
He says it was easier than he thought.
It was easier than he thought. Wow.
So
I like his character a lot. I like what he's doing on the show, the actor. And I like this plot line here.
Yeah.
With him, his abilities or whatever.
Yeah.
A lot of questions.
This scene really threw me the first time I saw it. I didn't understand it at all. I think I understand it a little better now, but whatever. So what's going on? There's
a lot of questions here. First, I think. Well, I can give you my take on what's going on. I mean, obviously, I think we can safely say he can communicate with the dead.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that seems.
I mean, it was sort of verified with Naomi. I mean, he could have just been lying or mistaken with what he said about Naomi. Yeah. But it seems like he really does have some powers. It's not like, with Claire's psychic where, he could be putting on a show because he was by himself.
Yeah.
And he found something that he wouldn't have known was there unless someone told him. But my question is, is it as seemingly innocent as it appears, as innocent as talking to dead can be? Well, there's a lot of questions on why did he take the money? Why, did he know the money was there? He says He says, I'd like to tell her, you're gone or whatever, but you got to tell me where it is. And it tells him where the money is. So to me, this makes me think they have some connection. Like he knew about this. I'm thinking maybe he's the reason that the ghost is still around, that machine. I don't know if that machine makes him able. I mean, it obviously doesn't make him able to talk to ghosts because he talked to Naomi.
Yeah.
So maybe that thing, sort of transfers the spirit places, and so that machine allowed the grandson to be in the room. But he seems to suggest that the kid is there all the time causing havoc for the grandmother.
Yeah.
So, but then my other thought is, well, maybe somehow Miles has trapped this guy there because he wants the money.
Mhm.
But I don't know.
Yeah, he made it seem like a racket, like
because and then exactly it makes it seem like a racket, and then at the end he goes, "Oh, you can go now."
Yeah, it's like perfunctory, like oh yeah, and be gone, spirit. Like it's so, I don't know. It was so like it seems like he does like have the ability to talk to the dead, but like he just wants to like take their hidden money. Like that's his scam. Like he can do it, but he uses it to like steal stuff.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. Does he do that all the time, or does he do that in this particular case?
Yeah,
because he knows something more about it. Because he said his friend told him his grandson was murdered. Potentially told him what it was about. Oh, it's drugs. We never found the money. I'm thinking the conversation was something like that. And so he knows there's money to be found.
I think he says his friend at the police station, I think. So
maybe and maybe like maybe it has something to do with the spirit hangs around whatever thing that led to their death or something, like he knew the money was there because the spirit was there. You know what I mean? So he knew that it would be somewhere near there. If that makes sense.
Oh yeah, I get it. Yeah.
So, because it could have been, the money's in Albuquerque or something. You know what I mean? That wasn't what happened. So I feel like there's some connection there.
Yeah.
But I don't know. What do you think's going on? What do you think the device is? I want to know that.
Oh God, I have no idea what the device is because he apparently doesn't need it. Maybe.
And that's the thing. Maybe it's just.
I don't know.
It's just a thing because he put it together in front of the grandmother.
Yeah. Maybe
it's just it's just all part of the act. And that's the other thing too is that he says, "Don't come up no matter what you hear," which is a great line, but maybe that's all it is. Because nothing happened. And that's the thing. Was it really easier than he thought it would be? Or did he know it was going to be that easy?
Yeah, I can't. That's the thing. I can't really tell. Like, if he knew the money was going to be up there, it's just odd. Or maybe he was just like, maybe if he hadn't found the money, he would have kept the 200.
It seemed like he was expecting trouble because the grandson was murdered.
It does, yeah. Yeah, that's what he was saying he was charging extra for. Like, it would be harder to do for that reason. But when he got up there, like, he spent pretty much, the whole time he was up there just, like, trying to find this money.
Yeah, and it was very quick. It seemed like he knew more. It wasn't like, why are you here? It was like, I just, I want to tell your grandmother you're gone. Like, he seemed to know information about what was going on.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he did. I think he did know something about what was going on. But yeah, I got the impression it was some, I don't know. it was just some kind of nice supernatural ripoff thing. People die and hide their money, and he can find it because he can talk to their dead spirit.
Yeah, it's weird.
That was the impression I had. Now one thing that's weird about this scene that a few people have brought up is a couple times they focus on the pictures on the wall,
Mm-hmm.
and if you pay attention, the frames of the pictures change drastically from when he's first there and later after he comes down.
Oh, really?
From the room, yeah, like they're strikingly different frames. I have no idea why that happened, but
So one is him, and it looks like he's in a backyard or something. And then let's see what the second one is. I did notice that they were focusing on the pictures. So let's see. I don't know what they are. Let's see. Is it when he leaves? Did they show it again when he leaves, or?
Yeah, like, well, once he comes downstairs.
Oh, that's right.
I think that's when it is. Let me see. There's somewhere where I saw these pictures where you could see the two shots next to each other. Well, that's where it's easy to see all the differences. And this might just be like really bad prop people, but
so the picture doesn't change. You're just saying the placement or something changes.
The frames.
Oh, the actual frame of the picture changes.
Yeah, like noticeably.
Mhm.
I mean, noticeably if you see it, because I didn't notice it. So.
How noticeable is it if you didn't notice it? I'm not sure.
It's a bit odd to call it noticeable in that case, but.
Where is that? I'm sure it's on Lostpedia somewhere.
I'm trying to find it, because I saw it on the Lost TV thing. Someone put the pictures together, but the problem is there's too many other pictures here. Man, I should have looked this up. Oh, is it here? No, that's not it. Man, okay. Try to go over here. Sorry, guys.
Here's somebody talking about it. Let's see.
Oh, here it is. Here's the thing where here they are. This isn't necessarily like the best pair of pictures, but
What site's it on?
It's on Lost TV. There's I think that's one of them. And this isn't really the best like thing to A/B from, but I think it'll do. And here is the other one.
Yeah, let's see. It's like it looks bigger too.
Like it appears to be the same picture, but
Yeah, the frame is different. It makes it look bigger.
But yeah, the frame's totally different. And you can see I think that other frame to the left is different too. The one that's sort of up and to the left.
Yeah, that first frame is really thick, and the second one's really thin.
Yeah, and it's just weird. It's just weird that if that's a mistake, I don't know. Like they had to go back and they couldn't find the original frames, or I don't know what sort of explanation, but whatever. I feel like I had to bring it up.
Yeah, well.
But I don't know what to do with it. The person on Lost TV is saying this is evidence that Desmond traveled back in time.
What?
But you know how people are. Yeah, so the theory goes that when Desmond pulled turned the failsafe key, he traveled back in time and changed the future, and that's what we're seeing here.
So when he what?
Get it?
So when he walks through the door, Desmond hasn't done the failsafe yet.
Yeah.
And by the time he leaves, the failsafe has gone off.
Yeah, because they just say the report of that they found the plane, and like I guess he's suggesting that was around the time that he did it, and yeah.
Well, but we have no. How do we have any way of correlating when they found the wreckage?
We don't.
Okay.
Well, there might be some dates in here. I can't remember. Let's see.
I don't remember any.
Yeah, he's actually asking, like, when did that happen again? Anyway, here's my theory.
So he's got it all. He's got all the details nailed down.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So anyway, I mean, I don't really believe that. I think that's pretty far-fetched. But I do find it to be like, as far as prop errors go, like it's fairly extreme. I mean, the frames are drastically different. I mean, someone had to take it out of one frame and put it in another frame.
The picture, I mean, if you go back and look at it, to me the picture actually looks bigger because, it's got that wood paneling in the background. It almost looks like a different wall too. If you look, you can judge the size of the pictures relative to the panel that it's on. The first picture fits between, like, pretty much right between the panel, and the second picture is like 1.5 inches or 2 inches on either side bigger than the panel that it's on. So
yeah.
That's weird. To me, it looks like they tried to recreate that. I mean, you gotta look at the first wall again. Yeah, I guess that's the same wall, I guess. But the picture's different. The picture's definitely smaller.
Yeah, it does.
So I don't know. So not only is the frames different, but the pictures are smaller.
Yeah.
And they spaced it differently. They spaced it on the wall differently. The 3 pictures that are there.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Maybe I can only imagine that they did the shot, that they shot everything, and then were like, we want a second shot of the thing, and like they'd already like, torn down the set, not torn down the set, but undressed the set or something.
Mhm.
And had to recreate it, and I don't know. That's weird to me though. You'd think they would,
Yeah,
I
mean, the usual prop errors are not so extreme.
Yeah.
Where it's like they focus on it, and I mean, someone had to, possibly print out a larger picture, put it in a different frame. Like, why couldn't they use the original frames? Like, did they lose them, or were they destroyed, or like what kind of? I don't know. It just seems odd that I feel like when they were done, they could, the frames would just get put in a box or something, and they could just pull them out again. I don't know.
Yeah, unless unless it's just some really crazy circumstance where they were like, the frames are back at the warehouse. Well, we can, I can go run and, I don't know. I mean,
yeah,
they shot this in L.A., so it's like, I don't know. They can run to the store and get a new frame or something.
Did they
I don't
shoot
know.
this in L.A.?
Oh, I don't know. It looks like L.A. I don't know where they shot it. I mean, I would
Okay.
imagine that anything not shot on the island would be shot here, but I don't know.
Well, in the past, they've shot everything in Hawaii, including the stuff that's not on Hawaii.
Oh, really? I thought they shot some of that stuff
The
in LA.
The one scene with Jack and Kate at the end of the flash forward was shot in L.A. But besides that, everything has been in Hawaii.
Oh, okay.
They just find like locations in the cities and stuff and dress them up to look like wherever they're supposed to be.
Mhm. It looks like. I mean, that looks like Inglewood, which is why I say that.
Yeah, I mean it can be.
Yeah.
It's just logistically easier for them to shoot everything in Hawaii.
Mhm.
Because like most of the main action's there, and
oh yeah.
It's a long flight. But yeah, this very well could not be Hawaii, but I just assume everything is because they usually shoot everything there.
So yeah, I don't know.
And I thought you might
know.
know, like you actually heard that or something.
No, I didn't hear that.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah, I don't know what's going on with this guy.
I don't either, but whatever. If you want to look at it, it's out there. Yeah, this specific place I'm talking about is it's on Lost TV, and the thing's called "Did Last Night's Episode Substantiate Claims That Desmond Traveled Back in Time?" You can go play that. People can still be crazy, even in season 4. So okay, so where were we? Okay, so yeah, this flashback, this really throws a supernatural element in here. I mean, I guess it's already there to some extent, but I mean, having a guy talk to dead people is, I don't know, farther than I thought Lost was going to go with being explicit about supernatural stuff.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think of what they're doing. I feel like then it's not what it appears to be.
What do you mean?
I feel like he's not really talking to dead people.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, I feel like that's what it should be. I mean, I don't think that's what I think. I'm not saying that's what I think is happening, but I'm saying just from what you said, that it's farther than you thought Lost would go. Like, it makes me feel like there's some other explanation for what we're seeing.
Oh.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I see. Okay.
I don't know what that could be. I mean, it seems pretty obvious to me that's what's going on, but, I mean, how could he not be talking to dead people? The only way is if, I mean, you have to explain how he knew where the money was, why he's even talking to anyone in the first place, and the noise.
And the noise, yeah.
And then with Naomi, you got to explain how, maybe he just said that. Maybe he was just like, yeah, she verified it or something.
He definitely could have just said that.
Or he's just wrong about his impression of,
The money thing is more compelling than the noise.
If it wasn't for the noise, I could say, he just was just sensing or something and just picked the right place, got lucky. But
looks like a place
the thing
to
with the noise was weird,
Yeah. Yeah, and it's possible the noise could have just
like a random noise
or something. Yeah. Get noises sometimes. Maybe
the machine is a money finder.
Oh.
And it makes a noise wherever like near where money is in the room.
I see. It's a money detector.
It's a money detector.
Nice.
From Apple.
From Apple. Wow. It didn't look very nice for Apple. They need to.
No, it's a prototype.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
The design team hasn't really perfected it yet.
Yeah. Well, if it works, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
They can get the looks right later. I'm all about functionality. I wouldn't mind a money finder.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, and this whole thing, like I got the impression, is that ghost really gonna go away now? Is he gonna go away because of something he's done, or is he gonna go away because he said he can go away? Yeah, exactly.
It seemed like he was giving him permission.
Yeah, it did. But it seemed like such an afterthought. It seemed like he was about to leave. Oh yeah. By the way, leave. Go ahead.
Mhm.
That's what he was supposed to do. I don't know. That's why the scene was weird to me. There's I don't know. I might be obsessing about it too much, but it just played out so strangely.
Mhm. I think ordinarily. I think in a different circumstances we would have seen this scene first. We would have seen before this scene, if he would have got a longer flashback, I think we would have saw a scene where it was a typical exorcism or whatever, and he's doing his thing, but it's a little weird. And then later, but it seems to be okay. He just did his thing. then later we get this scene and we realize, oh, it's a racket, and oh, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they skipped the, because I think, this is the first time we've seen something like this, so we're expected to like believe it as something that we've seen before. He's going to come in and get rid of the ghost, but it turns into something else, and we're not ready for that. And I think if he had a longer flashback, they would have set that up better.
Mm-hmm.
They would have made us really believe he's this guy who can do this thing, and then later show that he's a little, malicious.
Yeah. And does he really know that, like, he's at peace now and he's not going to bother her anymore? Like, or is he just saying that because he got the money and he's ready to leave? Or
I feel like those lines are just lines he's saying. I think they're in effect true. I think the grandson won't bother her anymore. I think he is gone now, and he's not really like that. He's at peace, but I feel like whatever connection to that money, I feel like that was why the grandson was still around. But now that the money's gone, he won't be there, and maybe the guy like let him go or something. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't really know.
So, but he does mean it. He's not like.
I think he means it. Yeah, I think he does mean it.
Okay. Okay. All right. So anyway.
And it's like, did he give her money back because he found money, or is it because he found more than he thought, or
Yeah.
Anyway,
I got the impression it was because he found a lot of money.
Mhm.
And he didn't feel the need to charge extra because, he spent about, 2 minutes and, got a big wad of money. And he didn't feel the need to, take 200 more or 100.
Mhm.
That was the sense I got, but I don't know. It also seemed like he was lying to me. Like, oh, it's easier than I thought. I don't know.
Yeah, he was very flippant about a lot of what he said, so it's hard to tell what was true or not.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a weird flashback.
And it was weird because we didn't, I thought before he left we would see some flash of him like with Jacob. I thought we were going to see some flash of the grandson or something.
Me too.
But that didn't happen, and it's like we didn't see what the grandson was doing to the grandmother, so it's like we don't really know anything about the situation,
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's what happens when you get one scene for a flashback.
Yeah, I think we're just supposed to take that he can talk to dead people and he's not really a good guy.
Okay.
And go on from there.
I'll buy that. Yeah, there's something. Yeah, I liked his character too. He's up to something.
Yeah, he was good. He's very, I don't know, something.
Yeah.
I've seen that actor in something else. I think he was good in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, something a while ago. So what's the next scene?
So the next scene, we're back on the island, and Miles has a gun on Jack.
What?
Yeah, I know. Dan tries to sort of talk Miles, out of his sort of threatening gun holding, and Miles then reveals that Naomi's message that you remember from last episode, "Tell my sister I love her," was actually code for "I'm captured and I have a gun to my head."
What? You're kidding. I never would have guessed that.
Yeah, I know. Who saw that coming?
Claude saw that coming. Yeah.
Well, I didn't, but yeah.
Yeah, you're like, I'm waiting for the sister.
I thought the sister was gonna show up, and where's my sister?
Yeah.
And then she was gonna go kill Locke or something. I saw this whole thing coming from that.
Yeah,
but,
New Year's Justin doesn't always work.
Yeah, but I was just thinking, when they played that in the previously on Lost, that man, that was a crappy line. That just, it's so, it's such a cliche thing to say when you die. And I was just like, come on, Lost. I was just thinking, like, that's where Lost fails me. They go for these cliches sometimes, and it really just bugs me. But, all right, it was a code.
Well, see, that's why I thought, that's part of the reason I thought that it was a code was because it was so cliche.
Yeah.
It was too ridiculous. To me, it was just like, it was just too much. Like, it's got to be more than just, she's got a sister that she loves. You know? I think if they were really, if it wasn't a code, they would have had her say something else.
Yeah. And actually, especially now that I know more about Naomi, it seems plausible. I mean, she never really, like, showed what she was all about, you know, in her lifetime, because she was just kind of biding time, trying to get the team there. But, you know, now that I know that she was, like, the muscle of the group, like, you know, it seems a lot more plausible that she would do that. But at the time, I just didn't envision her, like, saying codes, and I don't know, I just took her at her word. Silly me. What was I thinking?
I think, we got to talk about what's going on with this team. I mean, Naomi was the muscle, but, like, why do they think they can continue this mission without her? Why are they even trying, you know? I mean, it's one thing, of course, to, like, you know, they want to get there, they want to find her body, and they want to do whatever, but I'm just concerned because Abaddon was like, you know, it's your job to get them in and out without getting killed, you know. I guess later we can talk about why. Why can't they die? Why are they not expendable, you know? As you might expect some people in these positions to be, you know, like the scientists or the, you know. But
once they serve their purpose,
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Or even if they don't serve their purpose, you know, even if, like, they fail, like, are they not replaceable, you know? Just get another science physicist. Or is he important for who he is particularly?
Yeah.
You know, which it most likely should, I mean, that should be the case, that he's important because of who he is.
Yeah.
Not what he knows in particular. But
what he knows is part of who he is, but, yeah. I think
not just because of what he knows, is what I mean. You know, like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. They're specifically chosen, but, yeah, okay, we'll get to that. So anyway, Jack says, what does Jack say? Oh, Jack. I know he said, I lost my line. Here it is. Jack says they didn't kill her. Miles wants to be taken to her body. Kate tells Miles that Locke killed Naomi. And Miles says that he'll know what happened if they take him to her body.
And he will.
Yeah.
So and here, actually, in this, I think this isn't evidence that he has spiritual, like, you know, supernatural powers, but it's evidence that he thinks he has spiritual power.
Yeah.
You know.
He definitely believes it. Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think he would say that if he knew he was just faking.
I don't think there's a scam there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think he believes it. And, you know, when he went up to the room, he was talking like he believed it.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't need to do that. He could have just started looking for the money. So, yeah. And until further notice, I think he can do it.
Yeah, I think he can do it. That's weird, though.
It's really weird. I don't know how to deal with that, but apparently he can do it. I mean, if he starts talking to everybody that's dead, I mean, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about what these 4 people could be doing on the island, but but I definitely think, you know, his talking to dead people will come in handy.
Oh, yeah, I agree. It's one of those skills that, you know, how can they not bring it up again?
Yeah.
It's a little bit too crazy to just ignore for a season. So, yeah, I'm sure something will happen with that. So, in the next scene, we're back with Locke's group. They're resting in a creek kind of area. Ben tries to talk to Alex. Then Carl threatens him. And then Sawyer gets in the middle and tells Carl to go away and settle down. Then
you're missing the good lines, man.
Sorry. I didn't write down any of those lines.
I love Ben's. Well, I love Carl trying to, like, you know, you just shut up, Mr. Linus. You know, like, Carl's finally got some power. He's got the gun. He's got the girl. You know, and then Ben's like, you know, if you're sleeping with my daughter, you might as well call me Ben. You gotta love that line.
Yeah, it's kind of sad to, like, threaten someone and say, like, Mr. Linus or something like, I don't know. You're undermining your threat, I think.
Yeah.
Like, gee whiz, Mr. Linus, you better stop talking like that.
Yeah, and I really like, I think, see, this is the thing about writing. He could have easily called him Ben, and that could have been to show that he's not, you know, subordinate anymore, you know, or at least doesn't feel subordinate anymore. But then you wouldn't have that line. So it's like, that's the thing where you have to change something to make the other part better, you know. But then, of course, now, like you said, Mr. Linus isn't as authoritative, so.
Yeah.
But you still get that good line, so.
It just seems like a show of respect.
Yeah.
Sort of...
I think it's just a setup for Ben's line. That's all it is.
Yeah, it is.
But it just kind of sucks if you think about, like, okay, well, you shouldn't call him Mr. Linus.
Yeah. Oh, Carl, yeah, he was trying to be the big man.
Mhm.
And then he doesn't watch his gun. But anyway.
Yeah, we talk about that.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know. Sometimes I wrote down the lines and sometimes I didn't. In this case, I didn't. After Carl and Alex leave, Ben talks to Sawyer and asks Sawyer why he left Kate behind. And,
Yeah, it's like, Sawyer's like, hey, Carl, don't let him get in your head, and then he let him get in his head. It's
he
like,
immediately latches on to Sawyer and starts, yeah. That's what Ben does. Like, now, like, I think based on this episode, like, it's getting clearer, like, what he was doing in season 2.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like, he'll just sit there and fuck with you. He's not necessarily like, you know, trying to do any particular thing. He just likes messing with people. He you know, can't seem to get enough of that. And you know, last episode he didn't have much. He was like, "Yeah, Jack, you punched me and I got you back." But I don't know. He's coming back with a bit of a vengeance in this episode.
He's going in strength. They really should kill him now before he kills all of them.
I know.
They really, like, I mean, I know it's a show, but, like, if this is reality, it's like we really should just put this, because Sawyer was exactly right. Yeah. You know, when this is the same scene, right? When Locke, when he gets upset and like starts beating him up, and Locke comes and stops him. But it's like that line, because we said that last episode, I think. We did, yeah. You know, that Ben's probably already figured out how he's gonna like get back on top, and I'm like, you're right, Sawyer. He probably has. Yeah. Yeah. Glad they said that. Yeah, I was too. I was like, yeah, of course. That's just, yeah, that's how he does. He was taken aback for a bit. He didn't know what to do, but he figured it out. He went with Locke, and he's on track, I think. So yeah. Anyway, Ben sort of taunts Sawyer about who he is off the island, and you know, in comparison to who he is on the island, and about the fact that Kate's with Jack, and you know, Jack's better off the island and all that, and then Sawyer starts hitting Ben because of the taunting, and then Locke comes over. This is weird. It's like Sawyer stopped Carl, and then Locke stopped Sawyer. Just, I don't know. Now he should start taunting Locke, and then like somebody else should step in. Like, yeah, endless domino effect. I don't know. Anyway, Locke stops Sawyer. Then Locke says that Ben man, what I wrote down is weird. I guess Sawyer wants to kill Ben, right? And and Locke says that Ben is worth keeping alive. And Sawyer thinks Ben has already figured out how he's going to get them.
and then Sawyer gives the rope to Locke so he can walk Ben.
Mhm.
And that's the end of the scene. But yeah, Sawyer's right at this point. It turns out not to hurt him too much, but nonetheless.
I don't know why Locke isn't just like picking Ben's brain every second.
I know.
You know, I guess maybe he thinks Ben won't tell him anything like, than Ben offers, but
yeah,
it's weird.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Or maybe
I think Ben, like, he won't talk unless, and even when he does talk, it's, most of it's lies. So, everything he says will be a lie. So,
Oh, Russo. Man, I think Russo has been like, I think she's got the worst part on the whole show because she's always there. And there's some times when she's like in the background a lot, like when they were going through the flame and like now with this whole thing.
Yeah.
And she had her heyday in season 1, but like after that she was just like every now and then she'll pop up, and it's just sad to see her like in this episode. She's just like in the background doing nothing.
Yeah.
She has like one line I think when she when they want to kill Ben and she tries to take Alex away or something, and she kind of has a little line, but
yeah. Yeah, no, she's got a thankless role at this point.
She just gotta. I just imagine that actress like having to show up and get dirty and put on the makeup and the wet hair and the clothes, just to sit in the background,
just to stand there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it beats a 9 to 5, I guess.
It does. It's weird that she's still hanging around, but I guess it's just because Alex is there.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
and they're not even talking. They're not reconnecting.
Not. Why would they?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. She's around like sometimes, and then like, I don't know. It does seem like they ought to get a scene, but
didn't she stay alive on the island by avoiding situations like this?
I think she did.
I think she has, and it's like, why are you around? But I guess she feels like it's better to go to the barracks and have safety. Does she even know about the barracks and the vents?
Who knows what she knows? She's crazy. Yeah, she does know about the barracks, though, because she was there when they went there originally.
But she doesn't. Oh, that's right. With the whole map thing.
Yeah.
But does she know about the fence?
Yeah, she does know about the fence.
She does know about the fence? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then she should go.
She saw it.
Oh, they were trying to cross. Oh, that's right. She saw what it did to Mikhail, right?
Yeah.
She was there for that?
I think, well, maybe she wasn't there. She was with the group. She may have left, but she was back at a certain point.
She did come back.
She must have seen the fence because at a certain point she's in there. She's looking at Alex.
Yeah, but I mean, does she know what it does?
Oh, she may not know what it does.
Yeah. Okay.
She may. I can't remember if she was in that scene or not. I guess I could look it up.
I don't think she was in the scene with Mikhail when we first saw what it does.
Because she was with that group. She was totally with that group, but I don't know how she left.
It was Kate,
Saeed, Locke, and
Mikhail.
Mikhail and her.
Mickey. So she was there when they were crossing over.
Well, I'm not saying that, but she was with them.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying when they're crossing over, I know it was Kate, Locke, Mikhail, and Saeed.
She was
right?
Yeah. They were all definitely there.
Because Juliet shows up at some point, right? Was Juliet? Wait, what am I thinking? She's there.
Juliet was still with the others.
She's still with the others. When they find Jack, when they get through the fence and they see Jack, Danielle isn't there, right? Because I remember she was doing something, and she comes later, right?
Yeah, she comes later.
Oh, is that when she says the line that she stays out of situations like this?
No, that was in Inner 77 when they went to the flame.
I don't know.
I'm trying. Yes, what I was trying to say is she was with their group originally. Like When
Yeah.
they set out from the Flame to go to the barracks, she's with them. You know, they have a conversation in the woods, and she's there because she says, you know, don't listen to him. Every word he says will be a lie.
Yeah.
You know, but then at a certain point, it does seem like she disappeared.
I feel like by the time they actually got there, she wasn't there with them. But she showed up later when they were through with the whole thing. When the others left, she was there at the end, right? Because doesn't she, like... I don't remember.
At a certain...
Oh, wait! I'm confused. What was Saeed? Because he gets captured at some point.
Yeah, Saeed gets captured and tied to the swing set.
That's after they get through, then.
That's after they get through, yeah. Yeah. They all get through and split up. And Jack, not Jack, Kate goes to see Jack. Saeed gets captured off screen. Locke goes to see Ben. And Rousseau does who knows what. You see her later, like, looking at Alex from inside the trees.
Mm-hmm.
But, like,
oh, okay.
Yeah, but you don't. I don't think you actually see, like, what she's up to. Yeah, and I'm looking at that scene, and it doesn't mention her being there. But I don't know where she went. Like, she's in this scene, this earlier scene with them. And they don't explain, I think, why she isn't there. Unless she is there and she didn't have any lines. I can't remember. I just watched it, but I can't remember.
This says she was there when they arrive at the Sonar fence.
Who says?
Wikipedia. I mean, Lostpedia says that.
Okay, yeah. She was with the group.
She should be. I just didn't remember her there. Okay.
I didn't either, but she didn't have any lines. I think that's part of the problem.
And we go full circle.
Okay, all right. Anyway,
yeah, here's a picture of her there. So she does know what the fence is. That's all I wanted to know was that she has reason to believe she'll be safe.
Yeah.
At the barracks.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess she does.
Yeah.
I think I couldn't remember in that scene because I think she just stands there and doesn't do anything.
She's in the back. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't remember her climbing over. I'm just like, were you really there?
I don't remember her climbing over either, but I don't know. I think they don't show everybody climbing over.
No, might not.
I think they just linger on Kate doing it, and everybody else is just like, whatever, they did it somehow. They didn't want to show all of them.
Yeah.
So,
all right.
Okay.
We're only halfway through this episode. Let's speed it up.
Oh, well, we're about on track. So, the next scene, Miles is kneeling over Naomi's dead body and talking quietly, seemingly to himself, but I guess to her dead spirit.
Do you think he's talking to her, or do you think he's, like, praying or something?
Oh, maybe that's...
I got the sense he was, like, doing some sort of prayer thing.
No, I thought he was talking to her, but maybe not. I don't know. He could be. You don't really hear it.
Because he was saying a lot to be, like, sort of talking.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
But yeah, you don't really hear it.
Yeah, it's just kind of muttered as far as the soundtrack goes. So then Dan says that the light doesn't scatter quite right there on the island, and then Kate asks Dan to put the gun away, and then Jack stops Kate from trying to coerce Dan into putting the gun away, and Jack winks at her.
Wink.
And says, whatever, let's let this play out.
Mm-hmm.
Then Miles comes back over and confirms that what Kate said was true as far as Locke killing Naomi. And then the phone indicates that Charlotte, a third team member, is only 3 kilometers from where they are. Miles and Dan start to walk away, and then Jack tells them to put the guns down.
Sounds like you're telling a story. then, then they open the door and they find a magical forest.
So Jack tells them to put the guns down because they have friends in the jungle with guns at their heads, and they don't believe him. So then the shots are fired, and Saeed and Juliet reveal themselves as having guns and holding them on Dan and Miles. So then they disarm them.
It's funny to me, like, this scene or this instance, you know, it's like he, you know, you really, if Miles would have known Jack, he obviously doesn't, you know, of course, but, like, you know, Jack doesn't say stuff like that. Jack wouldn't lie about something like that, you know.
Yeah.
Like, even though we didn't really know what was going on, when he said that, you know it's true.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he does it. It's just so weird how you can just know his character, where it's just like, yeah, Miles, trust him.
Yeah.
There's guns to your head. If Jack says there's guns to your head.
Yeah. I don't see him doing a bluff like that.
He wouldn't bluff like that.
The other weird thing is this scene was kind of reminiscent of the scene with the others in season 2.
Mm-hmm.
They pretty much did the same thing. And
I think that's what they're going for is like, these guys are islanders now, you know.
Yeah.
And that was the other thing later when Frank calls Juliet a native, you know, which isn't quite accurate. But that's the thing. Like, you've got these new people coming to the island. They don't know what's going on. It looks so nice and beautiful. I mean, you know, but they have no idea, you know, and they think that the Losties are just these, you know, average survivors or whatever, but, like, they've changed a lot since they landed on that island, you know, and I think that's a good point to bring up, that it is like that, where you've got, you know, originally you've got the Losties and the others come, and they don't believe that there's more people out there, you know, and so it's a mirror of that, where the roles are reversed, and now the Losties are the ones who know the island and, you know, are in that position.
Yeah, it's weird to have outsiders and to sort of feel like, I mean, after a certain amount of time, you know, you get kind of like attached. You feel like the island is your place, and these new people are there. And
that's the thing. Like, remember in the beginning, like, there were only certain people who could find you know, Locke and Saeed. You know, they could track and they could do things, and, you know, but, like, now, like, even Hurley knows the directions on the island, and, you know, and, you know what I mean. Like, they all have a sense of where things are. They can all kind of get places. You know, it's not like they don't feel lost anymore on the island.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's supposed to be the point. What's going on there? So anyway, yeah, it's a nice little scene. They turn the tables. So then we go into a flashback. We're in Tunisia.
Tunisia, how lovely it is this time of year.
It is, yeah. A Jeep pulls up carrying Charlotte Lewis, a new character.
Bunch of hotties. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. She reads a newspaper article in French about the discovery of 815.
La Discoverie.
Yeah, retrouvé. I think that's the thing that ties these together. They put something about that in all the flashbacks.
Yeah. I think it's letting us know that they're happening pretty much at the same time.
Yeah, giving us a sense of.
Yeah, when is this, and when is this one in the future? Or?
Yeah, because they're going all over the place geographically. So, okay, so right, she reads the article, or at least notes it. I guess she didn't really read it in detail. That would be really boring to watch.
I think she knows what it says.
She knows what it says. But I said she reads it. Like
she reads the headline. Is what she does.
Yeah, she reads the headline. When she said,
"This excavation can wait. I need to read this article."
Yeah, and she has their friend there. When her friend's like, "How many languages are you gonna have to read that in?" And then she's like, "How many are there?"
Mhm.
I don't know. That was such a such a something line. I don't know.
I think yeah. How many languages are there?
She's so I don't know.
You know, if she wasn't English, you know, if she didn't have that accent, it would come off a bit different, but it sounds so like, I don't know, like she's gonna take over the world or something. She comes off very plucky and very like determined and but also a little naive, I think. But anyway, I think this lady's supposed to be her interpreter.
Oh yeah, you're right. Because the guy comes up and he's speaking French and stuff.
Yeah, I had to figure out who she was because I was confused when she goes a dinosaur, and I'm like, shouldn't you know that's not a dinosaur? I know it's not a dinosaur. I'm not an archaeologist or an anthropologist.
It's a dinosaur.
She's just like, is that like? It's so weird. But I guess that's what the audience reaction is they expect it maybe to be a dinosaur. But I just thought that was like, I thought like you should know that because aren't you, an anthropologist? But she's just a translator.
Yeah. And they
not
have,
that it's not
a
noble
talk
profession.
about it.
But...
Like they can't both know what it is because they have to talk about it so they can tell us.
Exactly.
So yeah.
Or they just do the thing where. It's this thing. Yeah, I know. Can you believe that?
yeah. They
or
could
like,
do that.
Where are we going again? Or tell me one more time. What's the plan?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Tell me again why this plan isn't crazy.
Yeah. Now, why can't we just do the other thing? All right.
Yeah. You gotta love writing. It just forces you to do certain things.
Yeah.
Can't get away. So anyway, where are we? Back to Tunisia. Well, we never left. So
we never left.
So this guy comes up and he's speaking in French and he says the site's closed and she just gives him a big stack of money and just walks on in.
You can't stop her, man.
No. It sort of makes her seem like I don't know. Unethical.
Like Indiana Jones?
Oh, that too.
What did you say?
Unethical.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. She says, people in our line of profession can't keep secrets. I think she's unethical to the extent that she's really passionate about her field. You know what I mean? And she'll do little things like that because she knows that that'll shut him up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I mean about Indiana Jones, where like he's doing everything he does because he, for the love of of the art of archaeology or whatever. But like, but he will shoot people and do whatever he's got to do to get the job done, kind of thing. Because he's a little jaded and he's very jaded. I think she's a little jaded.
Yeah.
But it's interesting having a character like that, and of the note that. They say twice that she's an archaeologist. Anthropologist.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd expect someone like that to really be an archaeologist, but that to me that's interesting because I wonder what that means in terms of why she's on the island.
Yeah.
That potentially she'll be doing more cultural things than.
Yeah. I mean, anthropologists do study fossils.
Yeah, of course they do.
Yeah.
Well, but I think even at the end they call her a culture anthropologist, which is like it seems like they're making the point, but I don't know.
Yeah. But they use the fossils to draw conclusions about cultures.
Mhm.
That's at least the one class I sat in was like that.
Yeah.
That's not the only thing they do, but it's among the things they do.
Mhm. Well, my point is, they could have just made her an archaeologist.
Oh yeah, they could.
For what we've seen.
Yeah.
So the fact that she's not an archaeologist, I think, is the point. Is maybe what's interesting, or it just could be they just called her whatever they wanted to call her.
Yeah. Yeah. No, she could have been, unless they want her to be that for some reason, or or it's trivial. Who knows?
Either or neither.
Yeah, Lost is, in the world of Lost, you just never know. So she walks over to the site and observes a polar bear skeleton in the sand.
Mm-hmm.
And after a very cursory excavation, the easiest excavation ever.
Someone had done all the work for her and stepped away to have a cigarette break
Yeah.
or something, or went to the bathroom.
Yeah, like they were on the verge of finding it, and she gets all the credit.
Or maybe because they said the site was closed, maybe they found this thing and was like, we got to close this site or something because this shouldn't be here or something. Maybe that's kind of what it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seemed like, you came just in time.
Yeah. Yeah, like it was so easy. I mean, the thing was like on the surface, I mean, it didn't even look like there was any digging needed. It looked like it was, like the wind uncovered it and yeah. So anyway, she says she's excavating, which is why I call it excavation, but I mean.
Yeah, it's like when a kid takes a shovel and pail to the beach and it's like,
Yeah, that's.
I'm looking for treasure.
Yeah. Oh. So sad. Oh. There's no treasure there, Timmy. I'm sorry.
There's no treasure, Timmy. Unless you can find Grandpa's teeth buried there somewhere.
Yeah. Citizen gift. Oh, Grandpa's teeth. I don't call that treasure.
Mm-mm.
So her excavation uncovers a collar with the Dharma Hydra logo on it.
What?
Ooh.
Wait, but you must be mistaken because they're in Tunisia.
Yeah.
Do you know where Tunisia is?
I do know where it is.
Well, what the hell?
Because I looked it up on Wikipedia.
Exactly.
I had a vague idea
now.
But, yeah. She looks really happy to have found the collar. She I don't know. She seems really excited.
I think she was looking for that. I mean, not that she's looking for the collar, but I think what she's looking for is she's gotten closer by finding the collar.
Yeah. So this is another short scene that I don't know what to make of it. It's what does that mean in itself, and what does that mean for her? In terms of what she's supposed to do.
I can answer both questions with one answer.
Okay. Ready. I'm ready.
But I won't.
Okay.
No, I think. Well, first I think, how did the polar bear get to Tunisia? Yeah. Well, how did a plane from Africa get to?
What they would say?
I feel like that's the fact that the polar bear is there. Just that idea of itself, isolated, is as important as the plane being on the island. That's to me. If they ever talk about it again,
it's just a weird thing.
It's a weird thing, and maybe at the end of it all, we'll get some answer. But I don't think in the short term that means a lot. But now the question is, okay, it did have the Hydra logo, and it, some people have been saying that it kind of seems like she was looking for it because she digs right where it is and finds it very quickly. Now, I chalk that up to, just the shooting of the scene, but, because it's not like the collar was, around its neck or where its kind of neck was, it was sort of below the neck, and it's like, well, maybe it would have been on top of the neck, or, she got lucky, basically.
Yeah.
Because, if she was digging where a collar would be, then I would say, okay, maybe she's looking for the collar. But she dug in some sort of random place, not outside the realm of where the collar would be, but, it didn't seem to me like she was really looking for the collar. She got lucky or something, or I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know what to make of that, but I think that somehow that collar tells her that whatever her big goal is, it's true. Like it helps with that.
Mhm.
So like if she's, people have said that maybe she will have something to do with the four-toed statue and whoever built that, on the island or something. Maybe her cultural anthropology skills will come in hand. Maybe she'll like find Adam and Eve or something and give us something interesting to say about it instead of well, from the decay of the clothes.
I forgot about the clothes. The clothes test for age.
Yeah. Who knew?
Oh. Yeah.
So I don't really know what her long-term arc is going to be, but our contribution, but that's what it seems like to me. What did you think? I mean, because the other way to go is that she was just surprised to find it. She doesn't know what it means, the Dharma logo or the name or anything.
Yeah, I mean, if she does know about Dharma, like I don't, I'd be really curious to know how she knows about that. It doesn't seem like Dharma was something like everybody knows about, and so I would wonder about that. I also, generally do wonder how the polar bear got there. From the Hydra. I mean, that's it's pretty far away from where the island ought to be. It also makes it seem big. Like it reminds me of the first scene in The Exorcist, where like he's where he's out somewhere far away. I don't remember where he starts off. Doing some kind of archaeological thing, and he finds some like little stone thing or whatever, and it tells him that the demon's back or something. And I don't know, like having this thing that's like directly related to what we know about, sort of like just tucked away in this kind of obscure place. I don't know, just it makes it seem like whatever's going on is a big thing. Like, I don't know, that it
well, that's definitely what they want you to think.
That it like infected the world.
Well, yeah, I get that sense too. What I want to know is, when did the polar bear get there?
Yeah.
Because it was obviously buried. So it's not like it just was like dead on the surface, like, oh, here's a polar bear. It seemed like it had been there for a long time.
It did, yeah.
So, and
Dharma shouldn't be that old.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't have gone there before Dharma. But, so I don't know. I don't know if they're saying this is a time travel thing, like, that polar bear got sent back a million years.
Yeah.
And
I guess that's the kind of thing I was thinking of. Yeah, I don't know. And I'm also curious if like her and her Dharma knowledge is gonna come into play at some point. Like if she knows anything about Dharma at all, which she may not, but
why would they even have a Dharma collar? I mean, why would... Do they put collars on animals in zoos and labs and stuff when they're, like, doing tests on animals? I mean, you put a collar on a pet when you want to,
Well, I think they put something on them. I think they tag them or put some kind
Well, I could see some, like, a tracking tag or something.
Yeah.
But, like, a collar that says, like, Dharma and Hydra and...
Yeah. It's a bit far-fetched, especially for a bear,
Yeah,
huge
for a bear. Who, it makes me think of...
I mean, I wouldn't want to, like, try to put a collar on a bear.
Yeah, it's got to be a big collar.
Yeah. And it would look silly.
Yeah, it would just look silly. It reminds me of, what's that movie, based on the books? The Golden Compass.
Oh.
Because they've got bears that wear armor, and like polar bears that like wear armor and they talk, and so it just reminded me of that. I'm picturing this big polar bear with a collar on, Might as well put a saddle on it or something. Ride it. I don't know.
Yeah, ride it into battle.
I don't know what's going on with the polar bear and the collar and
Giddy up, boy. Let's get him.
Yeah. So
man,
I
if
don't know what
there's
to
ever
do.
a point on Lost where they're riding polar bears into battle, I think, someone tell me that to stop watching. The show has gotten too crazy.
No. They wouldn't ride it. They wouldn't ride it.
Because I don't know. If they slowly make things crazy over time, I might not notice how crazy it's gotten. But
yeah,
once they're riding polar bears into
no.
battle,
I'm surprised we even
stop.
saw another goddamn polar bear.
Yeah.
I mean, why won't they let that die?
They really won't let that die. They really. And a polar bear, forgetting about the Dharma thing, a polar bear shouldn't be there in general.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I think we're all as an audience willing to forget the polar bear stuff.
Yeah.
We'll just be like, okay, whatever. You guys had your fun with it, but they just keep bringing it back up.
Yeah, I mean, it was like okay, they were doing zoological research or whatever, in case there was a ice age or I don't know something, and so they were studying polar bears on the island. Dharma got pretty much destroyed. The polar bears escaped. That's why there are polar bears on the island. Fine, case closed. Like, what more do you need to say? Like, I don't need more about them. But the fact that they're appearing, in this other place, got nothing to do with the island. Apparently, it just seems odd. Like, I really can't imagine why that would matter and how that could connect to anything.
Yeah, I think the only reason it would matter is how it got there.
Yeah.
Is if how it got there has something to do with the island. I don't know.
Is it going to be all about like global warming? Like like the polar bear like had to leave its home and
went to Tunisia for the cool weather.
Yeah. It's going to be a big like I don't know. Because the first thought that popped in my head is like if I'm a polar bear and I'm on the island, like go south, go to where it's cold, your natural environment.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, well, I keep hearing about how they're having trouble down there. Like maybe he decided to run away, but Tunisia's a bit far to go.
Tunisia's a bit far to go, and it's a lot warmer.
It is a lot warmer.
Yeah,
I expect him to turn. I expect him to turn up on like the southern end of things. Not like way up there.
Yeah, it's North Africa. It's like you're all near equator territory there.
Yeah, that's a long way out of the way. So yeah, I don't know what to do with that, but it's something, and they bring up a lot of things. But yeah, the polar bears, as far as why they're on the island, it's solved. But I guess I don't know. They want a polar bear mystery again.
Yeah, I mean, and that's again. I don't think it's about polar bear. I think it's just about how I got there.
Yeah, it is.
Which I just, I don't know. I don't know how I got there.
It is, but it also like, at this point in the Lost world, it sort of resonates as a reference.
Mm-hmm.
To the early.
Well, yeah, they're tying
days.
it to something we know. They're tying it to something we know.
Yeah, so I think it's part of why it's a polar bear, and not that they have some crazy thing with polar bears.
Yeah.
So yeah, anyway, that was Charlotte Staples Lewis's flashback. Then we go back to the island.
Or should we say C.S. Lewis?
We should. I don't know what to make of that, but there it is. Back on the island, we see Charlotte, and she's hanging upside down from a tree branch over some water, sort of, I don't know what you call that, pond or I don't know.
It might be a lagoon.
Lagoon, okay, lagoon, yeah. Wouldn't have thought of that one, but that's good. Then she sort of struggles for a bit, and then she pulls something, and it releases her from what's tying her to the parachute that's I guess caught in the tree branch, and then it releases her, and she drops in the water. she kind of looks around for a bit, and then Locke and his group show up, and they say hi to each other.
It seems like to me, I mean, in general, I would say someone like her would be interested in finding the island just to find, you know, a new landmass, you know, unexplored landmass, and maybe she's heard that people live on it or have lived on it, you know. Because when she gets there, I mean, she seems to be happy to kind of be on the island, but she just could be happy to be alive. It's hard to tell. But it seems like, wow, I'm here. You know, that seems like what her expression is.
Yeah,
like,
I
I'm finally here.
Yeah.
Yeah. She wasn't looking at anything that spectacular.
No.
You know.
Not really. Not really. Yeah, so, it does seem like something she'd be interested in, just in general. Without all the other shit that's going on and whatever she's really there for. But yeah, I got that sense. But who knows? You know, sometimes things just happen. She might have just been happy to be alive.
Yeah.
But so the next scene we have.
I wonder. You know, now that I think about it, how did they get a? They walked straight to that cliff where she like was in the water. Like, why did they go that? Because they would have had to go around. They shouldn't have even been there. Unless they didn't know it was there.
What? I don't understand. What are you saying?
Locke and the gang walked, you know, they found where she was, which was, like, in the middle of this water stuff, you know. So it's like, they would have had to go around go around this body of water. They didn't, like, walk through it.
Oh.
You know, because it seems like they just found her on their way to the cabin, but it's like, well, there's this obstacle there, and I guess Locke didn't know it was coming up or something, or else he would have, gone around it sooner than getting to the edge of it. I think so. I was just thinking about that.
Yeah. Well, they could have just made a stop there.
Oh, like they're going to go stop for what? Like, just to stop?
For water and rest.
Yeah, I guess.
Pretty much the same kind of thing they were doing earlier.
Yeah, they could have been going to stop. They did rest right afterwards.
Yeah. Of course, it seemed like they were just doing that because they found her and they were putting her on trial, but
yeah.
Anyway, yeah, that's a weird thing. I mean, I don't know. They had to find her, and So the next scene we're back to Jack and Juliet and Kate, and the other people, but we're just with them at first, and they're walking through the jungle, and I don't know. They have a little banter about Kate wanted to be warned, and Jack said, "I winked," and.
Yeah, that was weird because Kate understood the wink. I guess she just didn't know what it meant exactly, but she kind of like stands down. So it's like, and I'm like, didn't Miles see the wink?
Yeah, it was not that sly.
It's tricky to wink in the open like that.
It is, yeah, because it never looks natural.
Nobody ever winks one eye.
No.
Nobody ever does that. You have to try. You pretty much have to try to do that to do it.
You do, yeah. Yeah, you don't just do it in the normal course of things, and it calls attention to itself for that reason. But
yeah, which is why it's a bad signal.
Yeah.
Unless you're trying to, really be overt about it.
But it worked, so hey.
Kind of. Not really. Because she didn't even know what it was for. He could have not winked, and it would have played out the same.
Oh, well, I meant it worked in the sense that he didn't get caught for doing it.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, as far as her, well, I mean, she knew it meant something.
She knew something. She was like, something's weird with Jack's eye. I'm going to be quiet.
It's hard to communicate. Like, there are people with guns, and there are, on us with just your eye.
Well, you should blink Morse code if you really want to get a signal across.
Yeah, that would have. God. Oh God. So right. So just ahead with the same group, Saeed is he's sort of walking.
Saeed's on duty now.
Yeah.
This is what Saeed wants. He wants to have a gun and interrogate people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's when he's at home.
That's
his
he's at his best
way. So yeah,
I am a Totoro.
He's walking with Dan and Miles and questioning them. Dan says that he's a physicist, and then Miles tells Dan to stop talking and not to tell him his last name. And I don't know. He's doing the no talking thing. And
what's interesting to me is that he seems to be. It's like they forgot that, Naomi wasn't really killed, but it's like he's, I guess because he's at gunpoint, he's very, doesn't want to say anything, but it's like, it's weird to me that, this scene makes sense, but before, Jack was like, we can call off this misunderstanding, you guys got to put the guns down. And they didn't put the guns down, but do they really need to be held at gunpoint right now?
Mm-hmm.
Because the only reason there was guns was because, Miles thought something was going on with Naomi's death, but he confirmed that. So it's like, hey, we're all friends. Everyone put their guns down now. But typical lost scene.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Miles, they were going to run off and go find Charlotte, and that's when Jack sort of springs on them that they have him surrounded.
Mm-hmm.
But
they all want to go together, so it's like they don't need the guns.
Yeah.
And I guess he's just kind of, it's a precaution. It's a precaution.
Yeah.
But my point was, why is Miles being so withholding?
Oh, yeah.
If there's really nothing to hide.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So anyway, you can continue.
And if they know his last name, it's going to matter,
Yeah. And I think he's just being petty, but it seems like
totally
he's trying to, I'm going to kill you if you tell them. It's like, is he really that bad?
Yeah, he says he's going to, break his fingers. And I'm like, whatever.
He seems like the kind of guy who just talks a lot. He
Yeah.
talks a big game, but he's not really going to do,
Yeah.
Maybe he'll get some ghosts to come after you or something.
Yeah.
Which could be pretty bad.
So then Miles tells Saeed that he collects soil samples.
Mm-hmm.
This
is a weird exchange.
I know.
Saeed's like, good, maybe you can help me.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's almost like I eat pieces of shit like you for breakfast, and it's just like, good, I'm hungry, give me some of that or something. It seems like you didn't quite mean that, Saeed, or something. I don't know. It was weird. It's a weird thing to say and weird response. And, does that mean he needs help with it? I don't know.
Mhm.
Is he collecting the samples, or does he want to give Miles a sample? That maybe you can help me go collect samples, or is he saying, I've got a sample you can collect?
I don't know.
You know what I mean? His sample or something.
Mhm.
That's how it comes off to me.
Yeah. I have no idea. What do you?
Because he doesn't really collect soil samples.
No, he doesn't, and Saeed doesn't care if he does or not.
Yeah.
I don't think he believes him. It kind of reminds me of the scene with Jack and Juliet in season 3, where Jack's like, "I'm a repo man. I go take people's stuff when they can't pay their bills," and then Juliet's like, "Whatever, I don't know. I'm a repo woman," and it's all.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. That's what it reminded me of. It's like both people. It seems like both people know that. It seems like, one of them's lying, the other one knows it, and the guy who's lying knows that the person knows they're lying, and it's just, I don't know.
Because the lie was so obvious.
Yeah.
It's like he wasn't trying to, yeah, so it's a weird situation.
It is, yeah. It's like everybody knows they're doing, and I don't know. It just seems silly. But so then Saeed asked he asked Miles why he isn't surprised to see Flight 815 survivors, because they're thought to be dead in the outside world. And then Miles just sort of responds sarcastically, I can't believe you're alive, or whatever he says.
He answers the question with not an answer.
Yeah. I mean, he basically indicates that he isn't surprised, but doesn't explain
and he really
why.
shouldn't be, right? Because the people in the freighter have known about the survivors since Naomi landed since they were in contact with them.
Yeah,
so,
that's true.
When Jack made the call, so it's like, he should. We didn't see him on the freighter, obviously, but he should know anyway.
Yeah.
Just by that fact,
Yeah.
And obviously Saeed's getting at something bigger than that.
Yeah.
But maybe that's why he's not surprised, because he knew that they were there. I mean, they came to rescue them, apparently.
Yeah.
Supposedly, I should say. Well, not really. We all know not really.
I mean, they're Dan's already copped to that's not what they're doing.
Yeah.
And Miles says straight out later what they're doing. So, but yeah, you're right. Like, literally, he could just be saying, well, yeah, of course I wasn't surprised. We were talking to you people, like, constantly.
Yeah.
Just like yesterday. I knew you were here. Everybody did. Like.
Yeah, we came now.
What do you want from me? Like.
Yeah.
It's like when someone tells you what they're gonna get you, for your birthday or whatever, and then like you unwrap it and you're supposed to just like pretend to be surprised. Like, it's kind of weird.
Why aren't you surprised? Well, 'cause I helped pick this out.
Yeah, I've seen this before. I know what it is. Like, what? I
bought this.
Yeah, yeah.
You said you were gonna pay me back.
Oh. Did you have to wrap it yourself too? 'Cause that would just be
yeah, exactly.
The final insult.
That's what my mom does. She just buys her own gifts, and this is what you got me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes she'll do stuff. Well, she does that for stuff she wants, and she's just like, this is from you.
Thank
like, okay.
you. Yeah,
I'm so nice.
Yeah. Wow, how thoughtful.
Yeah.
That's But it seems like Saeed's suggesting, something about the bigger plot as far as...
yeah, that he should be surprised, like they just landed on the island by accident, and they should be surprised that they're survivors.
Yeah.
Which is not what happened.
Yeah. And just in general, that, like, he should have not expected there to be survivors because they found the plane and all the bodies were there and all that. I feel like that's, what he's referring to.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that he's supposed to know that they... Oh, I see. Yeah, and I think, and in that context, I forgot about that he's operating on knowledge that they found the plane already and all the dead people.
Yeah.
In that context, I think I would also want to add that this is a guy who talks to dead people.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's going to be pretty hard to shock him with something, with almost anything, actually.
Yeah.
But in particular, these people who, even if they were dead, I don't think he'd be that shocked. Mm-hmm. And now that they're alive, he should be less shocked. So, so I think it's fitting.
Okay. For him specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
He doesn't seem like a guy who would really get worked up about anything a lot,
Yeah, I agree.
That doesn't concern him, really.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. So the next scene, let's see. We're back with Locke's group. Charlotte is there, and she's sitting on a rock with everyone else facing her. Not I don't know. I wouldn't want to sit there like that. She asked them questions. How many of them are there?
I love this.
Hurley starts to answer, and
well, I love this exchange. It was like, how many of you survived? Why do you want to know? Why wouldn't I want to know? I just feel like Hurley got beat in a game of like mental chess, you know.
Yeah.
He's trying to be like all like, you know, because that's something Jack would have said, or you know, someone higher up the food chain, and he's like, well, why do you want to know? Why wouldn't I want to know? Because it's like, yeah, why wouldn't she want to know? You know, these people survived this crash. Why wouldn't you want to know that? And I love that, like, she's, you know, she's supported by just the obviousness of that situation. It's like, well, crap, now I got to, you know, it's like chess. It's like, crap, now I got to answer, you know. She's blocked him, you know, so now he's got to do a move.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, Hurley.
Yeah. So he pretty much tells the whole story before he gets drafted. Yeah.
Lockie's like, yeah, shut up, Hurley.
Yeah, he's like, oh, they're 48, and then there's a tail section, but they're all dead, and yeah, then he gets interrupted. So then she asks Claire about the baby, and
is that your baby?
And then she tells him about the transponders, the tracking things.
Whoa! You're skipping over a thing, dude. So maybe, and I was going to ask you this. Maybe this is my answer.
What?
She asked the question, "Did you have the baby on the island?"
Oh yeah.
And then she says yes, and she goes, "How wonderful!" And people are thinking maybe she knows about the other's problem. So I was going to ask you.
And I
thought
completely
that.
ignored that line. I didn't think. I thought it was bullshit. I forgot that babies on the island was an issue. I'm in season 4 mode. I wasn't even thinking in those terms. I thought it was just like, oh, isn't that lovely? Like, okay.
You had your baby on the island. Oh.
Yeah. Does she know about that? I don't get the sense, but you know what? They're there for Ben. Like, maybe they do. Maybe they do know something about that.
I'm gonna say that I don't think she knows, because to me, for her to know, I think she would have to be really cunning to ask those questions that she did, you know, because if she really knew that there were problems, then I feel like, well, like I would say a character like Juliet, on one hand, if she was in that position, she would have deduced how old the baby was when the plane left. You know, she would have deduced that she must have had the baby on the island. You know, and so she would have already known the answer to her question before she asked it.
Yeah.
You know, which makes her, you know, malicious. You know, and I don't get that sense from Charlotte. So I feel like it's just a pure honest, you know, question.
I do too. Because I think even if they know about that, I don't think they care, I don't think they're like, you know, interested in Claire's baby in some kind of sinister way.
Yeah, and you know, it makes me think it makes me think they don't know about it, and Ben's going to be able to say, because I feel like maybe whatever he did that they want him for has something to do with this whole baby situation. Maybe he like. You know, because with that picture, it looked like he was at an airport or something. So maybe he went and stole something or something probably bigger than that. But you know what I mean? And he can say, "Oh, I did it for my people, and our women were dying. What would you do?
Stop.
What would you do?"
God, when you write the future of the show, it's it's awful, and like the final nail is like I could see it happening.
Yeah, that's the worst part. It's the curse and the gift.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. I can totally see him like, what would you do if you were staring into the face of the woman you loved, and you know what I mean?
No!
Like, yeah.
Stop.
Yeah.
Oh,
so I guess I overreacted. I put my people first.
No. God. Not overreacted again.
Yeah.
God.
I'm waiting for him to say that again. I'm waiting like when he shoots Charlotte. Oh, I guess I overreacted.
Yeah. Oh God. I really hope. Oh, I hope that's not it. Oh God, I hope that's not it.
I really feel like though he's gonna they have I would stake everything on whenever they confront him, man, he's gonna find a way to make himself righteous in the situation. I don't think it's gonna be, Ben, this is what you did and it was wrong and this is why we're here, and like he's gonna be like, yeah, you're right. You know what I mean? There's gonna be some moral dilemma, I feel, surrounding this whole thing, because there always is.
Yeah, I know.
You know.
Especially with him, he's even when like he's totally like off base, he tries to create moral ambiguity.
And that's the other thing. Like, even if there isn't, he will create it. So like, you know.
Yeah, he just revels in that. He can't, you know, even if he's just totally wrong, he'll make you somehow think that, you know, well, if you look at it from his perspective, it's all perfectly reasonable. He was just doing what he had to do because blah blah blah. Oh God.
Oh, did I mention? I forgot. Did I write that down? Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm not looking at my notes. I wanted to mention. I wanted to bring up the masks that they had, the gas masks, and the hazmat supplies.
Why did I not write that down?
You mentioned it. We talked, but we didn't talk about it.
Oh, I did say it though.
You did say it.
Oh,
you said it.
Oh, so worried.
We started talking about his line about packing.
Okay.
And we didn't. Yeah.
We just skipped over the gas mask issue.
Yeah. The gas mask.
Oh, and I started going off about his personality because it started like it was that scene. It really came out full force. But okay, right. The gas mask. What about it?
Well, and this goes in the category of they know about the history of the island in terms of Ben's involvement. I would think that they would bring gas masks if they know about the purge, or if they know that the gas could be a threat, you know. And obviously, the other thing that comes to mind is everyone's favorite.
Everyone's favorite abandoned plot line.
Next to that's next to the Whispers, and like more than the Whispers. I guess that may be the number one abandoned plotline.
Yeah.
There's other things on there, but
there's a few. The numbers are kind of in there.
The numbers are maybe number 2.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 or 3. But yeah, so the sickness,
sickness.
maybe
the sickness that could be real, but it might not be, but it may have been.
That it probably isn't because it is.
Yeah. You don't believe there's a sickness, but I'm going to put on this suit if I go outside.
But here's something I want to throw out there. If they thought any of these were actual threats, well, if they thought, I would say more so that there was some sickness, some airborne illness, they should have jumped in the helicopters with this gear on, because it would have been too late.
Yeah. If it's really like as bad as they made it out to be, it was pointless. Like just to drop on the island without that shit on. So I agree.
And if it's about, but if it's just about, they know Ben did the purge or have some information.
I have such a hard time believing in the sickness when we've never seen anyone get it. We only know about it anecdotally. There's Rousseau, and there's the others making vague reference to it, and Kelvin making reference to it, but then clearly not believing it. But you never see anyone get it, and that's it's the frustrating thing about it. That's why I never believed it. But who knows? Maybe it's real.
I feel like it deserves re-examining now that we're so far from it.
Yeah.
But yeah, they really haven't done anything with it. I don't know. I don't know if it's one of those things where they'll bring it up at some point when it, will, like maybe Russo's backstory, and we'll figure it out what it is, and it's going to be something that'll make sense. Yeah. When they talk about it.
Yeah, Russo's backstory will have to bring it up. And weasel out of that. Oh God.
What did what did the others say about the sickness?
Well, I mean, they only referred to it obliquely when, in the maternity leave when they have Claire, and Ethan says that they have to give the whatever vaccine to the baby, and there's not enough for her. And
okay, so to me that all goes with their lying. That has just to do with.
Oh, I totally think they're lying.
Okay.
But it's just the fact that they kind of refer to it. The fact that they know about it, it makes me think it's part of island pop culture.
Mhm.
Yeah,
definitely.
And like Dharma thought it, or at least had a reason to pretend they thought it. The whole thing with the swan.
The vaccine and stuff?
The vaccine,
oh, yeah, and the whole
mask,
quarantine thing.
And the injections, and yeah. And the quarantine.
What if
from the inside?
What if the whole quarantine thing and the masks and stuff? What if? I mean, seriously, what if that's a direct result of the purge? And I feel like there's some connection between how the purge was killing them with the gas, and then this like airborne sickness. So it makes me think that somehow they were just as shitty as it is, just using that idea to keep whoever in the hatch.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's all that was about. Maybe predicated on. Maybe predicated on what happened with the purge, like they used that idea or something, or I don't know. But when, I guess the question would be, how long from when Desmond got there? How long was it before? Because when he got there, he was in the hazmat suit when he picked him up. When Kelvin picked him up.
Yeah.
So he already had thought of so this was before. But this would have been after the purge, right? That's after the purge.
Yeah, definitely
Probably.
After the purge.
Is it? Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because the purge,
I'm like confused.
The purge, like, they give a date. It's well before that.
I mean, to me, like, if there was any, and I can't think of a way off the top of my head, but if there's some way where no one's in the Swan Hatch, and then, like, Ben or somebody or whatever can go in and pay quarantine and set up this whole thing and then put Calvin in there. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there has to be a way to get them. I don't know. It's weird. Because I feel like it could just be a ruse, but I'm trying to figure out how that could work.
Yeah.
And then, because there's three things. There's what Danielle said. There's stuff with Ethan and Claire, and then there's the Swan stuff, right?
The Calvin and Desmond stuff.
Yeah. Now, yeah, that's the thing. They had not only the quarantine signs, the hazmat suits, and the vaccine.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I forgot they were vaccinating people when they first got there.
Mhm.
Yeah, wow. All right. I throw my hands in the air.
Yeah. It's I mean, Danielle reports actually seeing people sick.
Mhm.
In every other case, they're just referring to it as a threat, and it seems like they're lying.
But when she says sick, she never really explains what she means, right?
No. No, she really doesn't. She really doesn't. It's all very vague. It's all very vague. But
she does implicate it was some sort of communicable disease because she didn't want, if they got rescued, that whole thing.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly.
So that's weird. So yeah, and it makes it seem like it is a physical thing. Because I'm thinking like, what if the other crew, what if her crew was seeing the apparitions or something, you know, and she thought they were crazy, and so she was just saying sick, but she means like mentally.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I had that thought at a certain point.
And
actually, I think what I thought was that they joined the others.
Yeah, that is what you thought. I remember that. Wow, that's a long time ago.
That was an old theory, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think I believe that anymore, but yeah, like she thought that was a sickness, like I don't know, like they've been brainwashed or something.
Yeah, that's right. Did the others take any of her crew?
As far as I know, they just took Alex.
Just Alex. Okay.
Because she says she killed them all, so I don't think. I guess it's possible they took him and then she killed them, but she didn't mention it. But
she was alone by the time she had the baby, I think, right? Was that the idea?
I think so.
Which is,
I think. Ooh, did his call drop? Is this it? Am I on by myself? Let me make sure before I start blabbing. Yeah. Okay. So here's what I got. Just a little Wikipedia entry on Tunisia. Tunisia, officially the Tunisian Republic, is a country situated on the Mediterranean coast of North Africa. It is bordered by Algeria to the west and Libya to the southeast. It is the northernmost African country and the smallest of the nations situated along the Atlas mountain range. Around 40% of the country is composed of the Sahara Desert, with much of the remainder consisting of particularly fertile soil and a 1,300-kilometer coastline. Both played a prominent role in ancient times, first with the famous Phoenician city of Carthage, and later as the Africa province, which became known as the breadbasket of the Roman Empire. So,
oh, really?
Yeah.
I feel like guessing the topic now because I missed the first part.
Like guess the topic?
Guess what he's talking about. All I heard was something about a coastline and Romans or something.
All right. You wanna?
I don't. Is it a person, place, or thing? I guess it's not a person. Is it a place or a thing?
Place.
The place. Is it related to Lost?
Yes.
Is it Tunisia?
It is.
Okay. Yeah.
I just read an entry, the top of the Wikipedia entry.
Oh, nice.
I thought some people might want to know that stuff.
So what about Romans?
Apparently there was a Roman
like rule or something.
There was a city there. Well, first there was the Phoenician city of Carthage, and then.
Oh, I see. I'm reading it. Okay.
Yeah.
The breadbasket.
The breadbasket. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, I unfortunately think that until I get another phone, that this season of podcasts will be plagued by drop calls.
At least one per podcast.
Yeah, it's really, I don't really know what it is. It's usually a link thing,
Yeah.
If I'm on the phone, for a couple minutes, it doesn't usually happen unless it's a long time, and so I don't know.
Luckily, it's not that bad. It can become a regular feature. I got to come up with something to fill the time.
Alone time with Justin.
Yeah. It's my mini podcast.
Fast Facts. It's your own segment.
It is, yeah.
Predicated by my dropped call.
You never know when it's going to happen. And I'm always worried that, I got cut off or something's wrong. I have to make sure it's you. So anyway.
All right, we're back.
All right, we're back. What the fuck
we got
were we
a lot
talking
to talk about.
What were we talking about? Should we move on? What were we? I don't remember. Oh, it was about the sickness.
It was about the sickness. Let's move on. We don't have nothing to say.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it was something about Danielle. And her nonsense. So.
Oh yeah, like.
Oh, you
the
remember?
baby? Was she?
Oh, did
when she
she
had
have
the baby? And I was going to say something about, having a baby by herself would have been pretty crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's what happened. Although I think she might have killed him after she had the baby. I can't remember how the story went.
Mhm.
It's been a while since I watched that one.
I thought she said something like were they there for 2 weeks and then the others came? There was some sort of timeline.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was something like that. But I don't think they came. Oh, that's right. The others were the carriers. I forgot about that part of the story.
Of course, the others are the carriers. How could we forget the famous implication?
Yeah, yeah.
They were the carriers.
Oh, man. God, that's so weird now. Like, I just don't believe that. I really don't think the others have some crazy disease. Did you? Am I by myself again?
No.
Oh.
You started cutting out though.
I did?
Yeah.
Oh, I think I might have stepped on something. Sorry about that.
The flash button.
No, I think I stepped on this cord. Anyway, yeah. So who knows what that's all about? Maybe that's just something like waiting to be retconned.
I think so.
Because it just doesn't make any sense with everything I've seen of the others. Like, I just don't buy that they have some crazy disease that.
Now, let's remember, she never saw the others, so.
Yeah, you're right. That was the other weird part of her story.
Maybe, she thinks the whispers are the others, and, we know that that's not true.
You're right. She thought the whispers were the others.
Yeah.
Man, she thought a lot of stuff. She put it all together.
Mhm.
They were whispering and disease carrying and baby taking.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing, even though we've had several opportunities to hear Ben's side of what happened, we just got that little bit of, I didn't kidnap her, but I raised her. And it's like he could have gone into detail about the circumstances of her disappearance, but, it seems like Rousseau is content to what she knows happened, or because it's like she didn't remember or something, she would be questioning him, but she knows what happens. But, I'm thinking we're going to find out that her story was wrong.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're going to find out, Maybe even like, maybe she's Annie. Like, seriously, like, I didn't mean to say that, but maybe she's Annie and, like, something happened to her mentally and, and they're like, she's just better off roaming in the jungle. And she doesn't remember what, because her story, I mean, I don't know. Her story is a bit crazy, I think. This pregnant researcher who's like just in the area randomly, and then you hear this signal, you call, and you come to shore, and then or you crash, I should say. Yeah, I don't know. I have this sneaking suspicion that when we get her backstory, it's going to be a lot of it's not going to be what she said.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll buy that. I don't think she's Annie, but
Annie Rousseau. It has a good ring to me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess we didn't find out Annie's last name.
Annie, short for Anielle.
Anielle, why not?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah, no. I agree that her story is not exactly like she told it. I mean, I just think she can't be right about some of the stuff she said. But I think the vague outline is right. I think she was telling the truth about why she was there. I think her baby got taken. I think she shot her team. I believe all that. As far as like why, if they were really sick, if she was crazy, whatever, like I'll buy, some of that stuff maybe a little fishy, but I think the basic outline's true. For now, at least. I don't know why. I shouldn't believe her, but I do.
Oh.
Yeah. She's always saying everybody else lies, so. She can't be lying too, right? Come on.
No.
Who would do that?
Because then everyone would have to be telling the truth.
Exactly.
Unless that time she was telling the truth.
Right. Okay, so back to the episode. Right. So we're with Charlotte being, whatever. She's talking to them, and they're looking at her suspiciously. She after she asks about the baby, she tells them about the transponders, the tracking devices, and then Locke asks her about the helicopter. And she says she doesn't know where it is. They're having trouble, and she bailed out and all that. And then Locke, Charlotte is saying, whatever, they'll be here soon. You're gonna get rescued, and then Locke tells her that they don't want to be found. And that's the end of the scene. Which I
kind of.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
What were you gonna say?
No, you first, please.
I was just gonna say, it doesn't really have the weight that I kind of wanted it to, but I like that little how the scene ended with, "That's your problem. We don't want to be found." Like I like that idea of. It reminds me of like, some horror movie where someone comes into like, some town or something, or finds somebody, but stumbling upon this thing is going to get them killed. Doing this noble thing. And it doesn't really come off that way because he's not really going to kill her or something. But I like that, like, well, we're trying to do this. We're here for you people. Yeah, but that's your problem. We don't want to be found.
Right.
It's like, oh crap.
Right.
Because you don't expect that in a situation like this.
Yeah. You wouldn't think anybody who crashed on the island is going to say something like that. But I think, for Locke, like, I agree, but I think he's speaking for himself. I think some of them absolutely want to be rescued in general. They're just,
Not by them.
Yeah.
Maybe he should have said,
Yeah, exactly. Like, Locke seemed to be saying, like, they don't want to be rescued at all, period. It's really about who it is. For most of them. Locke doesn't want to leave at all, I don't think. But Claire and Hurley and Red Shirt number 2, like, I think they all really want to leave. They're just placing their bets with Locke.
I think Red Shirt number 2 went with Jack.
Oh, okay.
I think that's Red Shirt number 4 you saw.
I forgot. Yeah. I always get him
confused. He's the guy in the shorts.
The shorts.
Not the guy, in the shorts.
See, yeah.
Speaking of red shirts and people, I did take an opportunity to get a clear sense of who all went with Locke, since we had that nice shot in this episode.
Yeah.
And it was just for people who are counting. If I can find it, I'll tell you here. Locke, Sawyer Hurley, Claire, and Aaron, Ben, Alex, Carl, Rousseau, Vincent. They had Vincent.
Yeah,
they have a shot of that.
They got Vincent all of a sudden, yeah.
Yeah, and then they have 3 red shirts with them.
Oh, okay. 3 red shirts. Thanks, guys.
They really fill out the background. They really fill it out,
Yeah, they do.
They give meaningful, thoughtful looks when the camera, soft focuses on them in the background.
I'm sure once they get to the barracks, they can toil about in the background doing nothing.
Exactly.
They can start hammering on metal and make Sawyer mad.
Yeah. Moving baskets to and fro.
Yeah. Installing tarps and. Oh God, Lost is so crazy.
Yeah, that's those episodes of Sawyer. I'm just trying to read here. It was so. You're right. It's different than now when it's like we're trying to get the hell off this island.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really.
I don't even think Sawyer has a stash anymore.
No, he doesn't. They took his stash, and he tried to win it back, but he lost the game.
He lost it.
And then he just gave up. Like he.
Yeah, they didn't. The writers didn't want him to have that anymore.
Yeah, it was getting really old. I remember back in season 2, like we complained a lot about like how many scenes there were of Oh, Sawyer, please give me this. Why would I give you that? You know, like.
Why'd I give you that, Freckles?
Yeah.
All right.
What you gonna do for me? I want carte blanche. All right, whatever. Shut up.
Oh my God.
Yeah, there's been a lot of bullshit. This show is really, man. They do all kinds of stuff.
They do.
Who knows why? They're just killing time.
They don't know. I want carte blanche. Oh man.
Yeah.
Surprised that wasn't the title of the episode.
Yeah, it should have been. Yeah, that carte blanche really didn't help.
So, what were you gonna say about this scene?
Oh, I said what I was gonna say. Which was that you know, he says they don't want to be found, but I you know, more accurately, it's they don't want to be found by them.
Maybe. They don't want to be found by them, maybe, because we don't know if they're bad yet.
Yeah.
I think they want to be found by them if they're good guys. You know.
Well, I think for now they don't.
Yeah. For now.
They're waiting to see. Yeah, if they're good guys, sure. Most of them will. I mean, Locke, whatever, but most of them will go. So yeah. That's just, I don't know. It just seemed like he was speaking for everybody. It's like, you know, hey Locke, like we don't all just want to live here forever. We're just, you know.
Yeah.
We're just trying not to die is all. Give us a break.
They're
not like gonna stay here and hunt with you. And
I got a baby.
Yeah. Oh God. Oh, get on the helicopter, please.
Take the baby with you.
Where's the hell? We saw the hell. Maybe she'll get on that hell. I don't know how. She's with them in the wrong place.
I think she might get on it, but she's not leaving on it.
Oh no. What does that mean?
She'll get on it and like, oh no, we gotta set her down. We don't have any fuel, and they're gonna go. I think I'm dead set, and maybe it's getting irrational at this point. I'm dead set on them using that goddamn runway at the mini island.
You really want that runway to come up?
Yeah, I was hoping somehow he set the plane down on the helicopter down on the mini island, but I'm like, I know he didn't swim over.
Yeah, no.
You know, then they show it so very close.
Yeah, no.
And I'm like, crap.
No runway, not this episode. Yeah.
Because I thought maybe they would have, you know, they would use the satellite phone and see, like, oh, his thing is really far, and they would go to the edge of the water, and they'd see, oh, wow, he's on the mini island, and that might lead to a new thing, but none of that's happening, so.
No. Yeah, that could have been interesting, but no, none of that.
Yeah, like going to the Hydra with none of the others there, I think would be very worthwhile.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It'd be interesting. It's definitely like, I feel like it's worth revisiting now that we're not stuck there. It would be way more fun.
Yeah, well, now that we're not trying to get the hell out of there.
Yeah. It felt so stagnant when they were stuck there, but yeah, now they could just enjoy finding whatever's interesting there instead of just sitting in a cage and eating cheeseburgers and, you know, climbing out of the cage. Yeah. Oh God. So yeah. Anyway. Next scene. We got all of our. We got our merry clan here. Jack, Juliet, Kate, Saeed, Miles, and Dan. They're all walking through the jungle. I abbreviated it JJKSMD. And I had to remember who that was. I was about to say some wrong names several times. Like Sawyer? No. Desmond? No. Anyway.
Desmond's not even in this episode, huh?
No, I was going to talk about that. It's really odd. He's conspicuously absent. I mean, he's specifically not with Locke. He supposedly stayed with Jack, but we didn't see him at all. We didn't see Sun and Jin either.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I didn't miss them. Not that I miss Desmond, but I was just realizing, like, wow, we didn't see him at all.
Yeah, it's weird.
Any other major characters we didn't see?
I think that's it.
I didn't remember.
That's all I can think of. It was after the episode was over. I was like, that's kind of odd that they found a way to not show them at all. But I guess we're supposed to imagine they're just hanging out at the beach like Saeed and Juliet were doing, you know, before they got involved. You know, and so whatever. They got nothing to do right now. Just
Yeah,
waiting to be
that's true.
rescued.
We weren't where they were, so that's true.
Yeah.
They didn't have anything for them to do, obviously, so.
Yeah, they do that, and there's a lot going on. They're really like trying to get to a lot of stuff in this episode, and they just didn't have time to fuck with those characters. So anyway, our Jack clan is walking through the jungle. The phone indicates that Charlotte is moving fast, and Jack thinks she's running from something.
Is this the scene when Saeed is playing with the phone?
Oh yeah, is it? Or is that later?
I think it is, because I think that's when. I think it is, yeah, because that's when he's like, yeah, right, because it was after the incident with the stool samples. Yeah, he's playing with the phone, and then he says, and then it starts beeping. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I guess I didn't write that down.
Yeah, because in this scene, like, he doesn't. I don't think he's really holding him at gunpoint anymore.
Yeah.
He's not. Yeah. So they let their guard down. That's good. They're all walking together. Nobody has their gun out.
Okay.
So
then Saeed tinkers with the phone, and and then it starts beeping, and
she's running. She's running away from something.
Yeah, I think she's running away from something. Which, like, here's another instance of that. Oh no, danger! And it's just bullshit. So they run to find her where the tracking thing says she is, and they hear a noise, and ooh, what's coming? Oh no!
Yeah, and then the camera is conspicuously panned to the tilted to the ground.
Yeah.
Those shots right before you see Vincent. And I'm like, why is it so low? What if we why is the camera so low? But then fucking Vincent comes out. That dog, man. And it's not, and it just like he comes down, he's like, look at me, I got a thing on my head, and it's just like, and he's not Vincent, he just doesn't look like Vincent. I'm just like, you're an imposter dog, and you just like,
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's been about 5 Vincents already.
Yeah, and he increasingly look less like the original.
There was one Vincent a while ago who, like, he looked like about half the size of what Vincent's supposed to be. Like, I don't know what happened. Like, they just couldn't get a good dog that day or something. But it's in season 2. Like, that Vincent really bugged me. I can deal with this one if they're consistent. If they can just keep using the same one. But it's totally different. Unless that dog's just really, I don't know, getting old and changing. So anyway, Vincent comes out, and he's got the little transponder tied to him, and so then Jack concludes that Locke has Charlotte.
Yeah, the little fake out in the beginning I thought was interesting because you think, because it's just on the heels of Locke basically saying we don't want to be rescued.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, man, is she just like running through the forest, hightailing it, trying to outrun, these people, but no.
Yeah, you're right. That's what they made it seem like.
Like, oh no, she's running, like, but that was the thing, she's gonna run into more people she doesn't want to see. And her guys too, but like, why did Vincent go straight to them?
Well, I don't think. I mean, I think they had to. I think they had to run.
Oh,
that's
right. They ran towards him. That's right.
Yeah.
It was headed in their direction, but they ran towards it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know what he was doing. Just like, go run somewhere, Vincent. Do your thing.
And that's the thing. Like, usually a dog, the dog would want to stay with the people, but like, here, Vincent, go. All right, I'll go.
Yeah, I mean, he does leave a lot.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's a weird dog anyway.
He is.
Maybe he's looking for Walt. I don't know. I feel like he's like always leaving because he's like, trying to find somebody.
Going to meet with some apparition in the.
Yeah, I mean, not literally, just like, just in terms of his own psyche of not having his owner anymore.
Yeah.
you know, like you know how dogs are, you know, where is he, you know, oh look here.
He's just perpetually searching, like.
Yeah.
Maybe Walt's in this cave. I haven't checked this one yet.
I haven't peed on this cave.
Yeah. No, I'm thinking of Smokey Vincent, who's always up to something.
Smokey Vincent, yeah.
And he's always waking people up when they're already awake, and bringing skeletal arms that they couldn't have obtained because they have opposable thumbs. And
what'd you say? Bringing what?
Skeletal arms.
Oh yeah, bringing car keys.
Yeah, with car keys attached. That they really shouldn't have been able to obtain because they shouldn't have been able to get in the van. But hey, whatever. He's Vincent. He can do anything.
Now, you know, a lot of these things, I think, obviously, you know, should be put in perspective of Christian helping or influencing.
Yeah.
Because now what I think is every time Vincent has brought someone something, someone told him to do that. I'm not thinking he does any of that on his own anymore. So that arm thing, I don't know if Christian grabbed the arm out of the car and gave it to him.
Yeah.
You know, or you know, and then like with the Charlie's heroin statue thing,
God.
you know, they just put it in his mouth and they just send it in his direction. He's like a passenger pigeon. Just like, here, carry this note. Is that way? Is it carrier pigeon? Passenger pigeon. Is it carrier or passenger?
Carrier pigeon.
Carrier pigeon.
Yeah.
There's no passenger pigeon. Yeah, that sounded weird. Yeah, I don't know. Like,
you're gonna ride a pigeon?
This pigeon rides on other birds. I don't know. Carrier pigeon. Yeah, sorry. All right, next scene.
You're coming with me, pigeon.
Yeah. I don't know. You drive, Hawk. I'm the passenger pigeon. I'm not driving.
Okay, so the next thing is a flashback. We're introduced to Frank Lapidus. He's watching TV coverage of the discovery of 815. The report says that there's a hotline for family members, and then they show a picture of Captain Seth Norris, and Frank watches with interest, and then they show one of the dead bodies, apparently the pilot's, and then this what?
I was just laughing at the pilot in the cockpit, in the seat, with his hands on the wheel. Like they really make it obvious that this is the pilot. You know, it's so set up. You know, if the plane was crashing, you'd think like he wouldn't really be in that same position. You know, maybe covering his face from when, like, you know, the head-on collision to the ocean. You know, maybe. I don't know.
No, he was steering all the way down.
Yeah.
That pilot never gave up.
No.
He had hope. He had hope. Maybe it will still fly.
If I keep pulling.
It has no wings, but it may still fly.
It's broken apart in three well, not their plane, I guess.
Anyway, yeah. So what happens? So he decides to call the hotline, and he tells the woman on the phone that the footage of the dead body is not, in fact, the pilot, Seth Norris. Didn't know the guy's name. Now we do. The woman on the phone transfers him to a man, and Frank says that Seth always wore his wedding ring, and the ring's not on the body, so the body's not him. The man says, it's likely the ring fell off. And it's like, okay, man on the phone, like.
Yeah, sir, in 4 out of 5 crashes, wedding rings usually fall off.
I can tell by the decomposition of the clothes that the ring.
Exactly.
Like, I don't know, Mr. Man on the phone. Like, what do you? Why am I supposed to believe that?
Yeah,
like, you're not. Ugh, so weird. I don't know. The man was vaguely threatening, I thought.
Yeah, and I thought maybe the man was supposed to be Abaddon.
Yeah.
It sounded sort of like him.
He if it wasn't him, he had the same kind of persona.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know.
My thing is that would they ever show that kind of footage on TV?
I can't know.
Footage of a decomposing body at the bottom of the ocean?
Yeah, that's pretty hardcore. I don't think.
I mean, maybe Fox would, but like, ooh.
Oh, fair and balanced.
Yeah,
please.
and it's not like they just like showed it from a distance. I mean, they were like almost freeze framing this thing, and then they had the close up of the hand, which was like, I know we're supposed to be looking at it and he's talking about it, but they were just like on his hand for like 20 seconds.
Yeah, like they were watching the show, and here's what you need to see.
It's like they know he's talking about it or something, and we need to see what he's talking about.
Yeah, no,
it's weird.
Realistically, like, I don't think they'd be showing the dead bodies on TV. No, no, they really don't do that. Not normally.
No, no, that's so bad for him.
Yeah, that's there might be like, I don't know, like.
If they were covered in the background or some bigger shot and covered or something, maybe. You know, like if someone's at a crime scene or something live, you know, you might see something like that. But yeah, but to show that, like, just like, and to release like all the names and like, you know, they can't do that without notifying the family first and like all that stuff, and like then they only talked about the pilot, and it was a weird like. It was a weird newscast.
It was.
You know, and then the pilot's picture, I mean, isn't Greg Gunberg supposed to be the pilot?
I think that was him.
Was that supposed to be him?
I think so.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think that was him.
It did not look like him to me, and I'm like, I thought they were trying to make a point of that's not who the pilot was. Because they shouldn't, you know what I mean? Like, I thought that was the whole point was... Yeah. Because he didn't have a mustache. This guy's, you know, like, it doesn't look like him to me at all.
He didn't.
Oh, well, now that he gets closer.
What?
Oh, well, I see. I'm looking at this close-up shot of the picture. I want to say no, but now that I look at it closer, it could be him, I guess, with the mustache. All right. Maybe. Okay. But yeah, I didn't know if that was their point or not, was we know that's not the pilot.
Yeah.
You know.
At first I thought that's what he was going to say, but he doesn't deny that he was a pilot.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's supposed to be him. It is a weird picture, though. But pictures, I don't know. Pictures are weird.
Yeah, pictures can be weird.
Like maybe they couldn't, I don't know. Maybe it's like the Hawking thing. They just got it from some weird place. And
yeah.
It just looks
or maybe they couldn't get him. They just got someone that looked like him.
Yeah. Greg Gunberg looked like service. So anyway, so we're on the phone. The man asks Frank why he knows this about the pilot.
Why do you know that, Frank?
Yeah, that's what he said. That's a quote. Quote. And then Frank says, because I was supposed to be flying Oceanic 15 that day.
You know, that would have been really poignant in season 1. You know, like that whole thing, like, oh no. But now that's just like, whatever, like, you know, so what?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's weird to care because I'm like, there's so much else that's going on.
It's a very strange reveal because, like, first of all, like, wouldn't you say something like, well, because I know the guy really well, and I never saw him without the ring, and he really loved his wife, and, you know, like the real reasons why he wore the ring all the time.
You know that. Yeah, exactly.
Not like I was supposed to be the pilot. That's why I know he always wears his ring, and that's not him.
That's the thing. I think he's trying to say, I know who the pilot is because I traded places with him.
Yeah.
You know, but he's not really. They do that before. We've talked about something along those lines before that they did, where like their logic doesn't really line up, but
yeah. It is such a season 1 reveal where it's just like, oh no. Oh, I don't know. Oh fate, you're so,
oh cruel life we lead.
Yeah. He could have been eaten by the smoke monster or whatever it is, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird reveal because it doesn't seem like it can really matter that much. Like, it's like, so what?
I don't think it does, and they don't, and in the context of that timeline, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Unless they do another flashback and it matters, but I mean, he's on the island now, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless that's gonna, and I think it's gonna have something to do with maybe why he's there. Maybe he feels responsible or guilty or or anything. I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like Frank and Charlotte had direct connections to stuff we know about as far as the island goes. The other two do not. I don't know what to make of that, but they got things that can, I guess in Charlotte's case it connected him with the island, and in Frank's case connected him with the fight and with the survivors. So that's weird. It's a really weird thing. I thought it was a big deal at first, until I thought about it for a little bit. I was like, wow, what could that mean? And then it's like, well, not much. I mean,
yeah, it's pretty much not much.
Sort of like, so what? I don't know. I thought it was going to be like, that isn't the pilot, and I don't know. I thought it was going to be crazier than that. But it wasn't. So anyway, good old Jeff Fahey. I
didn't expect to see him.
Me either. I forgot about him. Everybody should go out and not watch The Lawnmower Man. Because it's not very good, and it has nothing to do with the Stephen King short story. But
why would it?
And yeah, it's all very, virtual reality will destroy us all. So anyway, back on the island, we see Frank. He's got kind of a head wound, and he's kind of stumbling around, and then he's climbing this little, whatever you call it, thing.
Hill?
Thing, yeah, I guess. Then he runs into a cow.
Bovine Maximus is the official name.
Bovine Maximus, thank you. Always counting you for the correct terminology, and then he pulls out after the cow sort of, I don't know, snubs.
Moves away.
Yeah.
Moves on down the road.
That cow just, I don't know.
Well, is that supposed to be Mikhail's? I'll never get it right. Is that supposed to be Mikhail's
Mikhail,
cow?
Yeah. Is
that supposed to be his cow?
I think so, my best guess. Although, I mean, the thing blew up, and they were, like, right next to it, but,
I guess, well, okay, you know what they would say. Well, it just blew up the fence or something, and the cow got out, Because, I mean, Locke and all those guys and Desmond were in the hatch when it imploded, so if they can survive, I think the cow can survive.
Sure. No, I do think that's what the cow's supposed to be. I do, because that's, yeah. I mean, that's the only cow we've seen. And I hope it's the only cow we will see.
You think cows on this island are related to each other? Come on, man.
I don't need to see more cows, but this cow was just too cool for the room. He really wasn't having any part of Frank. He just walked off.
He was like, I'm a cow. You know I'm a cow. Now I'm leaving.
And he even had a cowbell on.
He did.
It really.
He wanted more cowbell.
He did, yeah. It just, I don't know, completed the picture. So Frank pulls out his phone and discovers that it's broken. Oh,
what?
no. Then he pulls out a flare gun and fires it into the air. In a scene that we've seen before on Lost. Then,
yeah, I don't get flare guns. Like, how do you know where it came from if you're seeing it like after, unless you fly, over your head or something? Like,
yeah.
How does that? I mean, it can help you get to the general area, I guess, but it doesn't seem very specific enough to be like, well, he's over there.
Yeah. I think that's all it's supposed to. I think it's supposed to get you in the general area.
The general area.
Yell and try to find him once you go there.
Well, I'm just going to be a little un-PC and say that's why sat phones are better.
That isn't PC.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to ruffle any feathers here, but...
Feathers are ruffled.
Well, then...
You can't make a statement like that and not ruffle a few feathers.
There are consequences, I guess. Wow, well...
No, cell phones
true.
are totally better, but hey, whatever. It'll do in a pinch.
It worked.
It did work. The first flare. Well, I don't even remember. Anyway, so the next scene would go back to Locke's group. Charlotte sees the flare and says it's someone from her team, and she wants to go look for them, I guess, and she gets a few sort of odd looks from the group and kind of asks them collectively what's wrong with them. She says that she risked her life to help to rescue them, and Hurley and Claire suggest that they investigate the flare, and then Locke tells them that Charlotte's lying and they're going to keep moving forward as planned. And then Sawyer says, "Who are we to argue with taller ghost walls?"
The first time I heard that, I thought he was making some. I didn't understand what he. I didn't understand what he said, and I thought it was like some literary reference I didn't get.
Oh.
like taller ghost wall, and I'm like, I don't know who that is. Taller ghost wall. I'm like, what? And I'm like, why don't I get this reference? Because you expect something there, and but then I heard it again, like, oh, taller ghost Walt.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's weird.
Yeah, no, I like that as a moniker though. I like taller ghost Walt.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Taller ghost Walt.
Yeah.
Not taller ghost Walt. It's taller ghost Walt.
Taller ghost Walt. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Taller's yeah, I don't know. Ghost is suspect. He was taller. He sure seemed to be Walt. Ghost, but whatever. It's Sawyer, and he's just being an ass.
Yeah.
So anyway, but I like that line. Charlotte says that she's leaving. She's leaving. Oh, she's leaving, and then Locke says that he wants her to come with them, and she says she isn't asking permission, and she's about to yell some more on the topic when she's shot 2 times in the chest by.
Guess who it is, kids?
Good old Benjamin Linus, who has apparently stolen Carl's gun. We saw him eyeing it earlier.
Yeah, they totally set that up.
They really did.
Yeah, you see him looking. You see the gun, and you see him looking at it.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time.
Yeah, and Carl sort of looks where it was a lot. It kind of reminded me of the scene with Sawyer in season 2 where Ana Lucia stole his gun and like he reached for it before he noticed it wasn't like in his pants. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. Like, wait, it's not there? Like, I don't know. It's a gun.
It's not there, but I didn't feel it there.
Yeah, exactly. Oh God. So anyway, yeah, good old Ben. Look at that. Sawyer then takes action and tackles and punches Ben, and then Charlotte, meanwhile, looks dead, but then she wakes up and mutters vest, and so then we find out she was in fact wearing a bulletproof vest. Good
of course
for her.
she was.
Way to go! And I was sure she was dead.
Really?
I thought she was a guest star. I was like, okay, they'll kill her, keep the other people. That actually surprised me. I didn't expect her to be alive.
I didn't think she was dead. I didn't see the vest coming, but I wasn't surprised. But once she woke up, I'm like, of course she's got a vest on. And then I thought Ben shot her to make his point that she's got a vest on. Why does she? But that didn't really seem to be what they were playing with on that. So, because I thought that could have been an interesting point to make, like, if they don't have anything sinister, then why does she have a vest on? The other thing is, like,
he didn't make that point.
He didn't make that point. He didn't care about that point. Because that wasn't his motivation.
No, I think he really wanted to kill her.
Yeah. And here's a question. Well, I want to ask a question, then I want to say something, then I want to come back to the question. The question is, why doesn't Charlotte know what Ben looks like? You think she would have seen the picture. Second question, okay, so think about that while I say that, go back to the vest thing.
I'm not sure that she doesn't.
Okay.
I think she might just be,
She was definitely playing it up the entire time, and they gave us no sense that she knew.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. But I feel like she should know, and I feel like she can try to hide it. I mean, she's way outnumbered.
True, she's outnumbered.
I also think Naomi knew who Ben was, and like this scene adds a little bit of something to the scene where Ben tries to talk to Naomi in the finale. He's like, I don't think we've met, like whatever, and Jack just sort of steps between them, but
yeah, see, that's the thing. I can buy that from Naomi, and I definitely believe she should have known or would have known. But from Charlotte, it's interesting.
I think if their
mission
is to get Ben, like, how does she not know?
Well, see, I don't think their mission is to get Ben. I think maybe Naomi's mission was to get Ben or something. I feel like Charlotte and the rest of them, like, they're not like mercenaries, you know what I mean? I feel like they especially Charlotte and Dan, like, they need to have some sort of, like, scientific or some sort of reason beyond they're paying me to be here. So I feel like it's more going on than that. They want to find Ben because he's got the cure for cancer, you know what I mean, or something. So that's what I would expect, and maybe they're just doing this for how they want to play out, the story. But I would imagine that if she's in this, she's with Locke and the gang, they have him tied up, So it's not like, she should be really concerned that, it's not like he's with his people or something, that she's really outnumbered, because they've got him captive, which she doesn't really even ask about. Which I think bears asking. But anyway, it just it came off to me like
she's also trying to play off that she's trying to rescue them.
That's true.
She's still going with that story.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, maybe she does know. We'll see.
I mean, she could stay, but then it would,
because she well, okay, I was going to say because she looks surprised that Ben knows about her, but she's just surprised about the information, I guess.
Yeah, no, I think she didn't, well. Nah. Okay, so is that
Yeah, that's it.
okay. All right, so the next scene oh God, what's going on here? We're back with JJK SMD. They have discovered Frank lying unconscious on the ground.
Everybody's unconscious.
They they try to wake him up. Then he wakes up. He says that we got struck by lightning and that Charlotte bailed out. He doesn't know where she is. I guess at this point she's the only one unaccounted for. Miles asks where the chopper is, and Frank says he landed it safely over there.
Mm-hmm.
And they go to where he indicated, and they see the chopper, and I don't know, smiles of triumph, I think, ensue.
Oh, the other thing I meant to say about the vest was it doesn't seem like Dan's wearing a vest. I don't think you can really tell with Miles if he's wearing one or not, and it doesn't seem like Frank is wearing one either.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was interesting to note.
It is, yeah. Of course, they don't need to because they're not going to get shot in this episode.
Yeah, exactly.
But it is odd. You would expect them to pretty much have the same gear. I don't know what to do with that.
And that's the thing. Like, if you just look at how they're dressed, they're not dressed for like any. To me, they're not dressed for like anything but like going to the coffee shop or something. Like they just dress in like their regular clothes, pretty much. Especially Dan and Frank. Like they've and it's weird to me. Like you would think if they're doing any kind of operation, I know they don't have the training, but you think they would still have like the gear. Like make sure everyone has their whatever, or I don't know. It's just weird to me they're just in regular clothes. Like Frank is in a Hawaiian print shirt and like cargo pants. That's that's weird to me. I don't know.
It is, yeah. It seems like he was just supposed to like fly stuff. He wasn't necessarily supposed to like get out and take part in the on-island activities. But
yeah, but he should have been prepared. They should have known their first chopper crashed, so he should have been prepared for like some bad air there.
Yeah, it really sucks to fly in there. Apparently.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Which I don't think lightning hit their plane. I think that's totally wrong.
Oh, okay.
I mean, of course they can do it on the show, but if lightning hits a helicopter, I hope it would do some electrical damage. I know Saeed gives it the okay later, but I'm like, lightning hit this, and it still works, and no one got electrocuted. Like okay, only on Lost.
Yeah.
I think he's saying that because he thinks that's what happened, but I think whatever the electromagnetic whatever is still going on here is to blame.
Oh yeah, the magnometer. Yeah.
The big magnet at the bottom of the island.
Right. Yeah. The thing that I don't know. The thing that'll make Chernobyl look like a day at the circus or whatever that was. God.
Oh man.
Yeah. That was oh boy. So where are we? Right. They're happy to see the chopper. Okay. The next scene is a flashback. The last flashback. Mr. Abaddon from the previous episode is showing pictures of the team, which we've met already. Dan, Miles, Charlotte, and Frank. To Naomi. Naomi says that none of the team has field experience or military training, and Abaddon indicates that Naomi will protect them, and I guess that's her.
Just don't die.
Yeah, just don't die. Oh.
The one thing they weren't counting on was Naomi's death. That wig she wears kills me, man. It looks crazy every time. It looks better on the island. That's this scene in particular. It looked like all right.
It did look really weird in this scene. I think on the island she was wearing this headband. I think it helped pull it off.
Yeah, I think it does.
But without the headband, it does look really weird. I don't know why they make her wear a rig. It doesn't seem like it matters.
Yeah.
I don't know, because wigs just don't look good. Like in the flashbacks, when they put wigs on people, you know, they have Locke wear a wig or whatever. Like it's like okay, you know, there's sort of a reason for it, but it just seems useless. Like you know, her hair can't be that bad.
Maybe they didn't like her hair or something. I don't know. They wanted it to be silky and wavy, and I don't know, whatever that wig is.
Yeah. It's crazy. So,
or maybe they want it to be longer than her hair is. Maybe that's just it. Maybe they just want it to be long.
Oh, yeah, maybe so.
His hair is pretty long.
Yeah. I don't know. I think the character would be fine with a different hairstyle, but whatever, guys. Do what you want. Naomi refers to the mission as a high-risk, covert op, and unstable territory.
You mean territory?
Territory, sorry. I sometimes misspeak.
I think one territory equals 0.8 territories.
Territories?
I think that's the metric conversion.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
That's from the standard system to metric.
Yeah. So then she refers to the team.
I love this.
A head case, Ghostbuster, anthropologist, and a drunk.
And a drunk. I love how she says it. And a drunk. She's just like, of all the things. That's so funny.
Yeah. Just throw a drunk in there.
Yeah. And I like that. To be fair, he's a good pilot.
Yeah.
He's not here because he's a drunk.
Yeah, that's not the skill I wanted. Oh, man, he can drink. You need someone to drink some stuff. He's your man. So then Naomi asks, "What if we find survivors from Flight 815?" And then Abaddon says, "There were no survivors." And then Naomi says, "Yeah, I know. But what if there were survivors?"
Yeah, she says it with a smirk.
Yeah. And then Abaddon repeats that there were no survivors. And then he tells her not to ask questions. And that the members of the team were selected for a specific purpose. And then he tells her that she is in charge of protecting them. And
they were selected for a specific purpose collectively or individually? Like, I don't remember what he's saying in that. Do you remember
I think he says each member of the team was selected for a specific purpose.
Okay, so he's just validating why they chose everybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then basically Naomi accepts the mission. And that's the end of the flashback. So,
did she now was okay. It seemed to me that she had she had done research or something on these people or knew these people somehow. So it didn't seem to me like this was their first meeting or something. Or unless she just had, I mean, why else would she know these people?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he just shows them the pictures, and I had the impression she had read up on them or something, but
yeah, I got the impression he had already asked her to do it.
Yeah.
And so then she saw this, and now we're just getting this scene where she's agreeing, I guess.
And he's showing her these pictures for no real reason, but I don't know.
Yeah. For us,
it works.
Only for us.
But yeah, it doesn't seem like she should need to see that if she already knows who they are. And even if she doesn't, I mean, the pictures are not going to tell her what she's saying.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
she won't know he's a drunk.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't look like a drunk, but.
But he could not be a drunk and look like that.
Exactly. Exactly. There are many non-drunks who look like drunks, and we wouldn't want to discriminate.
Not across the board.
So this scene, so we see this guy again, and last episode we saw him in a flash forward. And he's going to Hurley, and he tries to get Hurley out of the institution, and the big thing he said, was are they still alive? And this is in the future. This is after a bunch of shit has happened, presumably.
Yeah.
And I don't get this. I don't get this.
You don't get if we're supposed to view it chronologically how we see the show, or chronologically how the show is. Like, are we really supposed to believe he doesn't know that answer by that point in the future?
Yeah, if he's the one who set up this mission, and if this mission is what leads to the Oceanic Six, then I feel like he should know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if he's the one behind it, why doesn't he know?
I think here's the thing. Maybe, even if this mission directly leads to the Oceanic Six rescues, I think, they're going to have wherever their story is intact. And so it could just be from the very beginning. Like maybe none of his people make it back out or something. I don't know. Or maybe they get converted and they don't say, they just say, this is all we found were these 6 people. And so he's got his suspicions, but he never had any actual proof that other people are alive on the island at that point in the future. Like, he knows.
Okay.
But, you know what I mean? But, or he suspects at least. But because it's weird to say there are no survivors, and then, unless he just thinks.
Well, now there are no survivors thing. Like, it seems to me what's going on in that scene is, there are no survivors. That's, we're sticking to that. I'm not even going to entertain questions about there being survivors because the story is there are none. Like, that's what I'm
Which
getting.
is stupid, though. I mean, that's just stupid she needed to know that information.
Yeah, I agree. It is weird. Like, you're talking about this secret mission that you're sending her on. Like, why can't you, I don't, and she clearly knows that it's bullshit by her response.
It'd be different if the directive is, don't make contact with anyone else. This is not a rescue mission. This is an infiltration. We're getting in and getting out, whatever they're trying to do. It seems a bit fuzzy. The writing's a bit fuzzy. But I think, to me, it's weird. I was trying to think about this. If he says there are no survivors, but he knows there are.
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press *8.
That just doesn't interrupt the flow at all. I love how it just
it
comes in so smoothly.
At 4 hours, 4 hours and 39 minutes, it would have cut off. That's very odd. I'm sorry, it would have been 41 minutes. 4:41. Anyway, in the future when he asked earlier, what did he say? Are they still alive? Are they still alive?
And that's the thing. You're not really. I assumed he was referring to like the other people who didn't get rescued. But maybe he's referring to somebody else. I don't know.
He could be referring to his team. He could be referring to any new group of people that get introduced between now and then.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. There's no way to tell. But this clarifies his role somewhat.
Does it? Oh. here's my question.
I mean, we still don't know like what he represents, but
and I mean, I assume he is connected, but is he connected to the cover-up of the Flight 815?
Yeah, that's the thing. It seems like he knows about it, but is he connected to it? I don't know. I really don't know. He could be. I mean, yeah, I don't know. And then there's the question of why they're doing that.
And then why did Naomi say, "Well, found a plane with your bodies"? And like, I mean, if she knows that was all fake, why did she even pretend with them?
Yeah.
To be surprised that they were alive. It seems like she really was surprised. It's weird.
No, it did. She played it like she was surprised.
She played it like she was surprised, but that's so strange because she went on all the detail and the bodies.
Yeah, I mean, initially she's like, "That's impossible. They're all dead. They were all dead."
Yeah. And it's like,
but what's she gonna say? I mean,
well, to me,
if she knows there's a cover up, what's she gonna say? They found a fake plane and
no, she shouldn't mention it at all. If they ask about what do people say, she should lie and not. She shouldn't tell the truth and say they found this plane and let them know there's a big conspiracy and some big problem. She should at least say the plane got, it was lost. It was considered missing and lost.
Okay.
Never found. Don't say the truth, which is the reports are they found it, and now everyone's questioning. But of course, that's for us.
It is.
But it's just like, why lie about that? I mean, why? The position she's in, it doesn't make sense to say that to them.
Yeah.
Even if she is just trying to go along and be nice or chat or whatever, like why say that?
Yeah.
Because now they think something's up about, everyone thinks they're dead now. So unless maybe that was supposed to like demotivate them from getting rescued or something, I don't know. Like everyone thinks you're dead, so don't worry about getting home too fast.
Why bother? Yeah.
I don't know.
Nobody's missing you anymore.
No.
Don't worry. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that.
We've got 5 more minutes of the show to talk about. Let's see how long that takes.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, there's a few more things to deal with here. I wanna raise, just whatever. Maybe there's not much to, but why the cover up? I don't understand.
I think that was what that's the big thing we were going to wait for. I think one of my answers is that they know survivors are on the island and they don't want anyone to know that they're alive and come looking for them, so they want to just end that whole search for them.
Okay.
That's what I would think. They want to have, the people who did the cover-up want to have, isolated access to the island, and they don't want anyone in the area looking or even thinking about Flight 815 anymore.
Okay.
That's the major reason I can think of.
Okay. But then, at some point, they let people off the island. Why are they going to do that?
I don't think, and I think that's quick to say they let people off the island. We don't know how they get off yet, because it could be because the people who are in control aren't necessarily the people who are on the freighter, or because something can happen where they side with the losties. You know what I mean?
I see. Okay.
They maybe kill all the bad guys and take over the freighter. You know what I mean? They could do a whole bunch of stuff. So their getting off is not. Wow, I just had crazy deja vu. I know we didn't talk about this before. So their getting off is not. I agree. It's not necessarily like approved by Abaddon or whoever he represents, or whoever else is involved. The people who do the cover up should be completely against any survivors ever being rescued.
That's the thing I'm worried about. I don't understand how that happens, but I guess there could be any number of things where they don't have to do it themselves. Because it doesn't make any sense. Like, okay, well, we'll take 6. How about that? That's good bargain. Better than everybody. The rest of them, all dead. But these 6, they're okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I think that's a question that should come up. Okay, if we're all rescued, or Abaddon should be thinking, okay, if these people are rescued, like how are the people who do the cover-up going to explain how they had all the bodies accounted for, but now here's 6 people who are alive, but we had their bodies accounted for, so what happened? Oops, we made a mistake, like, I guess that's all you can say.
Yeah, it's not, it is. But it's not going to look good. I mean, the whole plane was buried down there. Like, they really just should not be alive.
And it's and you think they would have done their homework and found out that the pilot was married and put a ring on that body's finger. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it's a small thing, but, if you're going to do a cover-up, do it right.
Yeah.
That's what I say.
And why don't they just go in there and kill everybody? Like, wouldn't that solve the problem of the cover-up?
I mean, they could have sent a whole bunch of Naomis just to kill every lost survivor, every plane survivor they saw.
Kill every living thing on the island. I mean, that'll, there won't be any problems if you do that. Why send these 4, like, goofballs to, like,
It is 4 goofballs. They don't know what they're doing.
They don't. They're totally, like, not equipped to deal with what they're doing.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think what they're doing is very, like Abaddon said, it's very, very specific, and I think it has to do with something fairly big. They said they're there for Ben, and with Lost, that's not what it means. I came for you, John, or any of those lines like that. Like it's just not right. It's either a lie or it's just not right. So I think they might be there for something that Ben's connected with. They're not there to get him, I don't think.
And here's another thing we still don't know. Why was Naomi saying she was there for Desmond?
Oh, I guess that was her cover story.
Because, but how does she know about Desmond? Like this episode does not explain that. We were assuming that Widmore was somehow involved, and like maybe he is, but like it's not clear at this point. Who Abaddon is representing, or if he's representing any. Who knows what he's doing?
Well, no one else works in his office apparently. Cause it's completely empty.
He's got a pretty spare office.
I love that.
He's really not a decorator.
I love that set as a meeting place. Like that was pretty cool. It's just a table, some boxes in the background.
Yeah.
I would say that maybe along the way, the whole Desmond thing came about. Maybe something happened with Penny meets somebody who meets Naomi, or I don't know. I feel like there's some sort of thing there where it's sort of indirect. But I don't remember the details of that whole thing when she was talking about that. But she did have the picture in the book, right?
Yeah.
Was it the book too? Yeah, Catch-22. Whatever happened to the book that Desmond was going to read, the last book before he died? Remember that whole thing?
Yeah, Our Mutual Friend, yeah.
Whatever happened with that?
Who knows? I don't know. Did
he read it?
No, I don't think he read it.
He probably doesn't even have it anymore. It probably imploded.
I think it imploded, yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, if it didn't implode, actually, maybe it was on the boat. I don't think, man. Or did he take it later? I forgot. It's pretty much gone, I think. I think he gave up that dream.
Oh.
Yeah. I've read every precious word.
Oh man, he sounds insane.
Yeah.
I read every word, forwards and backwards. All right. So to answer your questions, I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know. That probably doesn't matter, and that's a continuity error. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, it had to be brought up, but we'll probably get more later. I really didn't think that Abaddon character was coming back. I really thought he was a one-off threat in the future character.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he's in the past too.
Yeah. Him being in charge of this group, and I don't know. And also the other thing it does is it makes whoever else is on the boat seems like ancillary, like they only talk about the people who are on the island.
Yeah, and see, that's, to me, I would say they're completely expendable except for the scene we get, which we're pretty much at, I think, when Miles calls Rosinski and, what's her name? Rosanna or Rachel or something? Regina. To me, that was really strange, that phone call, because they took the time out to make the call because, Jack said, we're in that scene, right?
Yeah, I'm about to
set up
do
the
it.
scene?
You ready? Here we go.
Why don't you set it up and we can talk about it?
Here's the scene. We're back on the island. Kate and Miles are carrying Naomi's dead body. Saeed is looking at the helicopter, inspecting it.
He presses a button and he turns a knob and he goes, yep, it's pretty good. No problems here, folks. I love that.
Yeah, good old Saeed looking at stuff.
Yeah, he there's this cylindrical thing that he kind of rotates, and I'm just like, that doesn't do nothing. You're just playing with stuff.
Yeah. No, I'm sure it was very important. I appreciate Saeed's approval.
That was a transaxle rotator, yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. Right. He gives the helicopter his seal of approval, and then Miles asks Jack for the phone. Jack says he'll give him the phone if Miles tells him what they're doing there. Miles says, I'll tell you what we're doing here if you give me the phone.
Who's on first? Who's on second?
Yeah. It's wait a minute, aren't you saying the same thing? Well, I guess it's all about who gets it first. So anyway,
yeah.
Jack gives him the phone, and then Miles uses the phone and talks to Regina on the phone and asks for Minkowski, the only person I think we've heard so far, on the phone. Regina says that Minkowski can't come to the phone right now. And then Miles tells Regina to have Minkowski call him when he can, and she just says she's got to go and hangs up. And I thought that
was very interesting. And what I was going to say earlier was that, basically Jack says, you tell me, I'll give you the phone if you tell me what's going on. And that, that's what he agreed to. But before he actually tells them why they're there, we get this phone call, which I feel like it felt important enough for them to sort of interrupt the flow of this exchange here,
Yeah.
And the fact that Minkowski, he's got a covert operation going on in this island, but he's too busy to come to the phone, and Regina doesn't really seem to care.
No.
No.
He's not interested.
I don't know what's going on. That was really weird. It was the first time that I felt like, the second time. I think the first time, I felt like, you get a new sense of what this team is like. The first time is when these four people come and you're like, that's your team? Okay. And now it's the people back at the freighter are just too busy to come to the phone or whatever.
Right, yeah.
And maybe legitimately, maybe there's something really going on, but it was just weird. It was a weird little scene, little part of a scene.
Yeah, he can't be bothered. I don't know, oh, he's in a meeting right now.
Because it's they did this whole detour for, just for what? Why did they take the time out? Because he didn't talk to him. So it seems to be the point is he couldn't talk to him. So they're setting something up.
It made me think there was something wrong, something was really going on. Because it seems too prominently placed here to just be a silly little bullshit conversation that it seems to be. So yeah, I mean, my best guess for now is that something's really going on that he's doing, or he's dead, or I don't know.
Yeah, he can't come to the phone because he's dead.
Yeah.
He's not dead though. Well, I guess he. I don't say he's. I think he's not dead because the person who plays him is in the credits. Unless they just use him for his voice like a couple times, that's a weird thing. But I guess I don't know. I doubt he's dead though. I think we'll see him.
I don't actually think he's dead, but maybe he's like, I don't know, injured, or I don't know. I feel like something's going on. She's just like, oh, I gotta go. I don't know. There's something suspicious about that call.
And she answers the phone. Like he never. Minkowski always answers.
Yeah.
You know, he seemed like he was a communications guy. But so she answers and like he can't come. Like that's very suspect.
It is. Yeah. There's something up. There's something up on the phone. I mean on the boat. I don't know. That's my theory for now. It's not much of a theory. Fairly vague.
Your theory is that
but
something's going on?
Something's going on that boat. That's my theory. Just, write that one down, guys. I think that's going to be confirmed.
Justin's theory?
Wait,
what's your theory again?
Something's going on.
Something's going on.
Ugh. Like the grammar. Something's going on the boat. That's it.
Nice. That's a good theory.
I agree.
I have a theory that, all the energies in the universes are unified.
Oh.
They're all,
Well, that's an okay theory.
Yeah, I won't, tell you how that's possible, but I'll just tell you I have a theory about that.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. I don't think I could appreciate it. Even if you wanted to tell me.
And just let me say, it has nothing to do with gravity.
Okay. Good.
All right, that's it.
Good. I think gravity's overrated, actually.
Gravity has its purpose, but, it's a very weak force.
Yeah. I think we'd be fine without it.
Well, we could fly at least.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be able to, pour a glass of anything or, do things we've come to, depend on, like you set something down and it stays there.
We'd adapt. Zero gravity glasses.
Your babies would fly away and you have to
my baby's
tie on the
flying
leash.
Away.
Where did your baby go?
Oh, it's sad.
Yeah.
Baby flew away.
We would have built any buildings really. You'd have to re-engineer a lot of things. You could do it.
Yeah.
But it helps. It helps.
I guess it does. Maybe
if there wasn't any gravity, our bodies would be a lot different anyway. So. Technically.
That's what the scientists want you to believe.
Exactly. Scientists say gravity keeps us normal. Well, we here at the Anti-Gravity Institute think otherwise.
Yeah.
For years, it all started with Newton, when he lied and said that the apple fell from the tree. Well, looking at these drawings from his university, there were no apple trees at that time.
Oh. Wow, no apple trees. That's...
The Newton conspiracy.
Yeah. Nice. We could make a movie.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's good. I like it.
I see. I'm trying to think who can play Newton.
Oh no.
Ray Fiennes.
Yeah. Okay.
Ray Fiennes is Newton. I want Rachel Weisz as Newton's love interest.
Okay.
And Christopher Walken is chairman of the university.
Oh no.
Where did Newton go? Was it Cambridge or something, or was it? Wasn't he at one of the big English schools?
Yeah, it's Oxford or Cambridge, one of the two.
Yeah, Christopher Walken can be Professor Cambridge.
I'm Professor Cambridge.
I also happen to be president of this university.
It's called Cambridge after me.
Exactly. Whoa. What is all the hubbub there, Newton? Oh, my
that
walk
theory is pretty
horrible.
crazy.
It's a crazy theory, I think. But let me ask you something. Did the apple taste good? Oh,
fucking
Christopher
Walken.
Walken.
God.
Yeah, what are you going to do with that guy?
He's an ass. Oh, but we love him so. So, okay, what happened? We're back to the,
All right, back to the project.
Yeah, that's, that was a tangent. Okay, the call, right. So the call's over, hangs up. Kate and Dan show up with Naomi's body. Dan wants to take her on the helicopter, and Miles objects to that. Frank agrees with Miles that they are low on fuel and they should not take the body. You know, it's sort of inessential. And Juliet's over there tending to Frank's head wound. So we go over there with them, and Frank asks Juliet what her name is. She tells him
Juliet.
that she's Juliet, and he's
Juliet what?
Last name, and she says he's Juliet Burke, and then he says, you weren't on that plane, were you?
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
And then he calls out to Miles, and he tells Miles that Juliet was not on the plane. Frank says that he knows manifest and that she is a native. Mm-hmm. And then Miles runs over, and he's all
and finishes the first part.
Yeah,
of the scene.
Pretty much. Yeah, he gets like a dramatic inducement to finish his promise. He says, "Where is he?" And then Jack sort of steps between Miles and Juliet to try to calm him down, and then Miles says, "I'll tell you why we're here," and and then he pulls out a picture, says, "We're here for Benjamin Linus," and then we get to see a little picture of Ben
looking ever so innocent.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. Very, yeah. What do you want me for?
Yeah, I ain't do nothing to nobody. I'm just walking through this here thing.
All I ever wanted was a kind word.
I just look at me. Oh. Yeah. I don't know. This is funny. I'm looking at the picture, and this is a very funny, I think, a very funny continuity problem or like production error. The computer monitor that's in the background of the picture is not plugged into anything. There's no cables.
Yeah.
Anywhere, and that's really funny.
Oops. Yeah. I don't know. Pictures are weird on this show. They tend to make them fucked up somehow.
They can't seem to get pictures right.
Yeah. That looks ridiculous. Just like a dead, free-floating monitor.
Like, why is the monitor just hanging out there? Unless someone will be using it.
Yeah. It's an odd picture. Anyway, at the end of the scene, Jack looks at Juliet. Miles asks where is he again. I like that they brought out Juliet not being a part. I mean, she was just going along like she had been there the whole time, and I was glad somebody was finally like, wait a minute, you're not, you don't belong here.
Yeah, I like that. I like how Frank does this. He's kind of vulnerable because she's tending to him. She's putting herself out there by helping him and gets caught up by her honesty. Because she's just being friendly. Because he's being friendly. What's your name? Because he's asking her name for a reason. He's got his suspicions, and but anyway. Yeah, it's interesting to see how that played out because he's being sort of cunning by doing that, and even when he finds out her name, he doesn't just keep it to himself and go tell his friends later. He shouts it out and like makes it, and she could have like killed him or something, like if it was a huge secret, or something. But I guess he was hedging his bets. But I like how the scene played out. I wanted to go back though to talk about really quickly about Naomi. Because Miles makes the reference that that's not her; it's just meat. Do you think her she must have been there in spirit for him to talk to her, right?
Mhm.
So she's maybe on the island somewhere. Like, if spirits get, what I mean? Like,
Talagos Naomi?
Mhm.
Yeah,
exactly.
I guess so.
Because they point that out,
Mhm.
This isn't her, this is just her body.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what that means. People die on the island, they have a decent chance of,
Yeah.
remanifesting in some form. Whether it's them or someone looking like them, who knows, but yeah, I thought it was just I don't know. I didn't pay any attention to that, but
And it could just be about him, what his beliefs.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought it was, I guess. I thought he was just it was just another illustration of what he thinks about things.
Mhm. We'll see.
Bodies and spirits and nonsense like that. But so
yeah.
Maybe I should. I think I don't know. I want to ask stuff about this scene, but I feel like I should wait till the next scene.
The next scene is what is the only thing I don't like about this whole episode. Let's talk about the next scene, and we can talk about the whole ending, I guess.
Okay, so we're back with Locke's group, and Sawyer's threatening Ben with the gun. He sort of got the gun in his face. Locke apologized to Charlotte, but she is not reassured. Locke goes over to Sawyer. Locke says that he was wrong about Ben, and Sawyer says, "You want me to do it?" And he's like, "It's my mess, and I'll clean it up." That old gag. So Alex gets upset and doesn't want him to do it, and then Danielle sort of tries to restrain her and get her away, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Sawyer says, "Didn't we talk about this?" And
I love that.
You do?
I'll tell you why once you finish the next line.
And
Sorry,
then,
I realized you weren't done.
And then Locke says, "What if one of those bullets hit you or the baby?"
And then she shuts up. I love that. She's like, "Shouldn't we talk about this? But what if..." Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay. Sorry.
Carry on.
Yes. You can't win arguments with what-if statements, you shouldn't, but yeah, that really shuts her up.
It does, yeah.
We got really close to home for Claire. What if it's her baby? Well, okay.
Well, all right. He's got a point. So then Ben decides to speak up, and he says, "I have information that you need. I have answers." And then Locke busts out immediately with, "What is the monster?"
I think in a season, a previous season, we wouldn't have it would have been totally different.
Yeah, I agree.
Ben would have begged for his life more, or he would have said, "You're not going to shoot me, Locke. I know you," or he would have done all that.
Oh God.
Oh yeah. He would have done that whole thing, and then they would have got into it a little bit. They would have played it out a little bit longer, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe we would have got that question of, what's the smoke monster?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. To have someone actually ask that is, I think, monumental.
It's an acknowledgement of the fact that they do see the smoke monster.
Yeah.
They do wonder what it is.
Yeah, and I didn't really think we'd get an answer, but I don't know. It was nice to have someone ask directly, someone who has a chance of knowing something about it. Exactly.
We're closer to the answer just by him asking.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And so yeah, and I like that, like, he hears I have answers, and that's like the first thing that you think of to say. I don't know.
Yeah, you think he'd ask about Jacob since that's where he's going.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of other stuff he could ask about, but I mean, there's still other stuff. I mean, that's all we do. We could send him to our podcast, and he could ask for hours, but he has What is a Monster, which is a good one. Hey, whatever, I'll give him that. And then Ben, says, what monster? And Locke sort of clarifies the black smoke. And Ben says, I don't know.
He does that Paris Hilton pause, you know, before he lies and goes, he's like, I don't know.
The Paris Hilton pause.
I think that's the Paris pause. I'm going to count that.
The Paris pause, yeah.
For people who don't know what we're talking about, Paris Hilton was on Ellen DeGeneres' show recently, and there's a YouTube clip you could find about Paris and her, 17 dogs. But she tries to say that she's recently gotten all her dogs spayed and neutered because the reason she has so many is because they weren't before. And Ellen was like, are they all spayed and neutered? And Paris pauses and goes, yes. And it's just like, you don't believe her. And Ellen calls her on it. She's like, okay, you're lying.
Yeah. It was a really obvious lie. Not a good liar, that Paris.
Not a good at a lot of stuff.
Oh. Well, yeah, I guess.
You can say that about anybody, okay? Just to clarify.
That's true. No, I just want to clarify that I have nothing but respect for the Hilton family and everything
and their
they've done.
fine chains of hotels.
Yes. Finest hotels in the world. I stay at them wherever I travel, and I think you should too if you ever find yourself in a location where there's a Hilton. Just trying to get that out there. Okay, so right. Ben says I don't know. So then Locke pulls the whatever on the gun thing on the top. I don't know what it's called. People do
the hammer.
Is that what it's called? It's not a hammer though. It's not that kind of gun. It's a kind where there's something on the top and you slide it back.
Oh, that's the it's not that kind of gun. It's that's the thing that moves when you shoot.
Yeah.
The technical term.
Yeah, the thing that moves.
It's the chamber plate. No, I'm making that up. I don't know what that's called.
I am not a gun expert. I really don't know. But in movies, people do that all the time. They pull back the thing. And a couple times in the show, people have demonstrated that they know what to do with a gun by pulling that thing back.
Mm-hmm. It loads the bullet into the chamber, right?
Yeah.
Chamber loader. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, that's what he pulls back, and then he points the gun at him. He says, "Goodbye, Ben." I guess he gets to go out and I don't know. That's Ben's last words.
Yeah.
So then Ben yells out, "Her name is Charlotte Lewis."
Yeah, he totally deflects the emphasis to her,
Yeah.
Because he just failed. He just tried to shoot her, and now Locke wants answers, and he's not giving it. But instead of the pressure being on him, he just focused. It was a weird shift. It was a weird shift because people were like, because Charlotte was turning around and walking away or something. Oh, because they're about to shoot him. That's right, I forgot.
Yeah.
They're about to kill him, and so he saves himself by bringing the information on her, which made it seem. Okay, you should finish setting up the scene. Sorry.
Yeah. So. So he gives out a bunch of personal information, like what her full name is and where she was born and her family and all
tough
kinds
size.
The usual other bullshit routine. I think they practice this. The people they research, they have to sit there and memorize basically mundane facts so they can just recite them and be impressive. It's
exactly.
I'm not impressed by it anymore. I'm sorry. It's ceased to be magical. Like,
when it's just remember that whole thing about the file, and we were like,
oh yeah,
we thought the file was something crazy, and
we
no,
sure
it's just
did.
a file.
Yeah, it was the file. It's magical or something. It seemed so like, I don't know, when it was vague and you didn't know what was going on behind the scenes. It seemed like anything. You know, the furniture, it's disappearing, and you know, how did they make the whatever? I don't know, the fake hats and all that shit.
Where did they get all those tortures from?
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know. This routine, like, I don't know. If I heard it enough times, you know, I don't know. It would get old to me after a while.
Well, but it doesn't even matter, because he immediately explains how he knows it, which is a very sort of mundane thing.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, so it's not like he even got the information in any sort of crazy way.
Yeah, that's the thing. In the early days, they made it out like, I don't know. They didn't explain how they knew it, so you could just imagine, like, you know, it was left to you to, like, you know, guess how they know all that stuff, and it seemed more interesting, but yeah, whatever. So anyway, he then he says the names of the other team members, you know, Miles and Dan and Frank, and then he concludes by saying, these people are a threat, and I know what they are doing here. And I guess, you know, if you kill me, you'll never know how big of a threat they were, whatever. And then Sawyer asks, you know, what do they want? And he says, me, James. They want me. And then everybody's suitably shocked. After a bit, Locke asks Ben, how do you know all this? And then Ben responds, because I have a man on their boat.
I feel like the next episode should be called, like, Inside Man. Like, this, you know, I didn't really like how this episode ended. I think the writing took a sharp turn, and maybe because of specific things they're trying to set up, but I thought it was really, really bad that, you know, the scene before this, we got the big revelation they're there for Ben. We don't need another big revelation that, oh, they're there for Ben. You know, and I know there's two different groups who need to find this out, but I really was expecting a different revelation, like further along those lines, like why they're really there. They're there for Ben because what? You know? And they could just be there saving certain things, or how they want to, or even like, you know, it could have been something where Ben's about to say, you know, they want me, and then Charlotte says, you know, or Ben's about to say what they really want, and then Charlotte says, we're here for him, you know, and maybe she covers for him or something. You know, like, I don't know. I expected something more to go on than just another, you know, the same revelation from the previous scene, you know, and it was just weird how he saved himself by telling all this information. And then, you know, he's really good. I mean, obviously, he's a good speaker. He really, like, makes people believe what he wants, because he you know, you get the impression like she's dangerous because, you know, he basically, you know, combined true facts about her with the statement they're bad. And since one is true, you think the other's true, sort of subconsciously. Yeah. You know, and it got everyone's like, oh no, like, but it's like, okay, he knows stuff about her, so what? You know, that doesn't mean she's bad. Yeah. You know, he didn't say anything bad about her.
He knows stuff about you guys too.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know, settle down.
Yeah. So it was weird. I don't like when. You know, that's the thing in writing. I don't like when things like that happen, but with Ben it makes sense, I guess. Yeah.
You know, I didn't mind the scene. I liked it pretty much, but I mean, I would have liked more, but I liked it enough. But what bugged me is it's typical for Lost. Like we were talking about earlier, it's all about how. Locke asks, "How do you know all this?" And like the question I wanted was, "Why do they want you?"
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter how you know it.
That to me, that's a way more interesting question. I don't. How do you know? Whatever. I like, you know. I don't know. That's way less important to me.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's typical.
Well, and that's the whole point is they're setting that up.
They are.
They don't want to tell us how yet. I mean, why yet?
Yeah, you're right.
So, which is the problem because we
right.
want to know.
And they have to set up the man on the boat. So.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Now let's talk about the man on the boat. I guess.
Okay, the man on the boat. Woo.
The man on the boat. I feel like that's an episode. I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like it should be.
Boatman.
Boatman. Oh no.
There once was a man on a boat.
The end?
It reminds me of that Nantucket limerick.
Oh, yeah.
Which, yeah, anyway.
Yeah, what are you going to do with that?
Yeah, I remember reading a whole bunch of those Nantucket ones, and because there's different versions and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And they're all ridiculous. And have you heard of, like, the one that's like a story? Like, it's like all, it's the man from Nantucket, and then it goes to, like, his daughter, and then it goes to, like, somebody else, and, like, they're all doing stuff, It's really weird.
No, I don't think I've heard that one.
Yeah, it's really weird. I think, like, she gets married or something.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who knew people from Nantucket had such interesting lives?
I know. So the man from the boat, people think it's Michael. People
do think it's Michael. Michael's got to show up somehow. I find it hard to believe that it's him, but I do think it's a possibility.
I mean, I could sort of envision a scene that we could probably see in flashback where Ben is like, okay, well, you go and you bring me these people. Well, maybe not Ben, because
it shouldn't be Ben.
It shouldn't be Ben. But you go and you bring me these people. Oh, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking it was after they came back, but before Michael left. I don't know if that even makes sense, but before, because right when they get captured is right after that they're on the dock, right?
Yeah, they go.
So I don't know. I was just imagining some way of him giving him orders like, okay, this heading will take you to a freighter, and blah blah blah. But see, I don't think Ben. To me, the reason
when he could have done it? I don't think this happened. I really don't. But when he could have done it? When Michael shoots Anna Lucia and Libby and lets Ben go.
Mm-mm.
They had the chance to have a conversation with Ben.
They did, but I don't think that happened either. I don't think Ben had formulated that far in advance because he didn't know. He didn't know. I don't think he knew what the terms, of the situation were. I
agree, but I think that's the only chance he really had to talk to Michael directly.
Yeah, I don't think that would have happened then. So I don't know. I mean, because here's the thing.
Maybe during the lockdown. Remember that?
Oh God!
He went out and typed a secret message and. God.
Yeah, see, here's the problem with Michael being on the boat, because, okay, if Michael's on the boat, if Michael's Ben's inside man, then I don't know how he could have given Michael the instructions to do that, and I don't think he would have given him instructions to do that, because why would you want someone from the island who could potentially be coerced to lead them back, and confirm the location, you know what I mean? Because all they have to do is say, what heading did you come from, and they can get straight to the island.
Yeah.
So I don't think Ben would risk that. I don't think Ben would tell Michael, I don't think Ben would intentionally send them to his enemies.
Yeah.
Even to be an insider.
Yeah.
So that to me pokes a hole in that theory. Now the other idea, my idea is maybe Michael is on the freighter. Maybe, and I don't necessarily think he's Ben's inside man, but maybe he accidentally, they picked him up. It wasn't planned. They picked him up, and then along the way, maybe Michael found out that they want Ben, blah blah blah, and maybe he found out something where he could sympathize with Ben or something, and then sort of covertly contacted him, and then he became his inside man.
Oh, okay.
I don't see Ben sending Michael.
You don't
on
see it
this
being
mission.
the plan,
No.
go do this, Michael. Go to compass
especially since you know, these people on the freighter want to get to the island, which is not where Michael wants to get. I don't see him saying, okay, I'll agree to, you know, betray all my friends so I can have my son and get the boat just to go to another boat, which might potentially come back to the island. To me, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't sound very reasonable.
I think what we're going to see is that Michael and Walt were on course. They probably, you know, damn it, Walt, the thing blew up, you know, like, I can just, like, you know, the engine, like, whatever, you know, oh, Dad, you know,
no.
and they're drifting or something, you know, they're drifting along, and then they see help, and you think, oh, yay, but of course it's the freighter.
Not again.
And they're picked up, and then they're told, yeah, we can, you know, and they're like, we're glad to see you, you know, and thanks for rescuing me and my boy. And then they say, well, we've got stuff to do in this area, but we'll take you home. Just sit tight, make yourself comfortable, you know, eat some oatmeal or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
And then slowly but surely he realizes something else is going on. That's, to me, what I expect to happen.
Okay.
And then maybe along the way, Michael somehow contacts Ben. But here's the other thing. Ben could be lying. He could know this for some other reason.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, he could
there's
have,
always a chance
you know,
he's lying.
I mean, the flame station's gone, but recently, you know, it's like, how would he have gotten the information, and when would he have gotten the information?
And the other thing is, him saying this to Charlotte is potentially not a good idea.
Oh, that's the other thing, too. Yeah, why would you want her to know you know what's going on? But see, I think Ben's hedging his best that he'll be protected by the other people.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know?
I guess so.
Or that he might be able to escape before. Because, see, that's the thing. Like, I don't think Charlotte, like, they're not there to kill him. You know what I mean? Those people, you don't send those people on a mission to kill somebody. It just doesn't make any sense. So, and, you know, of course, if she wanted him dead, she could have killed him before. So they want something from him, you know, but there is something going on with, like, she potentially knows that that's Ben. He knows who she is, but they're playing this game this whole time. And so he's showing his cards now, you know, but I think he's betting that people are going to protect him.
Yeah.
You know, and he might be right, but whatever. You know, they could want something that they don't have any right to be getting or something. I don't know,
that's true. That's true. And that's, hey, I might as well ask, why do they want Ben?
Oh, you're asking?
Any thoughts on that?
Like I said before,
what's he doing in that picture? For a smaller question.
To me, it looks like he's going through an airport security checkpoint. That's what it looks like to me.
Okay.
It's got sort of a 70s look to it, so I don't know if it's supposed to be an old picture. If it's not an old picture, first of all, if it's off the island, that deserves to be talked about. Like, when did he get off the island?
And it looks to me like it's off the island.
It looks like it's supposed to be off the island, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and if it is off the island, when? You know.
Yeah, what was he doing? I don't see him really wanting to leave the island. Unless
he went. What did he say about when he got sick? Did he say about going to see doctors or something?
I don't think so.
He didn't mention anything about that? I guess not. I guess there wasn't any time to go. Well, no. How long was it before he found out Jack was on the plane, or Jack was a doctor?
Oh, they found that out really fast.
No, how long from when he got sick, from when he knew he was sick to when they knew he had a surgeon there? Was that really fast?
It was 2 days later.
Oh, it was 2 days?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. So he wouldn't have had time to go see a doctor or something about his condition.
No.
So I was trying to think of why he would be off the island.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that would be a reason. I always thought, like, that's what he should do. You know, I mean, I guess after a certain point, their excuse was they didn't have communications, and although that turned out not to be true because he was blocking them, whatever. But I always thought, like, hey, Ben, go to a hospital, like, you know, I don't know.
Well, for a point there, it did seem like they couldn't communicate with you know, off the island, but then that was like, well, okay, yeah, they can, or maybe they, you know, Can they really? Who knows? Who cares?
Yeah, exactly. But can they? But
I mean, the sat phone. I mean, that's working now, right? They didn't have any problems with it this episode, did they?
I don't think so. I think it pretty much
Okay.
worked this episode. No real problems. No real problems. Everything, I mean, the looking glass is off. Everything should be okay. The sky turning purple, I have to conclude, had nothing to do with the communication problems.
Mhm.
And it was all about the fact that Ben was blocking the signals, and he just happened to turn it on at the same time. He's crazy. No, I pulled that shit off. So yeah, he it could have been something like that. I don't see him leaving the island, but
he could have radioed to Bonnie and Greta. Turn on the blocker.
Yeah, but were they down there already? I mean, I
They
got
probably
the
were
sense
down there already.
But what were they doing down there if they weren't?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I feel like you would need someone that you would want someone down there, but I guess for whatever they're doing, they don't care. But I mean, I don't know. Why are they in the Hydra station? I don't know. Why are they anywhere? Why do they do anything?
Yeah, that's a good question. Still don't know that, by the way.
No, we don't.
So it's a bit odd that he's off the island doing whatever. It makes it seem like he's into something. Like
I feel like we might find something new about Ben we didn't know before.
Yeah. Like I don't know. I really, and it's somehow related to why they want him. But I really just don't know. Unless it's connected to something we've already seen. I really just don't know what he could be doing.
Maybe he's looking for Annie.
Oh God.
It's his Nadia.
Yeah, it is his Nadia. It's totally his Nadia. God. You do remember birthdays, don't you, Richard? God.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
God, he's so immortal. Or something. Like that question,
Mhm. Yeah.
That's what you ask someone who's lived like 1,000 years or something. Because birthdays don't really mean a lot anymore,
Mhm.
When you can't even count anymore.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Well, we'll see where they go with that. That'll be crazy.
Well, they already got people talking to dead people, so
That's
I think
true.
how far they're willing to go,
Yeah.
We may have been too conservative in our estimates.
Maybe so. It's I don't know. It is up in the air now. But do you have a theory, any kind of theory on what Ben's up to? I mean, there really isn't much to go on, but like why do they want him? Like
I would imagine maybe something to do with the fertility thing. Maybe he left the island to go research possibilities or find something to do with figuring out how to solve that problem. I can imagine him leaving at some point for that if it was a while ago.
But it's like if he's willing to do that, send the women off the island. That'll solve your problem.
But that's the thing. He wants them to be able to have kids on the island, stay there. Because
all they need to do is like leave the. Apparently, the problem is conception. Like go off the island, have sex, come back, boom, no problem.
Well, they don't want to do that. I mean, because then you couldn't have sex whenever you wanted.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Yeah,
well, I mean, that's not the real problem. But the real problem is you can't. I mean, they wouldn't be able to really live their life having to go to and from the island all the time.
Yeah.
That's
it's
not really
a
solution.
ass, but like it's better than dying.
Well, of course. And you would think that if it was that easy, they would have done that when they realized they had a problem.
Yeah.
But I think they were trying to fix it, and they weren't able to fix it. She worked 3 years on that thing. So.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, yeah, it's weird.
It is weird.
I don't know where that picture would be unless, I mean, it didn't look like it was anywhere on the island that we've seen. And why would they have a picture taken on the island and then bring it back and that's weird.
That would be strange. Yeah, I had the impression they caught him somewhere else. The other thing is they refer to Juliet as a native, which says something about their view of the others, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I don't know what their deal is, but
I didn't like the idea that just because she was on the plane, that she didn't get there some other way.
Yeah.
Because we know how she got there. She's not a native. I mean, she's not a native in the sense she's a hostile. She's not even really a native in the sense that she was like, you know, one of the other original others, really.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she just got there a little bit before the rest of them.
Yeah, she's
years,
pretty far from a native.
But that's the thing. Desmond crashed there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so it's interesting anyway. It makes it seem like they know something about the people on the island, you know. And she says native, you know. I mean, he says native, but
that's the thing. And I think it's odd. Like, if Desmond were around, like, I mean, I feel like Desmond should be around. Like, he was what it was supposed to be about, and like, I feel like he should be talking to these people. Like, you know, what do they know about Desmond? Like, I you know, if they were to talk to Desmond, like, they already know his story, and I don't know. It's weird that it seems really conspicuous to me that he's not in this episode.
Mhm.
You know, something, I don't know. Because I was just thinking, like, if they questioned Desmond, they would have concluded he's a native. But then I'm like, no, Desmond's a different story because they already know about him, or at least Naomi did. And so who knows what they would have said about Desmond. Maybe they avoided having Desmond in this episode to avoid dealing with that. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Desmond could have just been a cover, like, in terms of, they were like, what, they got the picture? That's what gets me.
Yeah, that picture.
I keep thinking like, they were like, well, let's, you know, we need a reason to be there or something, or we want to cover, you know, has anyone gone missing in that area? Oh, yes, this Desmond David Hume, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And they got information about him, and they, you know, did whatever, but and maybe the picture's not that hard to get. I don't know. Maybe it's not.
I mean, I can get it.
Exactly. So how hard could it be?
No, it shouldn't be. I don't think it should be that easy to get.
It shouldn't be. So I don't know. I don't know what they think about Desmond. They're not making this about Desmond, so. They're
not, but I feel like it's got to come up. I don't think they can avoid it forever. They can't just have Desmond not appear for the rest of the season.
Unless they only had it was just a plot thing they wanted to use at the time. You know, the whole Penny thing, the Catch-22 thing.
Yeah.
You know, to tie in with the Charlie Vision thing.
Mhm.
And maybe it's not even important anymore.
I don't think it's important anymore, but I think they at least need a throwaway line or two about it.
Yeah, they should address it.
You know, they can't just leave it hanging. Because I think we gotta at least know, like, how they knew that.
Did Penny send you, mate? And then Penny send you, brother. And then she'll go, Penny? No, that was just a cover.
Oh.
The end.
Yeah. Lost.
Exactly.
Yeah, they
What are you doing there, brother?
You don't want to know.
He said it was not Penny's boat.
You're gonna die, Charlie.
The last thing he said to me.
Oh,
God. I knew that was going to happen.
Be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
Oh,
we can do it again.
You can do it again. Look at that.
Wow.
All right. I guess this can really go.
It can go at least 6.5 hours. That's good to know.
The time intervals are weird. It's like, what is it, 40, 41? I don't understand why it wants to shut off at 41.
Yeah, it does want to shut off at 41.
It's really odd.
Maybe it shuts off. Maybe it has something to do with when not when it's start recording, but when the TalkCast starts.
Oh, when you actually started the thing, when you scheduled it to start. Maybe that is a problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll buy that.
So anyway,
I wish they would just keep going. I mean, it's just so odd. Like, instead of
Yeah, like just keep it going till it's over. Don't tell me it's
like,
gonna stop.
Yeah, if we're talking, we want to be talking. We're not.
Yeah, that's
we're not
so
just
weird.
like, I wish the thing would shut us off. We don't know what to do with ourselves.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like if we're still recording, we probably still want to be recording.
Yeah. It's, I don't know. That's a useless feature. They really should get rid of that. It's awful. Ugh. Anyway.
Unless people were like, well, I don't know. But so anyway, I don't really know what they want with Ben. I think it's anyone's guess at this point. The only thing I want to say about that is I think it's going to be something that we won't see coming.
Yeah, I hope so. I really
hope
it has
like
little to nothing to do with the fertility.
Yeah.
That's really not. I don't want to deal with that. Enough with the fertility problems. I can't. I don't know.
They just want a baby.
They just want a baby. They can have a baby. I just don't want to hear about it. Leave me out of it, please. I want no part of that. Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm getting a sense, yeah, like he's into something. There's some thing he's up to. But
Ben never.
Yeah, I know. I'm really going out on a limb there. That guy, I think
he's a little fishy.
I think he might be a tad less than trustworthy. I'm just gonna put myself out there and say that. Sometimes you just have to say the hard truth.
Sometimes you've got to be the trendsetter.
Yeah.
And make the hard choices.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
Take the blue pill.
Yeah. Oh God. So I don't know. What else?
The only other thing I think we should talk about is potentially what each of the 4 people could do on the island.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I think Miles should talk to dead people.
I think Miles is going to do something with Jacob.
Okay.
Maybe not necessarily going to the cabin, but I think he's going to help with these apparitions.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. Dan,
I think he's already noticed that the light is weird on the island, whatever that means.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, it's one of those things like the compass not working and I don't know. It's just, I don't know. People say stuff like that, and all I hear is, this island is weird and mysterious. Like, it's like, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get much from that. Like, okay, so what? I don't know. The light being weird doesn't matter to me until that actually does.
Well, yeah, I mean, it seems like it should come to something. The light, the fact that he brought it up should mean something eventually, but it might not.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the compass thing could be explained by the electromagnetism on the island.
Oh, I know, and I'm sure that's the explanation. But
the light thing to me, I mean, I wouldn't pin that on electromagnetism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me either.
So I don't know what to explain his perception that the light doesn't seem to scatter right. Seems like a problem with the sun.
Yeah.
You gotta take that up with the sun, boy.
You get that looked at.
Yeah. The sun's problem, boy. It ain't no island's problem.
Why you blame the island? You can blame the sun.
Mm-hmm. You think the light come from the island? Where you go to school, B?
It was the sun what did it.
Mm-hmm. Broke my elbow bone. You remember that?
Oh yeah.
When I broke my elbow bone.
My elbow bone. Yeah, that was the funniest shit ever for a while.
It was. It really was. Okay, Charlotte, I think, I mean, the optimist in me wants her to, go and uncover the secrets of the four-toed statue.
Yeah, that is optimistic.
That's the best thing she could do for me is just to do that.
Yeah, I'll take that. That's definitely something that I think she should be interested in doing if she knew about it.
Mhm.
And yeah, that would be great. I'm all for that. I'm on board with that. besides that, I mean, as far as anthropology, I mean, that's the kind of thing she should be doing.
Yeah. But and I guess that's the question. And just to end it, Frank is the pilot, and I think he has some vested interest in the. I think it's more than just he's a good pilot.
You do.
Because I think for everyone, I think there should be two reasons. There should be a reason why they were chosen and a reason why they took the job.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for some people it might be the same reason. I think for Frank it's not. I think there's two different reasons. Because, I think he has some connection to the island, and you know what I mean? I think he's got some internal motivation for wanting to do this, regardless of the fact that they choose him because he's a good pilot. But, of course, maybe they're choosing him more than just because he's a good pilot. You know?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So, I feel like, what could they be doing that they need all four of those people there? Like, it's the utmost importance that an archaeologist, an archaeologist, a physicist,
Anthropologist.
Yeah, anthropologist, a physicist, a spiritualist, and like a drunk.
Yeah.
Drunk. I love how she said that. How did those four
it made
forces...
it seem like it was his special power.
Yeah, it was great. That was well done. How do those four forces combine? I mean, if they combine to form Captain Planet, what Captain Planet would they do? Would they be?
Yeah. Yeah.
I just don't know. I mean, obviously you need to get great pilot to get him in there. Check. You need you need the special ops expert to secure everything. Check, but she doesn't really do a great job.
Check but dead. Yeah.
Check but dead. Okay, now you got these other three who have very specialized functions.
Yeah.
You got two science people and like a supernatural spiritual person.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know. I just don't know how that all relates to Ben. Like those people.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like if they're looking for him, like what are they gonna do with him? Yeah,
now that they've got him, are they gonna take him to? Are they trying to get him to the freighter? Do they just want to ask him stuff?
Yeah.
Do they want him to show them stuff on the island? Are they going to take him back to the freighter? And is that supposed to then go? He's going to be arrested. He's going to be whatever.
Because if they're just supposed to take him back to the freighter, why? It doesn't seem like it matters that they're them. Why not send in people who know what they're doing as far as?
And that's the other thing is this operation seems a little bit undermanned at least.
Yeah.
Maybe not underfunded, but undermanned. And again, I think part of it has to do with how they're trying to tell the story. You don't want a real special ops team to come in and just shoot everybody.
Yeah,
because that's what would happen.
That's what I was envisioning too. And I'm like, I don't really think the show can let that happen. That would be a little much.
And maybe and this is very smart writing because I just realized what they did. And if they say it, then I'll really give them brownie points. But what I think they should do is make it clear that the first helicopter had the military people on it. Naomi obviously was one of them, and all they have to do is say there was more people, and it crashed and they died. Then all they were left with were the actual, assets of the team, the special people. So if that's true, I will buy that, and I think it's a good way to get around the fact that they really should have just sent a first wave in to secure things, and then send the people who are not expendable.
Yeah. And
so maybe that's the idea they're trying to work with.
I just can't. Yeah, I mean, if they're there just to pick up Ben and leave, I just don't understand why they need these people.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. And that's what I was going to say earlier. Is part of the problem is they're trying to tell this story on the island, and if they want these four people involved, and it has to do with Ben, I mean, it'd be weird to have special ops go in and kidnap Ben and take him to the freighter, and then these four people will do whatever. I think they need to be on the island for what they're doing.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
They're gonna. Oh my God, dude. I can see it now. They want to go to the temple. I think they want to go to the temple.
You think so?
I think we're going to get to the temple very soon. I got a feeling. I feel like the answers are at the temple. Yeah, I can see that, because that ties in the spirituality. It ties in the anthropology.
And hey, physics, get in there.
And
somehow.
hey, physics, it's made of atoms. What do you want?
Jump in there, physics. What are you doing?
Exactly. You don't have to ask permission. Physics, get in there.
I don't think we're going to see the temple anytime soon. Only because let's see, two reasons. First,
Carlton and Damon said they won't ever show the temple.
Yeah. We don't have the motivation. We don't know where to look. Richard is the only other there who is a character on the show, and I don't think he can be in these episodes. He was doing Kane when they were doing these episodes. So if they go over there, they're gonna have to have him not be there in a crappy way, and there'll be no characters there either. And I.
What do you mean, no characters?
Well, if Richard isn't there, there's no one there that we know.
Well, what I'm saying is the group, the new four people say, or they might not say take us to the temple, but what they want might be at the temple, and Ben leads them all there, and so you get Locke and you get all those people. So I mean, it doesn't really matter that there's no other real characters already there, because we're going to bring the characters there.
Yeah.
And then they'll do whatever they want.
You can bring the characters there, but it will be weird trying to get around the fact that Richard isn't there.
Most people will forget. They could ride around that.
You think
it would suck, but I think most people would. Most Lost fans would. I mean, most Lost viewers would forget. I definitely think they would.
Yeah. All right. Well, you're right. I think most Lost viewers would forget. I know a few who would, but.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would really bother me. I mean, he specifically tells Richard to go. I mean, if they go there, he should be there. And
they could just say, where's Richard? He's out looking for you.
Oh yeah, I guess they could do that.
Dude, they can do whatever they want. He's getting firewood,
Oh no. Oh God, he went there to get some bananas.
Exactly.
Yeah, I hope they get that guy back. I hope Kane doesn't come back.
Nestor Carbonell.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah.
Don't wish for Kane not coming on, because my mom loves that show.
I know. I'm sorry, Mom, but all right, I want Kane, but I want them to write him off the show.
All right, I'll settle for that.
She can't have him. We had him
like
first.
A main character. Yeah. He's got a bigger part on this show, though. So there.
Yeah. No,
I'm talking about Kane.
I
He's one of the big characters, I think.
I know.
I
know, but come on.
He can't do like one guest star role on Lost?
Man, it's a different network. I think it's tricky.
Yeah.
I think it's tricky. I think they could pull a one-off thing and kill him off like they did with Clue, but I don't want him to do that.
Yeah.
That was really lame.
That was lame. Who just hid in the closet? It's Miss Clue.
Yeah.
That was so random. It was random.
It's a Miss Clue in the closet.
Who's in the closet? Clue's in the closet. Oh, man.
Clue's in the closet looking for you. Yeah, it was just, I don't know, it felt so, I mean, in general, I like that episode, but Miss Clue just, I don't know, I think she deserved better.
Yeah, she did. It was okay, but it could have been worse, but she deserved better, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was better than, like, never seeing her again and just saying, oh, she got killed at the beach with everybody else, but, like, I don't know. They really made her a character at the end of season 2, and it just, I don't know. I think Richard kind of the same thing happened to him. Like they make these people characters, and then they just...
Same thing with the sheriff, with all their people.
Yeah.
Like they bring them to the forefront, and they give them all this stuff to do, and then it's like you never see them again. Mikhail's like Mikhail, Juliet. I mean, and of course, like some people like Pickett and stuff, but like there's only a few that really get to hang around.
Yeah. It's I don't know. It seems like at the end of the season they do that. Like they bring in these guest stars and they have recurring roles and they sometimes they become important, and you know, it's I don't know. She was the one at the dock, like, you know, she told Hurley to, you know, go back and tell people never to come here. And
yeah, and part of that's just out of necessity, because if Ben was there, he could have done all that.
Yeah.
You know?
But
so they had
was,
to do
you know,
somebody.
When Ben wasn't there, she was, you know, taking charge. And
well, why was she? Was she really, like, was she above Pickett, you think?
In it sure seemed that way in
it definitely seemed
in that
way.
episode. Definitely. But
I
that's
feel
the
like
thing,
she was...
like, you never really know, because you never get to see her with the others for real. You only get to see her in the FAMP.
B.
When they're still like putting on the show and they got the costumes and where's your beard?
I took it off. It was itchy.
All that fucking around, man. All that
Dude,
fucking
that,
around.
you know what? That's what it was. It was fucking around.
It really was. Like, come on, you guys, you just didn't need to do all that. It was a lot of work, you know. You built a fake hatch door. Like, get a hold of yourselves.
Yeah, they set up all those fake tents and like teepee things and yeah, I feel like they did it to like I feel like if Michael hadn't said that, it wouldn't have been true. You know, they live in these, you know, whatever, and I've seen the door, he's in there. You know, I feel like he made that come true some weird way. You know, like just in terms of the show, like
yeah.
It could have been anything.
It's weird because like they tell him to lie, and he does lie, but what he tells is close to what the truth is.
Yeah, he tells him what he saw, but it was like not really accurate.
Yeah,
he knew it wasn't accurate, but it was like.
Yeah, and maybe he didn't know that.
Or
it was
that's the
fake.
thing. That's the thing. He may not have known it was all fake.
Yeah.
That's probably maybe that's just what it is. He just. They were like, well, we don't want them to know what we really are real deal here.
That was pretty elaborate, though. That's a project I would not want to be involved in.
It's like Clue comes to Ben. It's like, okay, how are we going to handle? Oh, Ben's not there.
Yeah.
I guess she'd have to go to like Pickett or Tom or Juliet or something.
Yeah.
And be like, okay, guys, we got to get Ben out. What are we going to do? Well, let's build a fake. Yeah.
And you know what will really complete the look? If we build a fake hatch door.
Now, wait.
And
now,
pretend to guard it.
Well, first, before they get to that, it's going to be like, okay. And then we'll tell them we have Walt. Well, what? In one of the tents, they can just go in and get him. No. We'll have him behind this big door. You know, we'll build a big door with guards in it. You know, our guards in front of it. All right. Well, I think that's it. I mean, we've covered every fucking thing.
Yeah. There were a lot of topics.
I mean, this is a 6-hour podcast about episode 2 of season 4.
Yeah. Well, you know, it as far as like new information goes, this one was pretty high on the list. It's pretty rare that an episode just sort of you know, gives up so much new stuff. I mean, you know, 4 new characters with flashbacks, you know, off the island, during the time when they're on the island.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that, I think it should be contributable to the shorter seasons.
Yeah.
You know, they're able to they're cutting a lot of extra crap.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect them all to get their own whole flashback episode. Like it's, you know, I don't think we've had an episode with more than one person getting a flashback. You know, I mean, we actually had 5 flashbacks if you count Naomi's.
Yeah, and that's what's weird. Is like how major are these characters supposed to be?
Yeah.
You know, are they all in the like opening credits?
I think some of them are.
I mean,
I almost
not
don't
just,
want to know because I feel like it'll give away.
I'm looking at it now, and I've got a couple answers I won't tell you.
Okay. I feel like that's a dead giveaway about who's important.
Yeah, it is.
It's just frustrating. I don't.
Here's some names that don't really. I haven't seen you yet. Oh, it's Michael. I can tell you that one.
Oh, yeah. yeah. No, he's got to show up somehow. It seems like he's.
Uh-oh.
I feel like he's got to tie into that freighter somehow.
I just saw one name that who's going first.
Oh no.
Let me see who this person is. I don't know who this person is. Yeah,
Man,
one of the characters.
Do that.
Yeah, you know, every now and then I'll watch a movie and like I'll see the credits and I'm like, oh, that actor's in it, and then I'm expecting them the whole time.
Oh,
you know.
Mhm.
And it's just like you're just waiting for them to show up.
But the thing about movies that I like is there isn't like such an obvious hierarchy of like here's the regulars and here's the guest stars.
Mm-hmm.
And like if you look at the guest stars, you know, they could very well die, you know, at any moment or not appear on the show again or who knows what, you know.
Yeah.
They're in limbo. You know, your regular characters have a way better chance of being around and mattering and getting time and stuff like that. The other thing, like, so I don't like that part of. The other thing that bothers me, especially with this show, is when you know who plays what and a character appears, like, and you see their name in the credits before it happens, it really just ruins it.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
There are a few episodes like that. Like in the finale, I saw, you know, Malcolm David Kelly's name in the credits before, you know, and I'm like, okay, well, we're gonna see Wald at some point.
See, that's what you get for looking at stuff.
It's a dead giveaway. I can't help it. They're right there.
I'm just kidding.
They're right there. Okay, good. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's hard not to read them. And, you know, the Ethan cameos and all that stuff, it just gives it away.
Would it be really evil to say which number of the 4 are guest stars?
I don't know. I mean, it's barely a spoiler because it's all you have to do is read the credits.
Yeah.
To figure that out.
Well, I won't say anything. Maybe people don't want to know. Let's just say.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't want to know. I'd really.
Uncertain futures for some of those people.
Okay, they're not.
Which you could have said before.
They're not all hanging around.
It's anybody's guess.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Some guest stars can be around for a while.
They can, yeah, they can.
I mean, Rousseau's a guest star.
It's odd that some of them would be regulars and some of them wouldn't, if they're going to keep the guest stars around.
Some of them would be right. Some of them, oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
But that's the thing. Like usually, you mean it a lot of it has to do with just the contract itself and how much time they're going to be used and how many episodes and stuff like that. You know. So in general, I think you could have someone guest star on every episode of a season, but I don't think that's the norm, you know. So usually it would be, if it's a guest star, they're not going to necessarily be in every episode, or they could die whenever, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
I think that principle generally holds.
Yeah.
But like I was just going to say, you know, the one who plays Danielle, she's a guest star. You know, she's been in tons of episodes.
That's true. She's a guest star. She's the kind of guest star who just doesn't appear in a lot of episodes.
Yeah.
And like Rose falls into that category too.
Mhm.
And Bernard, both of them, of course.
Well, when you said one, I assumed the other.
Yeah, they really are a unit.
It's like Claire and Aaron, you know, like they're a pair.
They are. Yeah, no, they definitely go together. So yeah, you're right. Just because they're guest stars doesn't mean they. But at this point, I think it's hard for one of them to just disappear for a long time.
Yeah, and I think it makes. Well, I won't say anything.
Oh man, it's gonna be so hard when the next episode comes out. I'm gonna see those credits, and they're just gonna make me look at them.
Mm-hmm.
They insist upon themselves.
They're in such crisp text.
Yeah.
Very well placed.
Oh,
they fade
definitely.
in and out.
And when the credits are running, it's always sort of a lull, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like they put the crazy shit in the teaser, and then when they come back and show the credits, it's sort of a calmer part of the show, so you can comfortably read the credits.
Read them all.
Yeah, I do.
Did you see Next on Lost?
No, I didn't. Did you?
Me either. No.
Okay. Yeah, Next on Lost is not. It's really not worth watching 9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
Or really ever. I mean, I can't say I ever was just really glad I saw Next Week on Lost.
That's not a statement many people have uttered.
Yeah. And how can you be? I mean, it's just,
All you can do is be excited about what they claim that's going to happen, but it doesn't happen. So
no, it never does, and yeah, I mean the only good is it provides just a little glimpse of what you're going to get, but it's like I don't know, whatever. I think I'm done with that. I don't want to do that anymore.
The best way to stay, if you don't want to be spoiled, you just got to go cold turkey and not. One little this person in this episode. This episode is this side.
Yeah.
And then before you know it, you're on the spoiler pages and you're reading about the season finale, of next year's episode and.
Mhm. Yeah. It really is a slippery slope that spoiler world. You can and spoilers are not like where I expect them to be sometimes. Like if you go to Lostpedia, like. Sometimes spoilers are just sitting on the side of the page, like, we're not, what are you looking at? We're just sitting here, we're not bothering anybody.
Mhm. Yeah, Matthew Fox quits Lost.
Yeah.
Like what?
Exactly.
A little headline somewhere.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, I've been spoiled on some of the episode titles, and I'm not really happy about that. It's hard to keep away from everything because I want to go on there and read about stuff, and I want to go on, a little bit, go on, some of the message boards and read stuff, and it's just, I don't know, stuff sneaks in there. They try to keep it out, but it, I don't know, it always breaks through.
I mean, that's the nature of, information and memes and stuff, and you can't keep it out. And
I think there's a fair amount of spoilers, and I think people know a lot. I was reading spoilers a long time ago, and I don't know. I remember reading one or two things.
See, that's the other thing too is we're in the line of business where spoilers would be beneficial to our incessant theory.
That's true.
Theory generation. Because if we know, this character isn't doing this in this episode, or if this character does this, then it'll help narrow what's going on. But
that's true.
But we're spoiler free, so we're going to be wrong about things that we could be right about.
That one time when I saw that preview for The Man from Tallahassee, where Locke says, "I'm not here for Jack, I'm here for the submarine," instantly my theory was he's gonna take the C4 that he stole and blow up the submarine.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed immediately obvious when I saw that little clip, and then when I watch it play out, it's not the same. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, he said that, yeah, he's gonna do that, okay, and he did it. I mean, it still has some good stuff, but it just, I don't know. I wish I had known that. In general, I mean, as far as being right about stuff, yeah, it would be better if we knew spoilers. But as far as enjoying the show, I think it's better not to know that.
But wouldn't you enjoy the show if you were right about stuff?
No.
Okay.
No. Because if I just predict every plot line, I don't relish just watching what I said happen.
Really?
Yeah. I really don't. I like it when they surprise me.
Well, you, sir, are insane. No, I agree. Why not?
Because it's happened a few times, like, not necessarily with me, but I'll read what people say is going to happen, and then it does, and I'm like, oh, they were right about that, and I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It just takes all the fun out.
Well, of course, it makes it seem less mysterious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, oh yeah.
That's the thing. It's not mysterious, and that's the power of it. It's really simple. You know, if we knew what was going to happen, we wouldn't watch the show. You know, I mean, obviously there's some value in experiencing what it is, but you know, like, it's interesting because we don't know. So when we do know, it's not interesting anymore.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. I would watch if I knew, but I'd enjoy it way less.
Mhm.
It's a lot more fun not knowing.
If there was a whole synopsis of everything for the rest of the series, and I read that, no, I don't think I'd watch the show. I'd be like, I know what's going to happen. Unless it was just good. Unless it was just, like, really, yeah, no. If there was something that really, like, said, okay, they're going to do this in this episode, you know, like, a good explanation of what's going on. Unless it was, like, really great, you know, and I wanted to see how things played out, maybe, but, I might cash in my chips.
I'd have to sit through it. I mean,
3 more years, though, and I already know the ending? I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know.
All right. Yeah. No, that wouldn't deter me from watching it. But it would be frustrating. I know I wouldn't like it as much.
Mm-hmm.
But at this point, I'm too into it. It's more than halfway through, and I gotta see it to the end and sort of go through everything. You know, even if I read everything that happened, like I'd have to sit through it. I don't know. I feel that I've committed myself to this show, and I can't. I don't know. I can't just drop it.
Mhm.
That's my problem.
That is your problem.
You
got your own problem.
I'm too invested in things. I gotta see it through to the bitter end.
Yeah.
You know, even if it's crappy.
That'll bode well for you in marriage.
Oh.
I think your future wife will enjoy that. She'll know, well, God damn it, I'm committed to you, so even if our marriage sucks, I'll just see it through till you're dead.
Yeah.
That should be your vows, man. Those should be your wedding vows. Like, my problem is, future wife, I'm too damn committed to things. So if this marriage goes on the rock, I won't leave you. Even if we hate each other, I'll stick through it to the bitter end. I love you. It'd be great vows.
Yeah, no, it really, I think that, would go over really well at our wedding.
Yeah. Everyone who's sitting on the groom side moves to the bride side.
Yeah.
Like, ew. This guy's crazy.
Yes, no, I'm a guest of the bride, please.
What's her name again? Oh yeah, I'm her.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's wrap up this podcast.
It isn't that much, It's only what, 48 episodes? I mean, come on. You can't watch 48
Don't try to rationalize 48 episodes to me. That's a lot.
It isn't that much.
That's a lot, man. There's 3 more seasons. So yeah, I'd have to really. I'd be. I don't know. I mean, I'd probably just watch it because I watch TV anyway. So, but in general, I think if it was a really good synopsis of what happens, it would really make me not want to watch the rest. Yeah, That's definitely true. I can say that. I might still do it, but it would make me not want to watch it.
Yeah. It would make me not want to watch it too, but I would anyway.
Because you take this bride to be your. Because you're invested in the show.
Yeah. I can imagine it being disappointing. The podcast wouldn't be very good either if we knew everything that was going to happen on the show. Man, you want to hear some theories.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that'd be crazy. Man, those guys at the Lost Lowdown are always right.
They're always right, and so is everyone else who talks about. No. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think anyone would want to listen to us if we just had the right theory about everything all the time.
No. Well, they don't listen for the theories. They listen for these horrible voices.
You mean our normal voices or the voices we do? Oh, okay.
Our normal voices.
All right.
And the voices we do.
The voices we do, yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm no impressionist. That's clear.
Do your I know you said you weren't one. No,
yeah, this is great. You suck at impressions, huh? All right, so give me your do you Johnny Carson.
You don't do impressions, do you? Well, do this impression for me. I was just thinking earlier you did a little what's his name? I can't think of his name. Oh, Rodney Dangerfield.
Oh yeah.
That was funny.
I did, yeah. Yeah, he's.
I don't remember what the line was, but it was funny. Oh, what was it? Oh, I play hide and go seek, and they never found me.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah, they never. I don't know. They never came looking for me or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But with the voice.
But with the voice.
Let's see. Let me. Here we go. Here. All right. Let me try this. This might suck. I'm a little tired. Well, my wife and I were happy for 20 years. I can't even do it. I'm tired. Never mind. I just realized that wasn't working.
Yeah.
You gotta. I don't know. It's a weird thing. My wife and I were happy. Yeah, I can't say that line. The line I picked.
My wife and I were. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what he sounds like that much. I'd have to. I'm. The best thing I can do as far as impressions is like, if I can repeat. Like, if I hear someone say a line, I can sort of do that line. That's the best I can do. Not that it'll be great, but I can do that better than I can just like make up something on my own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or try to remember what they sound like.
Yeah. When I did it earlier, it was spontaneous and I got it somehow, like intuitively.
Mm-hmm.
But when I try to do it, I can't make it work.
Yeah.
When I just didn't think about it, I could do it. But I don't know how I did it. So
that is to say, you're bad at impressions.
Yes.
I.e., you're bad at impressions.
Exactly. They might happen like occasionally and be okay, but I can't make them happen.
Mm-hmm.
They will not yield to me.
It's art.
It is, yeah.
So are we through podcasting? Because I can't imagine what time it is there, although I could deduce it by what time it is here.
Yeah, just do a +3. I know that's, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. But the problem is I can't imagine that.
Oh, okay.
I've tried and
you cannot
failed.
imagine how late. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, hey, whatever. We're I mean, every episode can't be. I mean, this one was just a lot of stuff going on. I don't know.
Yeah.
It really it was a whirlwind. I was barely keeping up with it.
The question is it going to slow down? Because if it doesn't slow down, then they will all be like this.
Yeah.
Because if what are they missing? 8 episodes each season now? I mean, that's a lot of episodes that they're not doing. That's true. So all that time when they relax and the big problem's over and they go play ping pong, isn't that's a third of the season. Yeah. So a third of all that stuff is gone. So, I mean, it might be fairly this plot heavy the whole time. Yeah.
I mean, right now they're, the way the plot's going, they really can't it really can't just sit around and do nothing. It's
yeah.
There's shit going on. I don't think every episode's going to be this packed with stuff, but
yeah, it won't be this packed.
But in general, yeah, it probably will be a faster paced season, and so there'll probably be more stuff in each episode. That's probably true in general, because they're moving the story faster than they would normally.
Yeah.
Which, like, I think will definitely work, because I mean, in a normal season, they usually do spend a decent amount of time, just, fucking around.
Yeah, Locke lost his voice. Oh well, like that could that get cut. It seems like that gets cut.
Definitely.
That
whole
plot
episode
line
was a waste of time.
Sawyer and the tree frog cut.
Oh God, so cut. Oh, cut it, please.
Anna Lucia is still Sawyer's gun, seduces him, cut. Well, she needs that for Michael, but.
Yeah, I mean, it was part of the plot, but it just, it was so useless.
Mhm.
So useless. So much, yeah, that tree frog. God damn, that was awful. That was really awful. The ping pong, you can cut.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Hurley in the van, I mean, I guess they need to set that up for his triumphant heroism.
Yeah.
In the finale, but they could have saved us with the. I think they could have they could have cut the whole the van ride scene. Yeah, they could have cut that.
Yeah, they could have. They could have done that plot more quickly.
Mhm.
If they really wanted to introduce the van, but they spent a whole episode on that bullshit.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They could have just showed that he found it and a little bit of something, but not the whole ride and woohoo, we're alive.
Every scene where they're sitting around eating oatmeal in season 3 can be cut.
Oh.
Nikki and Paolo are out. Sorry,
Nikki and Paolo are totally out. They're not even.
Yeah, you just didn't. You didn't make it.
I can't wait till the end of the show when Ben escapes and they all die. And
what?
Ben leaves them. Ben flies away on a helicopter while the island sinks into oblivion and all the losties are there and dying.
Is that the ending you foresee?
and then he goes, and I got the diamonds too. And we cut back and we see that the diamonds Paolo hid in the toilet tank. Ben knew they were there and switched them with cubic zirconium.
Oh, wow. The final twist.
The final, yeah.
Damn, Ben's better than we thought.
Ben's better than us all.
Wow. I got the diamonds too.
And no one knows what he's talking about but us, which makes it work.
Wow.
What diamonds were drowning?
Yeah, I know. Ben's just gonna fly away and the island's gonna sink into the ground. Wow. Man, that is quite an ending.
Yeah.
I can definitely see Ben getting away. The island sinking, I don't know. I guess I could see that too. If it's the end of the show, something big ought to happen.
That island shouldn't hang around after the end of the show. Something, I mean, I don't even know what. But this show's definitely going to end strangely. I mean, what we talked about before, we wouldn't have imagined the show would be at this place when it started.
Yeah.
So I think it's at least that much. It's going to be that much different how it ends from when it is now or in the middle.
Yeah.
Or almost in the middle. So.
I agree, because I don't even think they've progressed that much so far. The progression's been pretty slow, and I think they're picking up the pace now, and so it could end even farther than what we
thought. And it seems like it's just really going to be a story about these plane crash survivors who, did all this stuff on the island and then got off. Some of them maybe, or all of them, or whoever wanted to, Mm-hmm. Before it just seemed like it was going to be this show and it was just going to be about them on the island, and them getting off was never going to be entertained, really.
No. No. If anything, I always imagined that getting off the island would be the ending.
Mhm.
Like, because once they're off the island, I'm thinking like, where the show's over. Like, what else can you do? That's the end.
Yeah.
You don't want to just go live with them, and it's not lost anymore.
Exactly.
I really didn't think they were going to change the frame of reference and show them off and set up and coming back, and I don't know. It's strange. It's strange. And I guess, I don't know how they're going to resolve that flash forward thing without doing a time shift. It'll be weird to like resolve the flash forward and then end the show in the present. Like I don't know.
I mean, that's what they should do. They're going to have to somehow catch everyone up and tie up the island stuff. I would imagine they would want to end in the present, because if you end on the island in the past.
Oh, by the present, I mean, what's going on the island right now.
By the present, I meant the future.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of the present for us, but.
Yeah, I would imagine. So what are you saying? Because I would imagine they would end in the future.
Me too. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it would be really weird if they just resolved the flash forward story in flash forwards and it ended the show, back in 2004 or whatever on the island. Yeah,
it would be weird. But because I think resolving the flash forward should be the end of the story, so they shouldn't cut to anything because it should be over. You would think
that should be the end. I agree. It really should be the end. It should be the end. But to really get that far ahead and make that the present, I think they're going to have to do some time jumps.
Yeah, I think they're going to
do the pace they've been doing.
Yeah, I think they're going to do a time jump. It'll be weird, but they can do it.
It will be weird. It will be weird because after years of going, day by day.
They just have to get everyone in a place where, they're not at some big crux and there's some big huge situation. They need to get everyone in some sort of stable place, and then they can cut, or they can leave off of a cliffhanger. But you know what I mean? When we come back, it's not like it's been 3 years and he's still at gunpoint or something.
Oh God. Yeah.
But they gotta leave it a place where it makes sense that when we come
John,
back.
If you were gonna shoot, I thought you would have by now.
Yeah, we both died from dehydration and starvation. Are you gonna pull that trigger yet? Don't tell me what I can't do.
Oh no.
I'm not dying, and croak.
Yeah. If Locke dies, if that's Locke's dying words. I don't know. We'll see how they pull it off, but it sounds really lame to me right now.
I think Locke's dying words would be, "I have a lot of regrets."
Yeah. Okay.
I regret too much. No, I don't know. All right, so let's put this baby to bed.
Yeah. Okay. Kill this baby.
Yeah, I don't want to kill it. I just want to put it to bed.
All right. Well, sorry, I don't want to kill babies. I just want to kill this baby.
This baby right here needs to be killed.
It's had its fun. It really.
Please don't infer from my position on this baby any position on other babies as to whether or not I want them killed. That would be an error, my friend. Grievous error. All right, we'll stop fucking around.
Yeah, it's really into the podcast fuck around time.
It is. Yeah. EPFA?
Yeah.
T?
Yeah.
EPFAT.
EPFAT.
EPFAT. Maybe the P silent.
Oh, okay.
EFAT.
EFAT, why not?
Oh, well. Or maybe the F is silent. EFAT. No, I'm kidding. Because P's an F, It's really PH, I guess.
Yeah, it is PH.
It's a silent H that's also invisible.
I see. Wow. That's quite
It's a pretty cool age.
Yeah, I agree.
It knows what it's doing.
It's an awesome age.
Well, thanks for listening, guys.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
We're going to let you go now because you guys are like, shut up.
This is almost as long as our
Season 2
finale podcast.
Yeah, and that was 2 hours. It was a 2-parter. So that's pretty crazy.
What? Oh, yeah.
The episode was 2 parts.
I thought you were... Oh, never mind what I thought. Yeah, okay.
You thought I was saying that podcast was 2 hours?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not true.
No, it's not, and I was saying that it wasn't, and that's why I confused you.
Yeah. Along the lines of... that was kind of along the lines of, I'm a bad impressionist. Oh, yeah, what impressions do you do?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was. It was.
That podcast was 6 hours long. Yeah, it was 2 hours.
But, back then, I don't know. I couldn't talk as much for some reason. Just had to move along.
Oh, it was plenty.
It was plenty.
Stay tuned next week for, I don't know what the episode's called. I do know what the episode's called.
I know what the episode's called.
Yeah, but maybe you don't want to know. So episode 403, we won't tell you the title.
And by you, we mean you.
We mean the royal you. The one that listens to us.
Mm-hmm.
And Frapper, Forum,
Flapper.
I want to shout out all the buzzwords.
Frapper,
email.
Forum, email, internet, information superhighway,
mm-hmm.
television, the cotton gin,
all of technology
the
has
printing
combined.
press, fire.
Did you just go back in time from all these pictures?
I tried.
Oh, nice.
Should have put the wheel in there.
Yeah,
I went way back with
wheel.
fire.
Yeah.
That's a weird invention.
Fire's more of a discovery than an invention, but it counts.
Yeah, it's something. But, what were you saying? Oh, yeah, join that Frapper. And whatever you do, please join the Frapper if you haven't. And join again if you already have. I hear it's better. Join again.
Yeah, that was a nice lie. I hear it's better these days. There's comments if you want to leave those. Of course, we have the forum. Join the forum if you haven't. There's people go on there and post stuff. Let's end this before this becomes our second longest podcast ever.
There's the email, and all right, cool.
Thanks and namaste.
Namaste. Good luck.